This audiobook is a non-profit fan adaptation of the web novel Reigning Supreme in Countless Worlds with Beast Taming. All credit goes to the original author. Synopsis. This book is about the rise of a beast-controlling sect disciple. There are 1,000 kinds of demonic beasts, all kinds of divine arts, countless worlds, and endless Great Dao. Here, you can see the beast-controlling sect disciples riding Western dragons and behemoths. You can also see the sect disciples controlling golden-armored zombies, flying Yakshas, and fighting Necromancers. One by one, the different worlds will gradually unveil their mysterious veil, revealing their enchanting appearance. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 1: Using the Back Door. Slap, slap, slap. In the courtroom, 2 government officials wielded ebony-colored paddles, striking hard on the fair buttocks of the man lying on the ground. Since this punishment required undressing, it was clear to see the man's buttocks quickly reddening with each strike. Ah! The young man lying on the ground cried out in pain as he suddenly endured this harsh punishment. However, the officials seemed indifferent, showing no mercy despite his cries. To these officials, punishing such a licentious criminal who disgraced virtuous women was nothing but deserved. They did not ease their strength but instead used all their might, striking fiercely. Hence, the licentious criminal gritted his teeth and howled in agony. For a moment, his buttocks were a ruined mess, covered in wounds, his cries filling the air, and blood soaked his garments. However, the crowd outside the courtroom cheered each strike, with some men even rolling up their sleeves, eager to personally administer more punishment to show the strength of the men of Kuan City. 2 frequent visitors of the brothel shook their heads and sighed regretfully. They thought it was a pity to see such a well-rounded buttocks being beaten. In their opinion, the criminal should have been sent to the brothel for a different kind of punishment to truly receive a lesson from the deepest corners of his soul. Qin Feng stood silently among the crowd, watching the weeping criminal without a word. He did not care about the fate of the scourge. He was merely waiting for his father to finish the court session, so they could go home together. His father, Qin Long, was the inspector of the Kuan City Inspection Bureau, responsible for training armored soldiers, patrolling nearby towns, capturing thieves, and maintaining local peace. Because he controlled Kuan City's largest armed force, he held significant authority in the county government. After the officials finished the beating, the county magistrate ordered the near-dead criminal to be thrown into prison, then announced the end of the court session with a strike of the gavel. Qin Long, who had been sitting to the side, stood up, intending to return to the inspection bureau to handle some official business. He usually did not need to act as a judge, but since he had personally captured the criminal today, he stayed to hear the verdict. Father, father. Qin Feng stood on tiptoe, raising his hand and calling out. At only 14, he was in his adolescent voice-cracking stage. His loud call sounded like a duck's quack, quickly drawing Qin Long's attention. Qin Long looked up and smiled, then walked out of the courtroom to his son's side, saying with a laugh, "Fenger, why are you not practicing at home? What brings you here?" He was over 8 feet tall, with a burly and robust physique and a full beard, exuding an air of grandeur. "Father, I've opened my spiritual acupoint and can sense nature's spiritual energy." Qin Feng appeared very excited. After 14 years of reincarnation, he finally perfected his physical body, returning from the acquired to innate state, and comprehended the wonders of nature's spiritual energy. Ordinary people, unless they were extraordinarily talented or supported by a powerful family, struggled to open their spiritual acupoint, a hurdle that blocked over 90% of people. Truly, Qin Long was overjoyed upon hearing this. His eyes gleamed as he detected a faint resonance between his son and nature's spiritual energy, with threads of spiritual energy entering Qin Feng's body as he practiced his cultivation method. Ha ha ha. Qin Long was delighted and laughed heartily, patting his son's shoulder with his bear-like hands, almost knocking him over. Good, good. Good, my son, you have not disappointed me. Qin Long was pleased. Now that you've opened your spiritual acupoint, I'll ensure you get a spot in the sect selection at the end of the year. Thank you, Father. Qin Feng grimaced and rubbed his sore shoulder, his heart filled with anticipation. If he could enter the sect, he might someday attain immortality. Qinlong was very happy. Let's go home. The family head has some spiritual elixirs. I'll ask for a few for you. The family's benefits cannot be missed. I'll also take you to the scripture pavilion to choose a suitable spell for cultivation. Over the years, I've accumulated a lot of merit, which I'll exchange for cultivation resources for you. Focus on cultivation for the next few months to advance a level before the year's end. If you reach the second level of the Qi refinement realm, you will not start from the lowest level even if you enter the sect. This will greatly help your future development and save you a lot of cultivation time. Rest assured, Father. I'll work hard. Qin Feng nodded. The reason he sought his father after sensing spiritual energy was precisely to seek help. Although opening his spiritual acupoints allowed him to absorb nature's spiritual energy, his cultivation would be slow without the right techniques. The previous techniques he practiced were for strengthening the body and opening spiritual acupoints. They were no longer useful after opening the acupoints. Though he could go to the scripture pavilion to receive techniques himself, as a young and non-direct line descendant, it was better to go with his father, avoiding any subpar technique being handed to him by his third great-uncle, who did not favor their branch. Full of enthusiasm, Qin Long led his son quickly towards the family estate. His own cultivation path had reached its limit, so he placed all his hopes on his son, dreaming of him joining the sect and achieving greater heights. Kun City was small, with only tens of thousands of people and just a few miles in diameter. Father and son soon walked out of the city, heading toward the Qin family's residence 5 miles away. As one of the 3 families controlling Kun City's livelihood, though the Qin family's businesses were spread throughout the city, their residence situated on a spiritual vein outside the city. Even a small spiritual vein sufficed for a small family like the Qin clan. The Qin family had been established in Kun City for centuries. Over the years, their estate, covering dozens of acres, housed hundreds of direct and collateral descendants. Of course, the Qin descendants were more numerous. Most ordinary family members did not live in the ancestral house built on the spiritual vein, but in Qin family town nearby. Greetings, 7th Master. The gate guards greeted Qin Long respectfully. Qin Long ranked 7th among his generation's cultivators. Though a collateral descendant, his high cultivation made him one of the family's top 3 cultivators, along with his position as an inspector. The guards dared not offend him. Qin Long responded indifferently, never stopping as he led Qin Feng directly to the family head's courtyard. Family head, Master Qin Long is here and requests an audience. A pretty maid, around 15 or 16, reported softly to an elder playing with a leopard. This elder was Qin Guanbao, the Qin family's family head. The family head, Qin Guanbao, was 167 years old, with a 6-stage foundation establishment cultivation, making him one of the top foundation establishment cultivators in Kun City. Let him in. The old family head reclined in his chair, without intending to rise, his hand gently stroking the leopard's smooth fur, fully enjoying his time with the leopard. This was his life-bound spiritual beast, Shadow Leopard. It was also his greatest reliance in dominating the area within 100 miles of Kun City, because the combat power of this Shadow Leopard was much stronger than his own. As a vassal family of the Beast-taming Sect, each generation of the family had members sent to the Beast-taming Sect for advanced training. Qin Guanbao was one such case back in the day. Otherwise, even as a vassal of the Beast-taming Sect, the Qin family could not dare to pass on the Beast-taming Sect's techniques to any clan member. However, he did not have the opportunity to enter the inner sect back then, so Qin Guanbao eventually chose to return to the family to branch out and extend the lineage. Well, in that respect, he did quite well. The saying goes that an old tree blooms, becoming increasingly vibrant with age. Ahem. In short, the old family master, Qin Guanbao, even now remained quite fond of certain technical activities, contributing great efforts to the proliferation of the family's bloodline. Nevertheless, Despite his somewhat indulgent private life, he had not forsaken the skills learned at the beast-taming sect over the years, for they were the very foundation of a cultivator's livelihood. After many years of nurturing, the strength of his life-bound spiritual beast, the shadow leopard, had grown stronger and stronger. "Yes, I will invite 7th Master in right away," the pretty maid responded, twisting her slender waist as she walked out. The old family master looked up and glanced at the maid's perky hips, couldn't help but sigh softly, feeling somewhat incapable of recent efforts. Perhaps he should consider getting some elixirs to replenish his essence and vitality. He was now less than 170 years old, with another 20 or 30 years to go before the life and death limit of the Foundation establishment stage. Such a long time couldn't be wasted in idleness. Qin Guanbao felt he should find something more meaningful to do. He had heard that recently the Baihua Pavilion in the commandery had bought a few women from the faraway Western barbarians, their chests said to be as large as papayas. Whether it was true or not was unknown. To hear is to doubt, to see is to believe. Without seeing it with his own eyes, it wouldn't be wise to believe the rumor. Maybe it was just a gimmick released by Baihua Pavilion to lure people in. Humph, the old man had traveled the world and seen much. How could he fall for their trick? But still, should he go and see it with his own eyes? The old family master hesitated. Recently, there didn't seem to be any excuse to go out. He was, after all, the family head, the highest cultivation presence in the family, who mostly had to stay in the family estate. Frequent outings were not a good thing. At this moment, footsteps sounded, awakening the old family master from his contemplation. Looking up, it was Qin Long bringing his son closer. "Ninth uncle." Qin Long stopped a few steps away, respectfully saluting Qin Guanbao. Although Qin Guanbao was the family head, the Qin family was just a small clan in a remote area, without so many formalities. Usually, everyone addressed each other by seniority. And among his generation, Qin Guanbao was relatively young, ranked 9th, but because of his highest Dao cultivation and being a direct descendant, he naturally took over the position of family head after reaching Foundation establishment. "Greetings, 9th Grandpa." Qin Feng also obediently saluted. Since childhood, he was very well behaved, rarely causing trouble for adults, thus beloved by the elders of the family. However, ever since he learned about cultivation and the path to becoming an immortal, he devoted all his energy to cultivation, not fond of playing with other children of his age, making him seem quite solitary. "Old 7, you're here, have a seat." Qin Guanbao's hand still rested on his beloved black leopard. He just pointed to the stone stool beside with his chin. Then he smiled and said, "What brings you here today, and you've brought your son with you too? What's the matter?" "Ninth uncle, it's like this." Qin Long had an uncontrollable smile on his face. "My son has opened his spiritual acupoints today and can start cultivating. So, I thought to come and ask you for some elixir pills to speed up Feng'er's cultivation, so as not to delay the sect's selection at the end of the year." "Oh." Qin Guanbao was slightly taken aback, looking at Qin Feng, and soon nodded approvingly. "Not bad. This kid has indeed opened his spiritual acupoints. At the end of the year, 6 children in the family will be vying for 2 spots. It seems our Qin family will be lively this year." "Huh?" Qin Long chuckled softly, knowing the family master's implication. Initially, there were 5 suitable youths in the family at the Qi refinement realm, and now with his son, the total came to 6. But the family could only afford to send 2 people to the sect in each generation. One was because the sect had a quota restriction, and secondly, too many clan members sent would drain the family's resources. Although once entered into the outer sect of the beast-taming sect, all disciples were treated equally, it didn't mean that all outer sect disciples started at the same point. Larger families could provide more cultivation resources to help their children enter the inner sect, a privilege common disciples, without backing, couldn't compare to. However, the Qin family was just a small family. For the clan members to make a name in the outer sect of Beast-taming sect, they couldn't rely on themselves alone. They needed family support. If some could luckily enter the inner sect, the family's future would become prosperous. Unfortunately, the Beast-taming sect only admitted a limited number of disciples to the inner sect each year. With so many contenders, it was hard for a small family like the Qin family to have a chance. Even if unable to enter the inner sect, there were still chances to rise in the outer sect. Just like the old family master Qin Guanbao. In those days, he had succeeded in reaching the foundation establishment in the Beast-taming sect's outer sect and even held the position of outer sect deacon for a time. But later, for the family's development, he had to return and take the position of clan leader. Since the spiritual field of the Qin family yielded limited resources, they couldn't support too many clan members in their sect cultivation, thus limiting the support to only 2 people per generation to join the Beast-taming sect. Moreover, the family itself needed to develop. If all the clan members were sent to the sect, wouldn't that sever the family's lineage? Having Fomer join the sect has been my long-cherished wish for years. Qinlong's tone was resolute. This time, I will not back down. Alas. The old family master sighed lightly. Very well, you've contributed much to the family over the years. I certainly won't hinder your aspiration. However, the other children in the family surely have similar desires. At that time, let them compete fairly. I understand. Qinlong said, I didn't come to the family master for backdoor favoritism. That's good. Hearing this, the old family master couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, as long as there was no calling in a favor for an unfair advantage. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 2 Eye-opening. Qin Guanbao also felt a bit helpless. He had been in charge of the family for nearly 100 years, and every time at this moment, some family members would come to him, trying to gain some support and guarantees, which greatly annoyed him. How could he give such guarantees? As the family head, even if he couldn't treat everyone exactly equally, he couldn't blatantly help a particular junior, or else he would lose his authority. Once the people's hearts were dispersed, it would be difficult to lead the team, which in the long run would not benefit the family's development. The Qin family sent their juniors to the Beast-taming sect to use the sect's power to cultivate more outstanding disciples, rather than wasting resources. If a mediocre person was sent to the sect, not only would it waste a spot, but it would also consume a lot of the family's resources. A mediocre person could not bring much return to the family, so what was the point of sending them to the sect? If the juniors from each branch were indeed excellent, they could pass the assessment and stand out among many disciples without needing his help. Besides, when had it ever been someone else's turn to use his backdoor? And what were those people who wanted to use his backdoor offering? Just some ordinary spiritual wine and magic artifacts, or some ordinary spiritual materials containing spiritual energy. Did the family head of the Qin family lack such things? If they wanted to treat him to spiritual wine, they could go directly to the Baihua Pavilion in the commandery. If it were at the Baihua Pavilion, he might actually have agreed when he was in high spirits. But at home, such tricks were useless. Qin Guanbao looked at Qinlong, signaling for him to speak. After all, this guy had a stubborn personality, never visiting places of debauchery, let alone inviting such a senior to go along. I came to the family head to ask for some spirit pills to speed up my son's cultivation, hoping to advance further by the end of the year. Qinlong smiled. In this way, even if he joins the sect, he wouldn't be at the lowest level of cultivation, which would greatly benefit his future growth. Very well. The old family master smiled slightly. This was no big deal. He asked, What pills do you want? I remember there are a few bottles of qi gathering pills in the storm. Why not take them all? Maybe they will help your son break through to the second level of qi refining by the end of the year. That's not enough. Qinlong said, I also need 2 bottles of yellow bud pills, 1 breaking barrier pill, 1 essence yuan pill, 1 soul nourishing pill, marrow cleansing liquid, 1 bone strengthening pill, 1 enchanting fragrance, 1 middle grade sealing spirit talisman, one soul-shaking talisman, and one spiritual beast bag. The old family master was stunned for a moment, then sat up straight, a bit surprised. Why do you need so many things at once? The chi-gathering pills are fine, but the yellow bud pills are used only by those in the middle stage of chi refining. Your son doesn't need them yet. The breaking barrier pill is for the boy to advance to the middle stage of chi refining, which is understandable. But the essence yuan pill, soul nourishing pill, enchanting fragrance, sealing spirit talisman. You're thinking way ahead. He hasn't even been confirmed to enter the sect, and you're already considering helping him tame his life-bound beast. Those things are one thing, but the marrow-cleansing liquid and bone-strengthening pill are not cheap. Do you really want me to exchange them for you? He advised. It hasn't been easy for you to accumulate some merits over the years. Using so many at once. Don't you want to heal your injuries? There's no way I can recover anyway. Qin Long smiled faintly. Rather than wasting it on me, it's better to pave the way for my son, so he can go further in the future, unlike me, who had to leave the sect in disgrace. The old family master sighed in his heart at these words, but didn't persuade him further. All right, in that case, I'll go to Teeling County for you later. Kuan City was just a small, remote town. Besides the Qin family, there were only two other cultivator families, the Wang family in the west of the city and the Huang family in the north. In such a small town, there were just these three small families stationed, without many special products. Naturally, it was not worthy for cultivators to stop by, so if they wanted to buy things, they had to go to the cultivator market in the commandery. And for a family attached to the beast-taming sect like the Qin family, if they bought things from shops run by the beast-taming sect, they might not get much discount, but at least they wouldn't be scammed and could get a relatively fair price, which was already quite good. There were many cases of fake goods in the cultivation world. If they were deceived with fake items, they could only blame themselves for being unlucky. Qin Long nodded. Then I'll trouble you, ninth uncle. I'll go to the scripture pavilion to pick a spell for Feng first, and then I'll collect the pills from the storeroom. Go ahead. Qin Guanbao waved his hand, indicating the father and son to be at their own ease, and then placed his palm on the Black Panther beside him. However, as soon as Qin Long and his son left, he felt a bit restless. He had been thinking about not finding an excuse to leave the family, and an opportunity had just presented itself. The pills and resources Qin Long requested were not all available in the family and had to be bought in the commandery. Sigh. The old family master let out a long sigh. It was fate. He had intended to stay quietly at home, but Qin Long had to come to him. Reaching down to touch the storage bag at his waist, it seemed that the spirit stones he had painstakingly saved up were going to leave him again. The Baihua Pavilion, he hadn't been there for nearly a year. He wondered if Miss Fuxiang still remembered him. Miss Fuxiang, born from an alien race, had a natural fragrance that left a lasting impression. And there was Miss Xianglan, Miss Xiangjuan, and Mei Ruoxue from the Plum Garden. As the saying went, a single red among the snowy plum blossoms. Her name matched her perfectly, a true beauty. He had missed them for quite some time. The family head couldn't sit still, got up, paced back and forth, and finally made up his mind to arrange the family's affairs in the next few days and then go to the commandery, taking the opportunity to visit his beloved ladies. He wondered how big the papayas from the western regions were. The old master had roamed widely throughout his life, seeing much of the world, but he had never been to the faraway western regions. This time, he planned to see it for himself, to broaden his horizons. The scripture pavilion was actually just a small attic for storing various books. The Qin family was just a small family, and the cultivation methods they collected were not particularly outstanding. So, although there were some prohibition techniques arranged on the second floor, the supervision was not strict. The first floor was visited daily by family members, coming and going, reading various books. However, since it was a place of family heritage, it was still guarded by an elder from the family, watching over the scripture pavilion's secret books. This elder was third uncle as mentioned by Qin Feng, also a cultivator at the second level of Foundation establishment. But unlike family head Qin Guanbao, he didn't get the chance to go to the beast-taming sect back in the day, so he didn't cultivate the beast-taming sect's techniques and didn't have a spiritual beast accompanying him. His strength was far less than that of the family head, and even a bit inferior to Qinlong. This was the greatest regret of third uncle's life. Later, his son had not competed well against Qinlong and had to cultivate at home. Now, his grandson finally had a chance, but Qinlong's son had opened his spiritual acupoint too. By the end of the year, their families might have to compete once more. Third uncle's expression darkened. Although his grandson was a year older than Qinfeng, he had not opened his spiritual acupoint much earlier than Qinfeng, just a month ago. In such a short time, his grandson might not necessarily be able to surpass this youngster Qinyang. However, since Qinlong had personally come, even if he felt a bit uncomfortable, he couldn't say anything. He directly opened the prohibition on the second floor, allowing the father and son to pick the cultivation methods. In fact, the family didn't hide anything about the juniors' cultivation. They even hoped the juniors' techniques were as strong as possible. It just depended on their choices. If they believed they had a chance to join the sect, they could choose an attribute-less technique to cultivate. After entering the beast-taming sect, switching to the sect's techniques would be more straightforward. If they didn't think they could compete with others, or didn't want to suffer as an outer disciple in the beast-taming sect and preferred to live a carefree life in the family, they could choose techniques that suited their desires. Among the family's collection, besides the 5 elements technique, there were a few other decent methods. Although not particularly rare in the cultivation world, they were much more powerful than attribute-less techniques. Qinlong took his son to the second floor to pick a cultivation method, but third uncle didn't follow. They were family, and with Qinlong's status, he wouldn't secretly take a few methods. There was no need, as Qinlong practiced techniques taught to outer disciples by the beast-taming sect, which were far superior to those in the family's collection. On the second floor, Qinfeng curiously looked around. It was his first time there. In fact, most family members never had the chance to visit because not everyone could open their spiritual acupoint. Those who did after adulthood were deemed of low talent, with limited future potential, even if they cultivated. Though the family didn't abandon such individuals and taught them cultivation techniques, they could only help manage the cultivation of various spiritual objects in the family's fields. Examining the second floor carefully, Qinfeng was greatly disappointed. The place was almost empty, except for 2 bookshelves and a few chairs. Haha. Qinlong chuckled. Our Qin family is weak, with few accumulated techniques over the years. We have a dozen or so, but they are quite ordinary, not precious. That's why I want to send you to the sect, so you don't waste your life here, managing a few fields like other family members. Qinfeng nodded. He understood his father's deep affection, so he had been diligent in cultivation and learning other knowledge over the years. P.S. The Kitchen Gods book has not finished yet. There will be 1 chapter of The Beast for now, and double chapters next week. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed the story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 3: Evil Cultivator's Malice. Scripture Pavilion. Qinfeng, under his father's explanation, quickly gained a general understanding of the family's collection of cultivation techniques. In the end, excluding those techniques that were incompatible with the beast-taming sect's methods, there were 6 cultivation techniques laid out in front of him. They were respectively 5 Spirit Nourishing God Technique, Mirror Flower Water Moon Illusion Heart Technique, Mistaken Cloud Smoke, Jua Qingfeng Mingxin Spell, Dragon and Tiger Profound Returning Origin Skill, and 9 Revolutions Mixed Element Technique. The 5 Spirit Nourishing God Technique nurtures the divine soul through the origin of the 5 internal organs. This is a cultivation technique for divine sense, which can extend your divine sense range to twice that of ordinary techniques. The divine sense has many uses and infinite benefits. The simplest advantage is that if your divine sense is strong, you can avoid many dangers in advance. However, this technique doesn't cultivate powerful true yuan, particularly since a large part of the practice is used to nurture the divine soul through the origin of the 5 internal organs, so its combat capabilities are weak. Qin Long elaborated. As for this Mirror Flower Water Moon Illusion Heart technique, it is a technique for illusion training, focusing mainly on illusionary transformations. When spells are cast, they resemble flowers in a mirror or the moon in water, appearing real yet illusionary and varied in form. The mistaken cloud smoke cultivates true yuan that resembles cloud smoke, light and nimble, elusive, with spells that are flexible and versatile. The Jue Qingfeng Mingxin spell is the easiest technique to cultivate. By fully investing your spirit in the spell and reciting it once, it's equivalent to completing one circulation. This spell clears the mind, making it difficult for heart demons to form. If one is fearless, it can drive away all evil aura. The Dragon and Tiger Profound Returning Origin skill involves visualizing dragons and tigers returning to their origin, allowing you to condense dragon and tiger illusions to protect against enemies. This spell is quite powerful, and its power can increase with your cultivation. Qin Long cheerfully indicated the last cultivation technique and said, "The 9 Revolutions Mixed Element Technique was passed down from a great sect, the Primordial Chaos Sect, 10,000 years ago. It is well known among loose cultivators. However, this technique requires repeatedly refining the absorbed spiritual energy 9 times before finally condensing it into pure primordial chaos true qi. This foundation is the most solid. This cultivation technique is only suitable for those with a calm temperament and great perseverance. Ordinary people struggle to persist to the end and often give up halfway due to slow cultivation speed." Finally, Qin Long looked at his son and said, "I have explained these techniques clearly for you. Which one you choose to cultivate is entirely up to you. Remember, these are only for laying your foundation. Once you join the Beast-controlling Sect, the sect will naturally teach you more advanced techniques. Even if you don't manage to join the sect eventually, these techniques will have to be abandoned, except for the Mirror Flower Water Moon Illusion Heart technique, as the rest do not have cultivation methods beyond the foundation establishment stage." Qin Feng nodded in understanding. He understood that although these techniques seemed quite good, it was clear his father didn't think much of them. It made sense, considering that the techniques collected by the Qin family wouldn't be all that profound. In the Qi refinement stage, the most powerful among them was probably the 9 Revolutions Mixed Element Technique, since it came from a great sect. He observed the few techniques carefully before finally choosing the Dragon and Tiger Profound Returning Origin skill. It wasn't that he didn't want to cultivate the 9 Revolutions Mixed Element Technique. Although this technique could help him lay a firmer foundation, it consumed too much spiritual energy, and there were only a little more than 6 months left until the family's assessment at the end of the year. By then, he needed to compete with other family disciples for a spot in the sect. Cultivating the 9 Revolutions Mixed Element Technique meant he might fall behind in cultivation and fail the selection. Good. Qin Long, seeing him choose the Dragon and Tiger Profound Returning Origin skill, nodded in satisfaction. After all, his son knew how to make choices, which was commendable. If he had chosen the 9 Revolutions Mixed Element Technique, it would have required a significantly higher consumption of spiritual energy. Although it would lay a thick foundation, gaining entrance into the sect was the priority now. After joining the sect, he would change techniques anyway, so there was no need to be overly concerned. Qin Long then went into detailed explanations of the Dragon and Tiger Profound Returning Origin skill for Qin Feng. He would repeat the explanations if his son had any confusion to ensure there would be no difficulties in cultivation. Subsequently, Qin Long went to the ancestral hall to have the family elder record Qin Feng's name in the family registry. This registry was different from that of the ordinary family members, specifically used to record the Qin family's cultivators. In Qin Feng's generation, he was the 11th to open his spiritual acupoint and begin cultivation, thus ranking as the 11th. Of course, if there were elder peers who opened their acupoints later than him, he would still need to address them as older brothers. For the subsequent period, Qin Feng diligently cultivated at home. Though the Dragon and Tiger Profound Returning Origin skill, wasn't an exceptional technique. Its most powerful aspect upon reaching great success was its ability to manifest dragon and tiger illusions. Compared to the cultivation methods Qin Feng practiced before opening his spiritual acupoint, it was far superior. Once the technique was in motion, he could feel strands of spiritual energy flowing into his body through the spiritual acupoint, circulating through his meridians, and transforming into his true yuan. Additionally, with the qi-gathering pill his father obtained from the family storeroom, his cultivation speed increased significantly. Despite the limited time each day for cultivation and the restriction on consuming too many pills, ingesting a qi-gathering pill every 3 days sped up his cultivation pace compared to without the elixir pills by threefold, meaning his overall cultivation speed was more than doubled. Of course, this was mainly because he was in the early stage of cultivation, thus his progress was so noticeable. Once his cultivation reached a certain level, it would be hard to maintain this speed of cultivation. Under the guidance of his father, Qin Feng had also gained a preliminary understanding of the 2 basic spells of the Dragon and Tiger Profound Returning Origin skill. He could barely condense a cloud of dragon-shaped qi and a wind of tiger-shaped qi to attack enemies, which had some power. This day, Qin Feng finished his cultivation and sat in his room, deep in thought. He was not thinking about cultivation, but rather he sensed that his father seemed to be in an unusual mood these days. Qinlong's face had been gloomy these days. Every day after returning home from the county office, though he forced a smile, he often stayed alone in his study, preoccupied with something unknown. Later, Qin Feng heard from several servants in the residence that there had been a few murder cases in Kuan City recently. If it were just ordinary murder cases, Kuan City, though not large, experienced a few cases every year, so it wouldn't be a big deal. The key was that these recent murder cases were too brutal and malicious, with the perpetrators specifically targeting pregnant women, gruesomely extracting the fetuses from their wombs. The scenes were frightening and blood-curdling, sparking fear and fury among the people. One case might be a vengeance from enemies of a particular family, but there were murders every day for several days in a row, with each case involving different families with no connections between them. This indicated that someone was practicing an evil cultivation technique, deliberately harming pregnant women to seize premature fetuses. For a time, rumors spread within and outside Kuan City, enveloping the entire city in a layer of fear. Families with pregnant women were particularly panicked, dreading to fall victim to the evil cultivator. As the inspector of Kuan City, Qin Long inevitably got dragged into this major case as the county officials were incapable of solving it. It wouldn't matter much if a few collateral members from the Xiao family had died, as they were just a few ordinary clan members with little potential. However, Xiao Jinglei was a direct lineage of the ancestor of the Xiao family, and if he died here, it would be troublesome for him too. It was easier with the Qin family, as they were in Kuan City and didn't have much contact with the Xiao family. But it was different for Li Tianqiu, who needed to make a living in the commandery, wanting to gain more cultivation resources and prepare for forming a golden core. If the Xiao family gave him a hard time because of Xiao Jinglei's death, he would be in trouble. As a loose cultivator from Tiling County, it wasn't easy to find a decent job that continuously provided cultivation resources. If the Xiao family suppressed him, he could lose his commandery job and become a truly wandering loose cultivator. However, Li Tianqiu was also somewhat puzzled. Even though that evil cultivator is vicious, knowing Xiao Jinglei is from the Xiao family of Tiling, how dare he act against him? Did he lose his mind? Qin Feng thought for a moment and said, perhaps it's because he heard young Master Xiao say his family ancestor has gone into closed cultivation, so he decided to act. As soon as he said this, Li Tianqiu's face couldn't hold back any longer, muttering a low curse. That idiot, even spreading the news of his family ancestors' closed cultivation and advancement. Isn't he seeking death? Wasn't he afraid that evil cultivator would find stronger demon path cultivators to ambush his family ancestor during the critical moment of advancement, completely dooming the Xiao family? Who knows when Lord Qin will be out? Leave someone to wait. The rest follow me. Anxious, Li Tianqiu couldn't wait any longer, pointed to Qin Feng, and said, "You lead the way." Me? Qin Feng was stunned. not expecting Li Tianqiu to have him lead the way.
What?
You unwilling. Seeing him stunned and unmoving, Li Tianqiu's eyebrows raised, showing a trace of sternness in his eyes. Yet, remembering that this was Qin Long's son, and not a subordinate of the government office, he softened his tone a bit. Among everyone, only you have seen that evil cultivator, so you must come along. Otherwise, we might be deceived by the enemy. Indeed, he had this concern, as now many cultivators had come inside and outside Kuan City. Even at night, some roamed around, searching for the evil cultivator. If the evil cultivator mingled among the loose cultivators, he could easily deceive them with a few words. Qin Feng cupped his hands, reporting to my lord, I am just a junior who has recently opened my spiritual acupoint, lacking the power to participate in such matters. It would be better to wait for my father to join you upon his return. Although he was somewhat intimidated by Li Tianqiu's gaze, he didn't immediately agree. As he said, being just at the beginning of cultivation, he lacked any means of self-defense. If he got caught in the crossfire, he would be unfortunate. Li Tianqiu nodded slightly. You are cautious, but no need to worry. Since I let you follow, I can protect you completely. As he spoke, he flicked his sleeve, sending 2 streaks of light flying out, landing before Qin Feng. Qin Feng extended his hand, catching the streaks of light, finding it to be 2 spirit talismans. Unlike the spirit talismans seen earlier from the black-robed Taoist, the ones Li Tianqiu gave weren't drawn on yellow talisman paper, but were made from an unknown beast skin, providing a solid feel, much more assuring than the flimsy yellow talisman paper. He examined them, noticing one spirit talisman had a heavy aura, while the other exuded a sharp, chilling aura. As his finger traced the runes on the spirit talisman, it felt like being pricked by needles, startling him enough to immediately withdraw his hand. These 2 spirit talismans, one is my personally crafted cold ice sword talisman. Once activated, it can unleash hundreds of cold ice sword chi, enough to overwhelm an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. The other talisman, exchanged from a master of talisman making in the commandery, is a Vajra talisman, sufficient to safeguard your life. Li Tianqiu snorted. Consider yourself lucky. If it weren't for my urgency in rescuing young Master Xiao, I wouldn't give you these spirit talismans. Lord Li had his calculations too. If he managed to save Xiao Jinglei, the Xiao family would surely reward him tenfold. 2 mere spirit talismans were nothing significant. Qin Feng swallowed hard, suppressing the delighted expression. It wasn't surprising he was so shallow, as he was merely from a small rural family. Even the clan leader might not possess several foundation establishment stage spirit talismans. Suddenly gaining something precious was naturally exhilarating. Qin Feng promptly placed the 2 spirit talismans in his bosom and said, Thank you, my lord, for the talismans. Since you guarantee my safety, I gratefully accept. Saying this, he also bowed respectfully. Li Tianqiu, being experienced, easily discerned the implications in his words. This kid was indeed quite timid. Despite receiving the 2 spirit talismans, he was still so afraid, implying that he fully depended on him for safety. But at this moment, he couldn't be bothered with the kid's concerns. Finding Xiao Jinglei quickly was more important. Enough talk, let's go. If something happens, I will naturally act. Li Tianqiu waved his hand, leading the inspection department personnel ahead, instructing the government officials to inform Qin Long upon his release. With Qin Long's cultivation, he would soon catch up with their group. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed the story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverse@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 7 Cross Slope Head. Under the lead of Li Tianqiu, the group exited the West City Gate at an extremely fast pace and hurried forward. All the soldiers from the inspection department had trained in martial skills. Though they were not considered experts, if they ran with all their might, they were as fast as galloping horses. Martial arts cultivation, though not as diverse as immortal law, was the most widespread form of cultivation. In all the kingdoms and empires, all soldiers trained primarily in martial arts. Although few achieved significant accomplishments, countless ordinary humans benefited from it. After all, immortal Dao required root-bone destiny, Confucianism necessitated temperament, and Buddhist Dao demanded understanding. Only martial arts promise certain achievements through hard work. Unfortunately, many times, the simplest things were also the hardest. Despite martial arts cultivation having low thresholds and no requirements for aptitude, where even individuals with disabilities could train in certain specialized martial arts skills, advancing to higher martial arts realms became increasingly challenging. To reach a profound realm or even become immortal through martial arts was harder than ascending to the heavens. And without becoming an immortal, lifespan was limited, leaving little time to slowly polish martial arts cultivation. Therefore, the number of those who proved the Dao through martial arts in the cultivation world was the fewest. However, once they proved the Dao and achieved the realm of human immortal, their attack power was so formidable that it terrified their opponents. The group brandished guns and arrows, leaping as if flying. In just a moment, they had traveled several miles and gradually approached a hillock. Although Qin Feng hadn't delved much into martial arts, he had opened his spiritual acupoints, starting higher than ordinary martial artists, equivalent to an innate martial artist. This was because mundane martial artists could only sense and draw external spiritual energy to refine their bodies and cultivate innate Gang Qi after reaching the innate level. Only martial artists possessing innate Gang Qi could match cultivators in the Qi refinement realm. Without the ability to release Gang Qi for protection and offense, cultivators could use spells from afar to wear down any martial artist. In terms of war power, Qin Feng certainly couldn't outmatch any innate martial artist now. Still, his recent cultivation wasn't in vain, as he had also learned a few common spells. At home, besides his father, Qin Long, teaching him cultivation knowledge, the family also arranged specialized elders to instruct relatives who had opened their spiritual acupoints. However, those ordinary relatives with low potential mostly learned spells like cloud summoning, rainmaking, and plant life vitalization, as they needed to help cultivate the family's 300 acres of spiritual field. Disciples like Qin Feng, who were likely to enter sects, learned a much broader range of spells. Though he still hadn't shaken off the novice label, he could indeed perform small spells like the light body skill, wind control skill, and divine movement technique. So, along the way, his speed was not slow at all. In fact, it was even faster than many soldiers, and unlike ordinary soldiers, he didn't experience blood surges or uneven breathing from running too fast. This was the advantage of cultivators. They started much stronger than ordinary martial artists. When they reached the hillock, Li Tianqiu suddenly frowned and signaled everyone to stop. He glanced around with a cold gaze. The hillock was permeated with yin qi, ghost energy was chilling, and a yin wind blew past, carrying a faint fishy stench to the nostrils. By the roadside ahead stood a hollow old locust tree, its trunk so thick that it would take 4 or 5 people to encircle it. Sparse branches bore sharp spikes 1 or 2 inches long, and the trunk was entwined with vine as thick as an arm, like pythons or snakes, twisted and sinister. Anyone timid who saw this in the dead of night would be frightened. A trace of unease crept into Li Tianqiu's heart, and he asked, "What place is this? Why is the yin qi so heavy?" Qin Yang took a step forward, clasped his hands, and said, "Lord Li, this is the chaotic burial mound outside the West City Gate. Because it is formed by the intersection of 2 small hills, it is also called Cross Slope." Chaotic burial mound? No wonder. Li Tianqiu felt relieved. As long as he knew the source of the surrounding yin qi, he could be mentally prepared. Although the chaotic burial mound was filled with yin qi, Kuan City was just a small town and rarely experienced significant chaos. Unlike some frontier major cities with countless deaths, where the chaotic burial mound was more likely to breed powerful ghost items, this chaotic burial mound was not very large. Even if some wandering souls lingered here, it wasn't a major threat. Otherwise, the few cultivators in Kuan City would have long joined forces to exterminate the ghosts here. He turned to Qin Feng and asked, "The place that Daoist mentioned 10 miles west of the city should be here, right?" "Correct." Qin Feng nodded. "If they had indeed been here, we should still be able to find some traces." Li Tianqiu swept his divine sense around but unfortunately found no signs of fighting. However, he didn't get discouraged, as he was only a foundation establishment stage cultivator, and his divine sense's reach was no more than 1,000 feet. Meanwhile, the chaotic burial mound and the nearby forest covered several tens of miles, densely vegetated and quite hidden. He had to rely on the inspection department soldiers to search everywhere. Otherwise, alone, if he tried to search all areas, it would consume most of his divine sense power, putting him at a disadvantage in the later fight with the evil cultivator. Li Tianqiu took out over 20 talisman papers and handed them to Qin Yang, instructing, "Distribute these talisman papers to your subordinates and have them spread out to search. Once any situation arises, activate the talismans immediately, and I'll come at once." After thinking for a moment, he added, "Be sure to find Xiao Jiu and the others as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if the Xiao family from the commandery city holds you accountable, your Qin family will also suffer the consequences."
Qin Yang nodded.
Even though he knew that the evil cultivator would surely be difficult to deal with, and he felt somewhat reluctant in his heart, his subordinates might encounter dangers. This was the duty of the inspection department. They couldn't retreat when things arose, but must move forward. Qin Yang immediately distributed the talisman papers given by Li Tianqiu to each squad of soldiers. These were merely simple warning talismans, not expensive, but quite practical. Once triggered, they would cause a significant commotion. Li Tianqiu watched the soldiers, under Qin Yang's direction, disperse into the forest. Then, he stepped on his sword light and flew toward the chaotic burial mound. He needed to scout the area first and see if he could find any clues. Qin Yang glanced at Qin Feng and felt uneasy about leaving his cousin here alone. If anything happened, he wouldn't be able to face Qin long. "You come with me." Qin Yang pulled Qin Feng along. They led a squad of soldiers towards the opposite direction of the chaotic burial mound. He had some wit. The evil cultivator likely had taken Xiao Jiu and the others into the chaotic burial mound. If an ambush awaited, it would be there. Going in the opposite direction was probably safer, right? All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 8: Eerie Laughter. Caw, caw. Deep in the mountains and forests, the hoarse, piercing cries of old crows echoed, seeming to mourn the souls of those nearing death. In the distance, faint sounds of night owls laughing strangely could be heard, like the wails of ghosts and wolves, terrifying and inexplicable. It made the few people walking through the forest shiver with fear. If it weren't for the fact that they were together to boost their courage, no one would dare to come to this place in the dead of night. This chaotic burial mound not only had heavy qi and ghostly presences, but also occasionally had demon beasts emerging from the mountains. Because if you went further west past the chaotic burial mound, you would enter the outer regions of Qifeng Mountain. Deep within Qifeng Mountain, there were many demon beasts. Those that lost their turf wars and were driven from the mountains had no choice but to live on the outskirts. Every year, the three families of Kuan City organized several hunting parties to kill demon beasts in the mountains, to prevent them from harming Kuan City's residents. After all, their businesses made up most of the livelihoods in Kuan City. If the residents suffered, their businesses would be affected. Besides them, only a few desperate individuals dared to brave the mountains to collect precious timber and minerals. If they could make it out alive, their gains were usually enough to buy a few acres of land, build 3 large tiled houses, and marry a beautiful girl. Unfortunately, the mortality rate for ordinary people entering the mountains was too high, deterring most. At other times, nobody would pass through here, fearing they might be snatched up by a demon beast. Qin Feng followed closely behind Qin Yang, walking carefully under the moonlight, his eyes constantly scanning their surroundings, cautious and vigilant. He tightly gripped the Vajra talisman given to him by Li Tianqiu. If he detected any danger, he would activate it immediately. Even though this talisman was very valuable, worth at least several dozen spirit stones, he would use it without hesitation if his life were in danger. After all, his life was worth infinitely more than the talisman. He could always find a way to get another talisman, but once his life was gone, everything would be truly lost. He didn't believe he could live a second life, nor did he dare to gamble on it. Only those who had truly faced death knew how deeply attached they were to life, willing to grasp any chance to survive at all costs. Cold wind blew, making the already summer night feel chilled, sending shivers down their spines. The soldiers followed with trembling bodies. Damn this weather. A soldier from the inspection department named Chen, who couldn't help but curse under his breath. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he stumbled over something, falling to the ground. His head hit a protruding tree root, stars dancing before his eyes as he nearly blacked out. "Watch out. You okay, who?" Several companions immediately inquired, carefully avoiding the spot where Chen Hu had tripped, wary of repeating his mishap. "Damn it." Chen Hu cursed, gingerly touching the bump on his forehead, replying, "I'm fine, just got a bump on my head." Saying this, he didn't rush to get up but instead groped for the fallen crossbow. Unexpectedly, he found something completely unforeseen. Smooth and round, somewhat slippery to the touch. Curious, Chen Hu picked it up and nearly had his soul scared out of him, shaking and almost collapsing on the ground. It turned out that what he grabbed was a pale, eerie skull. The skull's hollow eye sockets seemed like bottomless abysses, staring straight at him, with jagged teeth adding to its creepiness. Chen, who, being a soldier from the inspection department, wasn't normally a coward. If he were, he wouldn't have made it through the gates of the inspection department. But coming to the chaotic burial mound at night to find an evil cultivator already had fear gnawing at them, worried they might lose their lives. Now, suddenly seeing himself holding a ghastly skull, being startled was only natural. Fortunately, he had some self-control and managed to suppress the urge to urinate, avoiding wetting his pants and becoming the butt of jokes among his peers. Otherwise, the incident would quickly spread throughout the inspection department. Qin Yang, helpless, barked, "What's so fascinating about a skull? There aren't as many bones here as across the way. If you like them, go and find more from the other side of the chaotic burial mound and take them home for a look. Hurry up, if we delay the task, watch out for Lord Li's temper. You can't take a hit from his flying sword." Yes, Chief Qin, don't be mad. I'm coming right now." Recovering, Chen Hu tossed the skull aside, quickly found his crossbow, and rejoined the group. However, with a large bump on his head, the pain was intense, so they no longer had him leading the way, leaving him at the back to watch their rear. The area around the chaotic burial mound was quite large. If they walked further, they could even venture deep into the mountains. The group circled the area within a few miles without any notable findings. Resigned, they headed deeper into the forest. Hee. Suddenly, an eerie laugh came from the forest on their left. Since they had entered the forest, they occasionally heard night owls laughing. But earlier, the sounds were distant, which they didn't mind much. This time, the laugh was so close that the suddenness made them jump, almost causing two of the nervous ones to wet themselves. Chen Hu, at the back, cursed silently, raised his crossbow, and fired an arrow toward the sound.
"Ah!"
A painful, elderly cry came from where the arrow landed, followed by an angry shout. "Who's hiding there shooting dark arrows? Come out if you dare. Let's see if this old Taoist doesn't scatter your soul." The group froze upon hearing this. Turning their heads, they saw an old Taoist by a tree 20 yards away, clutching his buttocks and cursing. The old Taoist held a black long banner with faintly visible evil spirits and ghosts on its surface. In front of him, a dark mist covered an area of about 100 yards, obscuring the view. Chun, who, feeling frustrated, realized that the eerie laughter wasn't from night owls, but from this old Taoist. How bizarre, he thought, that a person's laugh could sound so spooky and terrifying. Qin Feng, recognizing the old Taoist, turned pale. Wasn't this the black-robed Taoist they had seen in the day? He couldn't help but step back quietly, pulling on Qin Yang's sleeve. Seeing Qin Feng's face, Qin Yang immediately understood that they had encountered the true antagonist. Spirit light flashed in his eyes as he discreetly activated the spiritual eye technique to glance at the area shrouded in dark mist. Although the dense mist obscured much, he could vaguely see several figures struggling within it. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the talisman in his hand. The talisman rose into the air, bursting into a brilliant flame. Qin Yang instantly grabbed Qin Feng, turning to run, while also calling out to the other soldiers, "Scatter and run quick." The others, seeing the old Taoist in the distance now airborne and flying towards them, fled in all directions without delay. "You think you can escape?" The black-robed Taoist's face darkened, feeling the throbbing pain from his buttocks. Enraged, he swung his long banner, sending several streams of dark mist surging towards them. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed the story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverse@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 9: Hidden Depths. The black smoke emitted from the long banner in the old Taoist's hand was like a long snake, moving extremely fast. In almost the blink of an eye, it had entangled the soldiers around Chun, who and penetrated their bodies. They were merely common, acquired martial artists, not possessing innate strength, and naturally, they couldn't resist the spells of a cultivator. Moreover, this old Taoist was a high-level foundation establishment cultivator. His techniques were powerful, far beyond the resistance of mere mortal martial artists. So, almost as soon as the black smoke touched them, Chun Hu and his men fell to the ground. Only the black smoke pouncing towards Qin Feng, and the other was struck down by Qin Yang using a spell. Qin Yang also had the cultivation level of the late stage of the Qi refinement realm. The technique he practiced was a family inheritance called the Fierce Sun-Burning Sky technique, a pure fire element technique, one of the few techniques in the family that could be cultivated to the Golden Core realm. Of course, in the past 1,000 years, many descendants of the Qin family had cultivated this technique, but none had ever become a Golden Core sage. Seeing the black smoke attacking from behind, Qin Yang held onto Qin Feng with one hand, his divine movement technique performed to the extreme with his feet. Another hand pinched a spell, flicking two flames which collided with the two masses of black smoke with a bang. Instantly, from the point of collision came a few eerie ghostly wails. It turned out to be two Een souls. However, these two Een souls were evidently not strong enough, so they were quickly burned to nothingness by the flames Qin Yang emitted. "Hee hee, you two juniors, indeed you have some skill." Behind them, the old Taoist in a black robe let out a few cold, eerie laughs. "Since you destroyed my two Een souls, you can pay with your own souls. The souls of cultivators are much purer and stronger than those of common ghost items." As he spoke, his body drew increasingly closer, seeming about to catch up with the two of them. Although Qin Yang was exerting his full effort with a divine movement technique, his body moving like the wind, swiftly escaping, how could his running speed compare with that of the flying old Taoist? Besides, he was carrying the burden of Qin Feng. So, in merely a few breaths, the old Taoist caught up, gently landing on the ground, blocking their way. Qin Yang sighed lightly, lamenting that small cultivators at the Qi refinement realm could not fly yet. If there weren't the hindrances of the ground's grass and trees, their escape speed would definitely be faster. They might even stand a chance of reaching Li Tianqiu earlier. The old Taoist gave a few cold laughs from his mouth, stepping forward with pride to approach them. Just as he stepped forward, he felt a sharp pain in his buttocks. Feeling the painful area, the old Taoist immediately felt a surge of shame and anger. "You juniors, How dare you sneak attack your Taoist master? I'll take your lives. Although the sharp arrow Chun who had shot earlier was just a common iron wolf-toothed arrow, not a talisman arrow meant to deal with cultivators, the old Taoist had been close to capturing the young members of the Xiao family and was in a moment of triumph. He hadn't expected an attack from behind, and thus got shot in the buttocks by Chun Hu's arrow. If not for the special material of his magic robe, which blocked most of the arrow's power, it might have pierced through and caused serious harm. The problem was that the arrow bore no mana, so his magic robe didn't activate any defensive spells. It was just its material that stopped the arrow from penetrating deeply, but the pain was still severe. More than that, it was the humiliation from the bottom of his heart, almost driving him mad. He had cultivated for nearly 200 years. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Earlier, because Xiao Jiu possessed a few exceptionally strong protective treasures, he hadn't been able to subdue them early, having to rely on preset arrays to slowly deplete their treasures. In the midst of focusing on dealing with those young members of the Xiao family, he hadn't been vigilant and got dangerously close to being severely injured by an arrow in the behind. If word got out, his reputation would be ruined. Feeling the intense pain between his legs, the old Taoist didn't dare to move recklessly anymore. He quickly circulated the true yuan within to alleviate the pain, yelling angrily, "I'll extract your souls and torment you day and night." With that, he waved the long banner in his hand. Several strands of black smoke pounced towards Qin Feng and the other. This time, the black smoke was far more formidable. Before reaching them, piercing shrills were already making their ears ache. Qin Feng dared not let the black smoke hit him. He quickly channeled the thin spiritual power within his dantian into the Vajra protection talisman in his hand. Instantly, a dazzling golden light enveloped him entirely. In a flash, Qin Feng felt as if he was covered in an indestructible Vajra defense, giving him an immense sense of security. With boosted confidence, Qin Feng stepped forward to shield Qin Yang. Since there was no way to escape, the only option was to buy some time, awaiting Li Tianqiu's arrival. Qin Feng's current defense was stronger than Qin Yang's, so he naturally had to help this cousin to avoid Qin Yang being killed by this evil cultivator before Li Tianqiu arrived. Bang! 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 A few soft collisions, the strands of black smoke hit Qin Feng. The golden light outside Qin Feng's body instantly shone brightly, the dense golden light burning the black smoke. When the black smoke was a few feet away from leaving Qin Feng's body, it revealed its form as a few ghost items. However, their ghost bodies appeared faint, evidently burned by the golden light from Qin Feng. Although the Vajra protection talisman was merely a protective spell and didn't counterattack proactively, it would trigger the golden light to gather and counterattack passively when these sinister things attacked. Hence, the Yin souls were injured. Vajra protection talisman? The old Taoist looked surprised, then showed joy. Haha, using such a precious spirit talisman, it seems you're from a wealthy background. Once I capture you, all your valuable items shall be mine. Qin Feng smiled bitterly at the Taoist's words. This old Taoist was indeed merciless and greedy, wanting to kill him and take his belongings just because he utilized a spirit talisman. Little did the Taoist know, except for the talisman given by Li Tianqiu, Qin Feng had nothing of worth, not even a single spirit stone. Senior, it's a misunderstanding. I come from a small family, I have nothing of value. I advise you not to target me, else you might regret it. As he spoke, he took out another cold ice sword talisman. This was a spirit talisman personally crafted by Li Tianqiu. Li Tianqiu, a 9-layer foundation establishment sword cultivator, his sword Qi's spirit talismans were not to be taken lightly. Otherwise, he wouldn't boast about handling common foundation establishment cultivators. However, the aura exuded by this black-robed old Taoist was obviously far above a common foundation establishment cultivator. After all, Qin Feng's family had several foundation establishment cultivators. But how could Li Tianqiu let him leave alive? He gave chase, and the two fought continuously in the mountain forest, startling the birds and causing the beasts to flee in all directions. Qin Feng and his companions saw that the black-robed Taoist and Li Tianqiu were fighting farther and farther away. Only then did they relax and walk towards the array. On the way, they saw Chun Hu and the others. At first, they thought Chun Hu and his group had perished, but after Qin Yang checked, he found that they were not dead, just unconscious due to the evil qi entering their bodies. Upon careful thought, it seemed reasonable. After all, Chun Hu and his companions were merely acquired martial artists. In the eyes of cultivators, they were mere mortals. There was no need to use powerful spells against them. The earth-splitting barbaric bull was an ordinary spiritual beast with great strength and a relatively gentle nature, possessing the earth-splitting divine power. They were reared by the family to help plow the spiritual farmland. Qin Long and his son followed the fifth elder directly to the family's spirit fruit garden. The spirit fruit garden had walls around it, with many prohibitions set up within to prevent birds and beasts from entering and stealing the spirit fruits. Logically, with these prohibitions in place, no demon beast should have been able to intrude. Yet, the spiritual toad had done just that, leaving everyone puzzled as to where this little creature had come from. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 20 Ambush in the Dark. Qin family's spirit fruit garden was not very large, covering more than a dozen acres and planted with 7 or 8 kinds of spirit fruit trees. Although most of the spirit fruits had not yet matured, Qin Feng still caught a whiff of enticing fruit fragrance as he entered. However, apart from the 30% of the spirit fruits that needed to be handed over to the sect, most of the remaining fruits would be sold by the family to exchange for other spiritual objects to supplement household expenses. Therefore, the number of spirit fruits that the Qin family cultivators could receive each year was not much. This year, however, it might be even less, because a spiritual toad, which appeared from nowhere, devoured a large quantity of spirit fruits. If it was not dealt with soon, there might not be any harvest of spirit fruits this year. If it had been a common spiritual toad, that would be fine. Even a few more demon beasts would not have mattered. But this spiritual toad had an astonishing appetite. Though it did not look large, it could easily devour food more than 100 times its own weight. As Qin Long and the others arrived, the 5 or 6 family cultivators who were carefully guarding the garden came forward one after another. They were the spirit plant cultivators responsible for this orchard. Spirit fruit trees were relatively more difficult to manage than ordinary spirit grains and other objects. Therefore, the income of a few cultivators in the spirit fruit garden was higher compared to other ordinary family members. However, this year's spirit fruits had encountered a problem, undoubtedly causing their income to decrease. Thus, these cultivators were also anxious. When they saw the 5th elder bringing Qin Long, they immediately gathered to ask about the situation. Look at those few spirit fruit trees that matured earlier. Within less than 2 days, they were entirely devoured by that spiritual toad. The 5th elder led Qin Long and his son to the depths of the garden, pointing angrily at several spirit fruit trees. Following the direction pointed out by the 5th elder, Qin Feng saw several spirit fruit trees that should have been full of ripe fruits. Now, only a few green fruits hung on the branches, and his heart ached instantly. In just 2 days, that foul toad devoured so many spirit fruits. Was it trying to cut off the Qin family's source of income? After passing the family evaluation at the end of the year, he would be sent to the Beast-controlling Sect. At that time, he would need the family's support to provide some cultivation resources. If this year's spirit fruits failed, and they could not exchange them for enough spirit stones, he probably would not receive much support from the family upon entering the Beast-controlling Sect. So, this toad was not only robbing the family's spirit fruits but also essentially robbing his cultivation resources. It was intolerable. Initially, he had considered taking a look at the spiritual beast to broaden his horizons. But now, those thoughts vanished, and he only wanted to deal with the spiritual beast as soon as possible. Most people were like this, indifferent when it did not concern them, holding a mentality of watching the excitement without being affected. But when it involved their own interests, it was a different matter altogether. Undoubtedly, the theft of spirit fruits by the spiritual toad had infringed upon Qin Feng's interests. So, with anger in his eyes, he surveyed the orchard's surroundings, but found no unusual signs. Qin Long frowned at those spirit fruit trees that had been completely devoured. So many have been stolen? Indeed. If this continues, the family might have to save some resources from elsewhere to meet the spirit objects required for the tribute to the Beast-controlling Sect. The fifth elder said helplessly. Besides, I don't know where that beast broke through the prohibition. I personally checked it once but found no sign of the prohibition being damaged. Oh. Qin Long was a bit surprised. It could actually sneak in without damaging the prohibition. Could it be some special spiritual beast? Although the prohibition in this spirit fruit garden was not too sophisticated, it was enough to ward off ordinary demon beasts. He did not expect any demon beast to sneak in without a sound. It likely had some unique bloodline divine power, otherwise it wouldn't be easy to achieve this. With this thought, Qin Long's interest grew. He cast a spell, from which his eyes emitted a flash of spirit light as he investigated for a moment, finding no trace of the demon beast. Then he stretched out his hand, grabbed the air, and sniffed. Yes, there is indeed demon energy here. Seeing his son looking at him curiously, Qin Long smiled and said, "This is the Smell Wind skill, a spell researched by a predecessor in the Beast-controlling Sect specifically for detecting demon energy. Sect spells cannot be passed outside, so I can't teach you. However, this spell is one of the most common spells in the Beast-controlling Sect. Once you become an outer disciple of the Beast-controlling Sect, you will naturally learn it." Qin Feng nodded upon hearing this, feeling more eager to join the Beast-controlling Sect. Qin Long's nose sniffed lightly from time to time, following the direction of the demon energy, gradually reaching the spirit well within the spirit fruit garden. Peering into the well, he found no trace of the spiritual toad. He was about to release the green-eyed spirit snake from the spiritual beast bag to explore the well. The green-eyed spirit snake also excelled in water environments, moving freely. This was why the old clan chief had sent the fifth elder to seek Qin Long's help. However, Qin Long soon stopped his actions and did not summon the green-eyed spirit snake. If the spiritual toad sensed the aura of the green-eyed spirit snake and hid, it might be difficult to find. If the issue wasn't resolved in one go and the spiritual toad became wary, capturing it later would be even harder. He couldn't guard the spirit fruit garden every day. What if the spiritual toad came back to steal the spirit fruits again? Qin Long turned to the fifth elder and asked, "Uncle Wu, does the spiritual toad steal the spirit fruits regularly?" The fifth elder thought for a moment and said, "The spiritual toad usually comes out to steal and eat in the afternoon when people are few or at night when no one is around." "I see." Qin Long looked at the sun, which had just begun to set, and said, "In that case, could you please ask everyone to leave the spirit fruit garden for now? I will stay hidden and see what abilities that demon beast has, which dares to linger in our Qin family's spirit fruit garden. Be careful, try not to damage the spirit fruit trees during the fight. These have been cultivated by the family for many years to grow to this stage." The fifth elder pointed to a few particularly tall spirit fruit trees with some concern and reminded, "Especially these few, which are several hundred years old, bear fruit once every 10 years. You must protect them. Don't worry, Uncle Wu." "I know." Qin Long nodded, comforting him with a smile. Seeing this, the fifth elder said no more and led the few family members out of the orchard. Qin Feng did not leave. He came specifically to broaden his horizons with his father, naturally unwilling to leave without even seeing the demon beast. Besides, with his low strength, as long as he kept his distance, he need not worry about alarming the spiritual toad. As for Qin Long, with his level of Dao cultivation, casting the Qi concealing technique should pose no problem in deceiving the spiritual toad. After all, the spiritual toad was not strong. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been wary of the spirit plant cultivators in the orchard. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverse@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 21. The frog in the well wants to swallow the sky. Dozens of feet away from the spiritual well, behind a spirit fruit tree that was 600 or 700 years old, the father and son duo hid quietly. Qin Long used the concealing breath technique, not a trace of aura leaking from his body. Demon beasts were mostly highly perceptive. If that spiritual toad detected the aura of a Foundation establishment cultivator, it wouldn't dare show itself easily. However, Qin Long was from the Beast-controlling Sect and had learned many techniques to deal with demon beasts, so concealing his own aura was relatively easier for him. Of course, this was also because his Dao cultivation was much higher than that of the spiritual beast. If it were a demon beast of the same level, it would require a more advanced technique to hide one's aura at such a close distance. Qin Feng, on the other hand, didn't mind. As a mere small Qi refinement realm cultivator at the second level, his aura became even weaker after Qin Long cast a spell on him, making him seem like an ordinary mortal who didn't understand cultivation. The father and son hid behind the tree, secretly watching the spiritual well, waiting for the appearance of the spiritual toad. Time passed slowly bit by bit. The air was still, and the scorching sun made the sand on the ground hot. The branches and leaves of the spirit fruit tree wilted listlessly. If it weren't for Qin Feng having already stepped onto the path of cultivation and being able to use his cultivation technique to resist the heat, he would have been complaining loudly by now. Just as he was getting a bit impatient, his father gently pulled him. Qin Feng was startled and quickly followed his father's gaze. From the spiritual well dozens of feet away, a faint sound of water suddenly came. Then, they saw a completely green spiritual toad, only the size of a child's fist, leap from the bottom of the well, crouching on the sun-heated edge of the well, seemingly unconcerned about the temperature. Its snow-white belly puffed up and down, and its lively eyes scanned around. After finding no signs of human presence, it let out a few soft croaks and jumped down from the edge of the well. Just as the fifth elder described, this spiritual toad jumped as if it were flying. With a slight hop, it landed several feet away. In just a few hops, it arrived under a spirit fruit tree not far from Qin Feng and his father. Its mouth opened, a flash of light appeared, and the spiritual toad extended its long tongue to roll up a bright red spirit fruit and swallowed it. The spirit fruit was quite large, even bigger than the spiritual toad itself, but as the toad's tongue retracted into its mouth, it swallowed the spirit fruit effortlessly. Huh! Qin Long was surprised. It's actually a swallowing sky toad? No wonder it's so voracious. Swallowing sky toad. Qin Feng looked at his father in confusion. He had not seen any records of the swallowing sky toad in the spiritual beast atlas of the family's scripture pavilion. Qin Long didn't answer him, because, just as he spoke, the swallowing sky toad had already sensed his presence. The toad's body suddenly turned. Its round, beady eyes looked toward the two hiding behind the tree with a mix of doubt and caution. Qin Long chuckled lightly, no longer hiding. He stood up and walked toward the swallowing sky toad, speaking as he went. The swallowing sky toad is a very special type of toad demon beast, known to devour the sky. It's not simple. Its belly forms its own space. This type of spiritual toad is rare in number. After refining its cultivation to great success, it's extremely powerful. If swallowed into the space within its belly, one's life and death would be entirely at its mercy. But unfortunately, this demon beast is too difficult to nurture. The swallowing sky toad requires a tremendous amount of spiritual objects to grow its internal space and advance in cultivation. As its cultivation progresses, the resources it needs will increase. The cultivation resources that could nurture thousands of disciples in a sect might not even be enough to raise a single swallowing sky toad. He sighed regretfully. He had hoped to catch a spiritual beast that, even if he couldn't use, could be sold to provide cultivation resources for his son. But this swallowing sky toad was too expensive to keep, leaving him feeling helpless. It seemed the family's spirit fruit garden losses this year were inevitable. After all, no one would buy such a massive eater to raise. If the swallowing sky toad had advanced to a second-rank demon beast, it would be better. It could be sold to artifact refiners to make space artifacts using its internal space. But judging by its current state, it was only in the late stage of the first rank. Its internal space was too small to be useful. Demon beasts were classified from the lowest first rank to the highest ninth rank. A first-rank demon beast was equivalent to a cultivator in the chi refinement realm, while a second rank was akin to a foundation establishment cultivation, and so on. Above the ninth rank was the realm of demon immortals. Qin Long sighed regretfully, forming hand seals and preparing to cast a spell. Since he couldn't recover the family's losses, he would avoid causing more damage. He cast a spell, Draw a Prison, intending to trap the swallowing sky toad and then kill it. Unexpectedly, the swallowing sky toad was incredibly agile. Just as Qin Long's spell fell, it leaped out of the spell's range. With a few more hops, it jumped back to the spiritual well and dove in. Qin Long was a moment too slow to catch the toad, his face darkening. As a foundation establishment cultivator, even though beast-taming sect cultivators relied heavily on their spiritual beasts, making their battle power relatively weak, it was shameful to fail to catch a first-rank late-stage demon beast. Angered, Qin Long summoned his green-eyed spirit snake. The snake quickly understood its mission, slithering down the well wall. It moved as if the smooth well wall were flat ground, with no risk of falling. The green-eyed spirit snake slipped into the well water, tracking the swallowing sky toad scent. Qin Feng closed his eyes, sending a wisp of divine sense into the snake, keeping a close watch on the toad fleeing underwater. Let's see where you can run in this underground stream. The green-eyed spirit snake's vertical pupils glowed with a green light, locking onto the swallowing sky toad. Even in the total darkness of the underground stream, it could see the toad clearly. Nearby, Qin Long waited with a smile for the green-eyed spirit snake to bring the toad back. But soon his brow furrowed. The swallowing sky toad swam almost as fast as the green-eyed spirit snake, fleeing in a straight line and quickly covering miles without stopping. The special beast taming technique allowed Qin Long to attach his divine sense to the snake. Otherwise, even a foundation establishment cultivator's divine sense couldn't reach so far. In the underground stream, the green-eyed spirit snake chased the swallowing sky toad. Suddenly, light appeared ahead, an exit to the surface. The toad leapt out of the water and slipped into nearby vegetation. For the snake, this was no problem. It locked onto the toad's scent and continued the chase. However, when it emerged and saw the surroundings, the snake quickly retreated and returned the way it came. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverse@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 22. Sword Washing Pond. Beside the spiritual well, Qin Feng walked over and leaned in to take a few glances into the well. However, apart from seeing his own reflection of a handsome youth in the clear well water, he saw nothing else. Straightening his collar in the water's reflection, Qin Feng withdrew his gaze and looked towards his father, preparing to ask about the swallowing sky toad again. As a novice cultivator, he was very interested in all the knowledge about the cultivation world. However, when he looked at his father, he suddenly paused, because he noticed his father's face was a bit ashen. "What's wrong, father? Did that swallowing sky toad escape?" Qin Feng asked. In his mind, it was possible that the swallowing sky toad had depended on its small size to squeeze into a tight tunnel under the spiritual well to evade the green-eyed spirit snake's pursuit. The green-eyed spirit snake was so large that many small tunnels couldn't accommodate it. Qin Long's face was grim. He took a deep breath and whispered, "That little thing did escape, but it wasn't because the green-eyed spirit snake couldn't catch it. We just can't pursue it any further." Why? Qin Feng asked in surprise. Because the swallowing sky toad fled to the surface, and that area is the Huang family's stronghold in the northern part of the city. Qin Long smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that the underground stream from this spiritual well would connect to the Huang family's sword-washing pond.
Ah.
Qin Feng was stunned. The Huang family's sword-washing pond? He looked puzzled, not expecting such an outcome. The Huang family in the northern part of Kun City was a vassal of Tai Mountain Golden Light Cave. Although Tai Mountain Golden Light Cave was a sword cultivation sect, the Huang family did not establish their foothold in Kun City through sword Dao. The Huang family truly relied on their sword forging skills to survive. Of course, their sword forging inheritance was quite ordinary, with few masterpieces. It was said that the Huang family's most powerful elder once forged a flying sword of spiritual artifact level 20 years ago. After offering it to Tai Mountain Golden Light Cave, they received a reward. The truth of this matter was uncertain. According to Qin Feng's father, Tai Mountain Golden Light Cave wouldn't regard the Huang family highly just because of a single spiritual artifact-level flying sword. Moreover, since then, that great elder of the Huang family had never forged another spiritual artifact flying sword, leading many to speculate in private that the elder might have been exceptionally lucky that time. The entire Qin family believed this, and hearing it often, Qin Feng thought the same. The Huang family controlled a small refined iron mine in a mountain in the northern part of the city. Each year, they could forge dozens of magic swords and other magic artifacts, selling them in their shop in Teeling County to exchange for cultivation resources, which was completely different from the Qin family's focus on farming the spiritual fields. Usually the two families mocked each other. The Qin family called them blacksmiths, while the Huang family ridiculed them as farmers. Both families could hardly see eye to eye and rarely avoided verbal sparring when they met. However, the conflicts between the Qin and Huang families were limited to verbal disputes and rarely escalated to physical fights. It was not that they didn't want to, but their strength was similar. Fighting recklessly would only result in casualties, which was not worth it. Yet, fierce battles were not absent. About 120 years ago, several promising young members of the Qin family died in succession, leaving only one foundation establishment cultivator to hold the fort. The Huang family seized the opportunity to attack, nearly exterminating them. It wasn't until Qin Guanbao, who had advanced to foundation establishment in his sect and had the formidable shadow leopard spiritual beast, returned with a few sect mates, that the Qin family managed to withstand the Huang family's offensive. If not for Qin Guanbao's timely return upon receiving the news, the Qin family might have been annihilated, and their 300 acres of spiritual fields would have become the foundation of the Huang family's rise. The Qin family, too, did not miss opportunities to hit the Huang family when they were down. So, in no time, with the continuous flow of spiritual energy from the demon refining pot, he was on the verge of breaking through to the third layer of qi refinement. According to his senses, even after consuming half of the spiritual energy refined by the demon refining pot, if he absorbed and refined all of it, he could advance a small step further in the third layer of qi refinement. However, now was not a good time to break through. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain himself when he returned. He and Qin Yang had set out to hunt a green wolf demon. If he returned having broken through to the third layer of qi refinement, it would definitely attract attention and questioning. He quickly stopped refining the spiritual energy, mentally communicating with the demon refining pot to store the spiritual energy temporarily for future use. Nonetheless, he was in an extremely good mood. Without the demon refining pot, advancing to the third layer of qi refinement purely through self-cultivation would have taken at least 1 to 2 years. Now, however, refining a few ordinary monkey demons allowed him to break through in cultivation. This feeling was truly exhilarating. He used the divine movement technique to rush towards the meeting point while examining the magic artifacts in his hands. The 2 storage bags had the divine sense imprint of Huang family cultivators, which he couldn't open for now, so he set them aside for later. Nevertheless, the magic artifacts in his hands brought him considerable delight. Among them was a top-grade flying sword, a middle-grade casting hammer, and the spiritual net that had earlier bound several monkey demons in one go. Qin Feng found the spiritual net quite intriguing. After careful inspection, he discovered it was a middle-grade binding spirit net, likely woven from the silk of some kind of spiritual silkworm. Though it looked no larger than a palm, and its spirit light was faint, it was incredibly tenacious. Once cast, it could cover an area of several yards. Whether human or demon, anyone bound within it would be imprisoned, unable to use their spiritual power unless they broke free. Qin Feng felt an itch to test it out on something to see how effective it was. However, considering this binding spirit net had been refined by a Huang family cultivator, it would be very inconvenient to use unless the divine power imprint left by the Huang family cultivator was removed. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and then mobilized the spiritual energy within the demon refining pot, aggressively attacking the divine power imprint within the binding spirit net. The Huang family cultivator had only recently entered the late stage of qi refinement, so the divine power imprint left in the magic artifact was not very strong. It was quickly erased by the fierce spiritual energy of the demon refining pot. Qin Feng immediately placed his own spiritual power imprint into it, refining the artifact into his own treasure. The classification of magic artifacts was simple. Each set of 9 prohibitions constituted a grade. From 1 to 9 prohibitions, it was a basic-level magic artifact. From 9 to 18, a middle-grade magic artifact, and so on. Anything with over 36 prohibitions was considered to have reached the level of a spiritual artifact. The binding spirit net was merely a middle-grade magic artifact with 18 prohibitions. Qin Feng quickly subjected it to a simple refining process using his spiritual power. Although it would require more frequent refining to seamlessly operate it in the future, it was already usable now. Having refined it successfully, he joyfully toyed with the binding spirit net. Apart from the demon refining pot, this was the first magic artifact he had obtained. After examining it for a while, he could tell that this was not a magic artifact crafted by the Huang family. Although the Huang family specialized in artifact refining as their heritage, they only focused on casting swords and other metal and iron magic artifacts. They weren't skilled in refining binding and prohibition-type magic artifacts. Half an hour later, Qin Yang saw Qin Feng's approaching figure and breathed a sigh of relief. "How is it? You weren't recognized by the Huang family cultivators, were you?" he asked worriedly. "Rest assured." Qin Feng reassured with a smile. He then took out the 2 storage bags, the heart-clearing jade, and the 3 magic artifacts, and said with a grin, "The harvest wasn't bad, but these things shouldn't be shown off, otherwise it might attract the Huang family's attention. Later, I'll ask my dad to sell these items at a market, exchange them for spirit stones or other cultivation resources, and then split them with Brother Yang." Good, huh? That Huang Yilong's attempt to snatch our green wolf demon this time ended up quite the opposite. Qin Yang rejoiced, not expecting Qin Feng to have acquired so many good items. If all these things were exchanged for cultivation spirit stones, he would receive quite a share. Additionally, being at the peak of the 6th layer of qi refinement, he needed resources for cultivation and advancement. If he received those items, he was confident he could charge straight into the 7th layer of qi refinement. "Little Feng, you will soon be entering the sect and need spirit stones more than I do. I won't take much from this haul. Later, tell your 7th uncle to get me a few elixir pills that will help break through the 6th layer of qi refinement." Qin Yang beamed, but remained modest. Who could be so brazen to steal from our Huang family, seeking death? The Great Elder shouted sternly, "Notify the family head immediately, gather all family cultivators, block all nearby roads, and search for any suspicious traces." "Yes, Great Elder." At that moment, no one cared about disturbing the family head's cultivation. Some cultivators used the divine movement technique and sped towards the family residence to inform the family head of the intruder in the weapon-casting valley and to gather everyone to search the area. The Great Elder, with a grim face, circled the weapon-casting valley multiple times. Not only did he fail to find any non-family members, but he completely lost contact with his refining hammer. He knew the thief must have used some method to conceal the hammer's aura, preventing him from sensing it. But he couldn't fathom that the thief was actually a swallowing sky toad, only the size of a child's fist. The space within the swallowing sky toad was much superior to the forcibly modified spaces like those created through the prohibition technique of a storage bag. With its internal space, it was impossible for the Great Elder to sense the aura of his magic artifact. The Huang family was in chaos. Upon hearing about the weapon-casting valley theft, family head Huang Tingyuan was furious, mobilizing all the family cultivators to lock down Kun City and all nearby escape routes. Given the commotion, the Qin family soon caught wind of it. The Qin family would never approve of Kun City's lockdown as many of their businesses required active operations. Fortunately, the Huang family cultivators didn't intend to trouble the Qin family, preventing a conflict between the two. Receiving news of the theft at the Huang family's weapon-casting valley, the Qin family mainly saw it as a joke and had no intention of provoking the Huang family at this time. While the Huang family conducted a thorough search, Qin Feng walked briskly to the spirit fruit garden. The family members tending the spirit fruit garden had grown accustomed to him, making rounds there. To maintain appearances, Qin Feng genuinely learned about caring for spirit plants from the elders. Given his high growth potential and sweet-talking nature, the uncles were fond of him, willingly imparting their knowledge, hoping he would progress in the beast-taming sect and grow strong enough to protect the family. However, this morning, Qin Feng informed them that he would focus his efforts elsewhere, no longer coming to learn, which they found regrettable. Yet, they didn't want to waste his time learning other skills and gave him a few spirit fruits as he left. The caregivers who had long worked in the spirit fruit garden considered this a minimal benefit, and giving Qin Feng some spirit fruits wasn't a big deal. They had no idea that Qin Feng had, meanwhile, gone to the spiritual well to retrieve the swallowing sky toad. The swallowing sky toad wasn't pleased. It had hoped its master would let it feast in the spirit fruit garden, but instead, it had to lurk in the water for days, only to return with a belly full of iron. P.S. Brothers, while others release 1 or 2 chapters during the new book period, I post 3 chapters a day, showing my sincerity. How about showing some support with recommendation votes? All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverse@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 35, Making a Big Profit. In the room, Qin Feng held the swallowing sky toad in one hand and the Lingqi flying sword gold-plated slash in the other, feeling very satisfied. A spiritual artifact, the Qin family hadn't accumulated many spiritual artifacts over the years. Although this was related to the Qin family investing most of their resources in spiritual beasts, it also demonstrated the preciousness of spiritual artifacts. However, this flying sword was crafted by the Huang family Great Elder. He couldn't openly use it, otherwise, if the Huang family discovered it, they wouldn't let him off easily. Moreover, he couldn't let his father help dispose of the things obtained this time because he hadn't yet joined the beast-taming sect, making it hard to explain how he subdued the swallowing sky toad. But it didn't matter. After joining the sect in a while, he could openly sell this gold-plated slash to others. Although the beast-taming sect disciples mainly focused on beast taming, they didn't completely avoid using magic artifacts. They just didn't value magic artifacts as much as spiritual beasts. Even though the gold-plated slash was just a low-rank spiritual artifact flying sword, it was worth several hundred spirit stones. Moreover, this flying sword was very eye-catching with its golden shine, making it very marketable. In addition to the gold-plated slash, he had also acquired the iron hammer and the artifact refining furnace used by the Huang family Great Elder for weapon casting, along with quite a few artifact refining materials. He estimated that if he sold all these items, he could get at least 3,000 to 4,000 spirit stones. Mainly because the artifact refining furnace was quite valuable. Even though the refining furnace was only of middle-rank spiritual artifact quality, its special nature made its price no less than that of a top-level spiritual artifact. However, such a thing could only be sold to artifact refiners, unlike top-level spiritual artifacts that had a broader audience. Although he was tempted, Qin Feng didn't take out the large iron hammer and the refining furnace. Instead, he had the swallowing sky toad place these two items in the demon refining pot to prevent the Huang family Great Elder from sensing them and finding him. The space within the demon refining pot was far more powerful than the space within the swallowing sky toad. Even if the Huang family Great Elder was at the Foundation establishment late stage, he wouldn't be able to sense its presence even if he became an immortal. Qin Feng joyfully put away the gold-plated slash. With these resources as a foundation, he felt much more secure. Otherwise, he would only be slightly better off than ordinary disciples without family support. After all, the Qin family wasn't a large clan and couldn't just provide him with cultivation resources worth thousands of spirit stones all at once. Qin Feng stroked the smooth, glossy skin of the swallowing sky toad, smiling with satisfaction. Acquiring this swallowing sky toad was a good deal. Although it was a super big eater, it instinctively controlled space divine power, allowing it to confine its demon energy within a certain space around it. Because the demon energy didn't leak outward, it had a strong deceptive quality, making it hard to detect unless specifically observed. This allowed it to wander and devour spiritual objects without being killed by other demon beasts early on. Its aura wouldn't be noticed, and when the opponent discovered it, it would be within a very close range, making it easy for the swallowing sky toad to launch a successful surprise attack. The swallowing sky toad's belly swelled, emitting soft gurgling sounds. Due to their mental connection, Qin Feng understood it. This guy was asking for food. Qin Feng smiled wryly. He had just praised it, and now it was begging for food. He shook his head helplessly. It had just accomplished a feat, so it deserved a reward. He took out all the spirit fruits that his clan members had given him from the spirit fruit garden. Seeing the spirit fruits, the swallowing sky toad croaked happily twice, then opened its mouth wide and rolled its tongue, swallowing the spirit fruits one by one. At this moment, footsteps of Qin Long came from outside the courtyard. He excitedly walked in, saying with a smile, "Feng, good news, have you heard? The Huang family's sword-casting valley was robbed. Last night, someone broke into the sword-casting valley and stole all the artifact refining materials that the Huang family had spent a fortune on, as well as their ancestral refining furnace. The stolen spiritual objects were worth thousands of spirit stones in total. Haha, this will deeply wound the Huang family's vital energy. After all, they exhausted their family funds to buy those artifact refining materials, hoping their great elder could craft some spiritual artifacts to sell and make a big profit. They didn't expect this mishap. Humph, let's see how they can cultivate Huang Yulong now. Feng, the Huang family's next generation is done for. When you join the Beast-controlling Sect, you must train hard. If you reach Foundation establishment in 20 years and the Huang family's next generation doesn't have cultivators advancing, our Qin family might avenge the past grudges and seize the Huang family's mines, enhancing our family power." Saying this, Qin Long's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. 120 years ago, our Qin family was in a precarious state, almost wiped out by the Huang family. If it weren't for our family head advancing successfully in the sect and bringing back some helpers, our family's properties would have been taken by the Huang family long ago. Now, the Huang family Great Elder is old and may not hold on for long. If their next generation fails to rise, it will be our Qin family's opportunity for revenge. Qin Feng replied, "Father, don't worry. I will train diligently and strive to advance as soon as possible." He had heard about the family's crisis a century ago from his father and other elders numerous times. Such oral teachings ensured that the younger generation didn't forget the crisis, prompting them to train harder under pressure. Qin Long nodded with satisfaction, then looked around curiously. "I think I heard a frog croaking while I was outside the courtyard." This. Qin Feng didn't know how to answer for a moment, feeling a bit awkward. Seeing his son's embarrassed look, Qin Long suddenly realized, "Was that you mimicking a frog?" "Yes." Qin Feng replied reluctantly, "I was just playing around." He couldn't continue. Admitting that he was mimicking a frog at his age would be very embarrassing if it got out. Haha, never mind, never mind. My son is still young. A bit of playfulness is normal. Seeing his son's youthful appearance, Qin Long couldn't help but laugh heartily. This son had been sensible since childhood and rarely misbehaved. He hadn't expected him to have such a childlike side. Seeing his father's doting look, Qin Feng felt helpless. He was being treated as a child. But fortunately, his father wasn't a gossip and wouldn't casually tell others about his embarrassment. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 36. The Girl Qin Shi. Kuan City was located in the southwest. Even in winter, the trees and plants in the forest only dulled in color slightly, without shedding many leaves. However, the air in the forest became extremely chilly, and few were willing to go out during this time. Of course, cultivators didn't pay much attention to such a chilly atmosphere. Qin Feng walked leisurely in the outer forest of Qifeng Mountain. Because he never ventured deep, he seldom encountered danger. Even if he came across some tigers, leopards, wolves, or bears with his current strength at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, dealing with these ordinary beasts was not a problem. Moreover, he was accompanied by a swallowing sky toad. Ribbit, ribbit. Several croaks came from the forest, and the shadow of the swallowing sky toad flashed, leaping out from the depths of the forest and landing on Qin Feng's shoulder. In the past few months, Qin Feng had taken it into the mountains nearly every day to forage for food. With the swallowing sky toad's strength equivalent to the late stage of Qi refinement, there was almost no danger in the outer area of Qifeng Mountain. Qin Feng followed behind, searching the forest for rare spiritual medicines and occasionally coming across a few spiritual trees. He had tried to transplant those spiritual trees into the demon refining pot, but unfortunately, the pot had no spiritual energy, so the trees couldn't survive. Instead, the pot absorbed all the spiritual energy within the trees. During this time, the swallowing sky toad also hunted several demon beasts, which Qin Feng refined using the demon refining pot, slightly increasing his cultivation. It's time to go back. Qin Feng looked at the sky, reached out to hold the cool body of the swallowing sky toad, chuckled lightly, and turned to walk out of the mountain. Today was the day for the family selection to compete for disciple quotas. Although the family head had directly given him one of the spots upon showing his cultivation at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, and there was no need to compete with other youths, he still needed to make some preparations. After all, once the selection was over, they would head to the commandery and follow the elder from the Beast-controlling Sect, who came to Teeling County to recruit disciples, back to the sect's mountain gate. His father likely had many things to say to him. Even though what needed to be said had already been said, his father only had him as a son, and after raising him with difficulty, the separation was bound to be filled with reluctance. Then, in Qin Feng's stunned gaze, he watched as the normally stern and serious old family master flirted openly with the buxom, beautiful woman at the entrance of Baihua Pavilion. Go on, you old rascal. When I was young, you bullied me no small amount. Now that I'm an old lady past my prime, you obviously don't fancy me anymore, so why come and tease me for no good reason? Yunyang was stunningly beautiful with a voluptuous figure, like a ripe peach, exuding an allure unique to mature women. She pushed Qin Guanbao's hands away, while taking a quick glance at Qin Feng, trailing a couple of steps behind. Seeing this young man's tall figure and handsome face, she couldn't help but take a few more looks. Compared to the old man Qin Guanbao, a vibrant and handsome young man like this was far more captivating to a woman's gaze. Especially for a woman of her age. In her younger years, Yunyang had been an oiran at Baihua Pavilion. But as she grew older, knowing she could not compete with the younger, more attractive girls, she smartly stepped down early, ceding the title of oiran to other women. Instead, she used her skills to become the manager of Baihua Pavilion, responsible for training the girls on how to better serve men. After stepping down as Oiran, she had never been touched by a man again and sometimes felt lonely. Seeing such a tender and handsome young man, she instinctively felt a slight fondness. Especially when compared to the groping old man in front of her, the young man seemed all the more exceptional. As someone who had seen all walks of life, Yunyang could tell from the young man's shocked expression that he was undoubtedly inexperienced, probably never having visited such a place of debauchery before. She asked Qin Guanbao, "It's rare for you to bring someone along. It's quite novel today. You've even brought a young master with you. May I ask how this young master is addressed?" Upon being questioned, Qin Guanbao instantly sobered up, and the eyes that had been somewhat intoxicated by the spiritual wine became clear in a moment. Then he remembered that Qin Feng was following behind him. Oh no, didn't the youngster see everything that just happened? It was all over. The image that he had struggled so hard to maintain was utterly destroyed. Although he didn't care much about his image in front of others, and even his old friends knew his preferences, he still cared about his image in front of the younger members of his family. Qin Guanbao felt troubled. The spiritual wine he had drunk today had been too potent. It was just that he had greedily consumed a couple more pots, but how on earth did he end up bringing this kid along? He turned back and glanced at Qin Feng, remembering what he had said on the way about showing him around, and his face couldn't help but flush. But now that they were here, he couldn't very well send him back, could he? Better to think of a way to remedy the situation. Ahem, this is my junior relative. Today, the family head of the Qian family from Lu City, Qian Wanchong, is hosting me at the Snow Lotus Courtyard, and I'm merely bringing him here to see some old friends. Oh, is that so? Then let this servant take you there. Yunyang's smile did not wane, but not a hint of flirtation showed. Instead, she appeared rather dignified, much like a lady of a great clan, possessing an elegant air that seemed untouchable. Is this the young master's first visit to our Baihua Pavilion? You must come more often in the future. I'll introduce some girls to you later, guaranteeing you'll be satisfied. Saying this, she giggled, her fan partially covering her face, her gaze dancing with a mix of modesty and allure. If you think the young ladies don't know how to attend to guests, you can come looking for me. Although Qin Feng was not inexperienced in matters of love, the feeling of being teased by an older sister still made his face heat up and his heart race, and his face showed a hint of embarrassment. However, to a woman like Yunyang who had seen it all, she found the shyness of such a young man even more appealing. Seeing him like this, she let out a bell-like laugh, about to tease the young brother a bit more when Qin Guanbao, the old coot, reached out and slapped her plump and curvy behind with a smack. Qin Guanbao scolded with a laugh. "Stop trying to seduce my nephew. We are here on serious business today. Lead the way." Yunyang rolled her eyes at him. Serious business? What serious business could there be at a place like the Baihua Pavilion? But she didn't ruin the moment. Instead, with a beaming smile, she gave Qin Feng a quick glance with her charming eyes and turned to lead the way. Compared to the old curmudgeon Qin Guanbao, she preferred the innocently youthful Qin Feng. As they passed several courtyards, the sounds of music and the playful laughter of women could be heard, itching at one's desires. Yet Qin Guanbao was pretending to be calm, displaying an image of moral integrity that left Qin Feng speechless at his side. "You're already in this kind of place. Why keep up such a pretense? Are you expecting me to forget everything I saw just now?" Qin Guanbao felt unsure within, frowning and pondering along the way, wondering if there was any chance to salvage his image. But after much thought, the chances seemed slim. Unless Qin Feng was particularly easy to fool, the only solution seemed to be drawing him into join in the mire, so he'd be too embarrassed to mention tonight's events to others. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverse@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 43: Drunkenness in the Brothel. Snow Lotus Courtyard was a recently constructed complex within the Baihua Pavilion, designed to accommodate the beauties from the western regions. Perhaps it was out of curiosity. After all, the vast majority of people had never encountered the beauties of the Western regions in their lifetimes. Moreover, Baihua Pavilion had long been singing their praises to the skies. As a result, many seasoned patrons of pleasure quarters came to Snow Lotus Courtyard with a sense of novelty, eager to experience the charms of Western region women and discern how their physiques differed from those of the Southern domain. Under these circumstances, the prices at Snow Lotus Courtyard had been driven up by Baihua Pavilion, making it now one of the most lucrative places. In such a scenario, being able to invite a couple of good friends to gather here was definitely a matter of great prestige. After all, this was tantamount to booking the entire Snow Lotus Courtyard, a decidedly expensive affair. And tonight, the man basking in this prestigious company was none other than the family head of the Qian family from Lu City, Qian Wancheng. Within the hall, exotic tunes filled the air as several lightly veiled women from the western regions swayed and twisted their bodies like serpents. They danced enchantingly, stirring the senses. Their dancing figures were alluring, almost like a group of demons in a wild dance, or seductive snake-like banshees, compelling one to almost fling themselves into their arms and join the dance. Qian Wancheng sat at the center, softly chatting and laughing with Yang Kaidai, the manager of the 10,000 Demons Pavilion, discussing the mystique of these Western region women. Just then, Yunyang led Qin Guanbao and Qin Feng into the room. The dancing girls had keen eyes. They subtly shifted their forms to clear a path in the middle. Yet, as they moved out of the way, they drew their bodies close to the young and the old men passing by. The near touches were tantalizing, almost causing Qin Feng, on the cusp of the rowdy years of youth, to embarrass himself. Having cultivated from a young age, his physical development was significantly more robust than his peers. Whether in energy or constitution, he far surpassed the ordinary, and had he not promptly harnessed his spiritual power to suppress certain impulses, there might have been some indescribable reactions when the Western region dancing girl's soft hands grazed his body. Qin Feng awkwardly avoided the woman's bodily touch, beginning to regret his decision to follow them inside. Not to mention that his mind was currently not set on the pleasures of the flesh. Even if he had harbored such thoughts, he surely wouldn't have gone to a brothel with the old family head. Haha, senior brother Qin is here. The two seated men greeted Qin Guanbao as they stood up. Yang Kaitai gave Qin Feng a surprised glance before turning to Qin Guanbao and asking, "Why did you bring the kid along?"
Cough.
Shielding Qin Feng behind him, Qin Guanbao covertly signaled to his two old friends, saying, "Earlier, while drinking with Xiao Jiu, I had a few too many cups. Coincidentally, I ran into this nephew of mine on the way, so I brought him along to broaden his horizons. There was no other intention." Cough. Well, Yunyang, could you tell the kitchen to prepare a papaya? I promised my nephew a taste of the Western region's papayas. Hearing this, Yunyang couldn't help but chuckle softly, then quickly covered her smiling face with a fan. Her beautiful eyes passed over Qin Feng. She acknowledged with a nod, and glided away. Qian Wancheng and Yang Kaitai immediately understood. Qin Guanbao must have misspoken after drinking too much and inadvertently brought along his junior relative in a haze. The portly Qian Wancheng laughed heartily. No matter, no matter. We old friends are also here to chat. We won't be doing anything else. However, speaking of the papayas from the western regions, they indeed have a unique flavor. The young friend really should have a taste. Come, young friend, sit here. Besides the papaya, the wines from the western regions are also quite rare. You must drink more today. As he spoke, the old master enthusiastically beckoned Qin Feng to take a seat and personally poured him a cup of amber-colored grape wine. Then, with a wave of his hand, two western region women, cloaked in sheer veils exposing their fair arms and waists, crowded around and seated Qin Feng. Qin Guanbao glared. He knew full well that Qian Wancheng was doing this deliberately. Otherwise, the man wouldn't act so despite the clear hints he had given. Yet Qian Wancheng appeared completely unabashed, enveloping a western region beauty in his arm and laughing heartily as he said to Qin Feng, "Young friend, just enjoy drinking and reveling to your heart's content, and pay no mind to anything else." I remember when I was a lad your age, I used to frequent places like this too. It's part of being young, isn't it? Otherwise, everyone would be like those old fogies, burying their heads in cultivation. What joy would there be in life? With a wry smile, Qin Feng extricated his hands from the entwining clutches of the women around him and cupped his fists towards Qian Wancheng. Thank you for your kind intentions, elder, but actually... Enough said, you're already here. Don't spoil the fun. Come on, let's drink. Qian Wancheng laughed heartily and raised his glass to invite everyone to drink together. Following his meaningful glance, a dancing girl sitting next to Qin Feng picked up a cup and brought it to his lips. Qin Feng had no choice but to drink the wine in the cup, assisted by the hand of the dancing girl. The grape wine was sweet to the taste, and a refreshing wave of spiritual energy rose up from his belly, almost equaling a full day's worth of cultivation. His eyes lit up, and when the dancing girl poured him another, he didn't refuse. Qin Guanbao, unsure of what to say, simply sat aside, chatting and laughing with his two old friends. Given he was in Qin Feng's presence, Qin Guanbao couldn't quite let loose. So instead of being waited on closely by the dancing girls from the western regions, he merely had one help with the wine, even maintaining a distance of more than a foot from her. This puzzled the dancing girl at his side. Family head Qin had not acted like this during previous visits. She remembered that he had been very interested in her then, his hands hardly behaving themselves. Why was he acting like a completely different person tonight? As they drank and talked, enjoying the song and dance of the western region's beauties, old Master Qian kept urging Qin Feng to drink more as if intending to get him drunk to witness some embarrassment. Fortunately, Fang Zheng soon shifted his gaze away from him and said lightly, "Go ahead." Xiao Jiu then hurriedly gathered his spirit, somewhat frantically approached the rope ladder, and using his light body skill, lightly tapped several times on the ladder and rather gracefully boarded the tower ship. After handing over the roster to Fang Zheng, Yan Zhongli stood beside Qianjiang, watching these young men and softly chatting. After seeing Xiao Jinglei's performance, he couldn't help but frown slightly and glanced at Qianjiang beside him, asking, "Is this the descendant of Zhao Tianyi? He doesn't look very impressive." Qianjiang shook his head. Although this year's disciples are fairly decent, if you're talking about outstanding talents, there are none. Even though that Zhao family boy has reached the late stage of qi refinement, his progress wasn't through his own painstaking cultivation but rather by relying on external forces to advance, merely staying ahead of others temporarily. He's not truly exceptional. He sighed inwardly, thinking that the disciples from Teeling County this year were just mediocre, no different from previous years. After all, geniuses are hard to come by easily. So it is. Yan Zhongli glanced over the group of youths a few times, then didn't bother to look further. As Qianjiang had said, these disciples were mediocre and none stood out. However, his face soon regained a smile. That's my greed talking. True, ordinary talents are plentiful, but those once-in-a-millennium cultivation seeds are naturally not as abundant. Discovering even one is a stroke of tremendous luck. Meanwhile, Fang Zheng was reciting the names of the youths selected from Teeling County, pausing to scrutinize each youth as they passed in front of him. Each youth scrutinized by him couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence deep in their hearts towards him. Soon, Qin Feng heard his name. As he approached Fang Zheng, he immediately understood why the preceding youths had acted so unnaturally in front of him. It was because the other's gaze seemed to contain endless authority, revealing the true nature of anyone with ill intentions and instilling fear in the hearts of those who had committed misdeeds. This appeared to be some special divine skill. Even though Qin Feng considered himself a person with principles, he felt extremely uncomfortable under that gaze, as if someone was righteously criticizing his past misconduct. Fortunately, Fang Zheng only examined these disciples for a moment, and as long as no one was impersonating others, the rest didn't concern him. Thus, to avoid putting too much pressure on the new disciples, he quickly withdrew his gaze. Go ahead. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly grabbed the rope ladder, propelling himself upwards with a few quick steps until he was on the tower ship. His ascent was relatively smooth. After all, He had reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement, and his practice of common spells was also very proficient during this period. Those youths from poor families had comparatively weaker cultivation, mostly at the 1st or 2nd level of artifact refining, with a few who had just recently opened their spiritual acupoints and didn't know any spells, clumsily using their hands and feet to climb laboriously. Xianjiang, observing the youth's awestruck demeanor in front of Fang Zheng, couldn't help but praise. Nephew Fang indeed has excellent fortune and talent, having been able to cultivate divine skills ahead of time. Given his current realm, he might be able to form a golden core within a few years. Yan Zhongli nodded. Indeed, Nephew Fang's talent is truly remarkable, and what's rarer is his Taoist heart's strong alignment with his life-bound spiritual beast, which enabled him to cultivate divine skills prematurely due to a fortuitous match. In fact, based on his abilities and talent, he should have entered the inner sect a long time ago, but unfortunately, during the evaluation that year, he was sabotaged by a few noble heirs using underhanded tactics, ultimately exhausting his spiritual power and failing to advance, forcing him to continue his cultivation in the outer sect. Hearing this, Qianzhong raised an eyebrow but said nothing. He too was a noble heir from a sect family, and it was indeed hard to respond to that remark. Yan Zhongli didn't mind and continued. However, it's not too late now. Nephew Fang's life-bound spiritual beast possesses the Bian bloodline, whose innate divine ability can distinguish loyalty from treachery, discern good from evil, and intimidate the unlawful. All who harbor ill intentions are unable to hide in its presence. Once Nephew Fang cultivated this evil-suppressing Dharma I with the help of his life-bound spiritual beast, he was designated by the law enforcement Hall's Mingxin Hall Master as a potential disciple for the inner sect, just waiting for him to complete his trial. Speaking of which, this lad's future prospects could be much stronger than those juniors who schemed against him. Qianzhong smiled and remained silent. He knew Yan Zhongli's disposition, and the words were not intended to stir up tension between sect families and disciples from poorer backgrounds, but were simply a spontaneous remark. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed the story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverse@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 50, The Disaster of the Pond Fish. After Qin Feng had boarded the towering ship, even though he had long known this vessel was incredibly large, the sight in front of him still left him somewhat astounded. The ship spanned about 300 yards in length and 60 yards in width, featuring 5 levels of space. Apart from a large hall on the topmost layer, the remaining floors were densely packed with numerous rooms. At that moment, the deck was crowded with hundreds of young men and women, many of whom leaned against the railings, chatting and laughing as they looked down at the crowd below. These youngsters, like Qin Feng, had been selected from various counties and were about to join the Beast-controlling Sect as disciples. While Qin Feng was still looking around, a young man dressed in the Beast-controlling Sect's disciple attire called out to him. After asking his name, the young man registered it in a booklet, then handed him a small wooden plaque inscribed with the characters for Bing 128. This is your room token. Follow up to the 2nd floor on your own, and for the next few days, you can focus on cultivating there. If you feel stifled, you can also come up to the deck for some air. The young disciple casually instructed him and then waved him off, shifting his attention to another young man following behind Qin Feng. Qin Feng paused for a moment, waiting until Qin Shi came up and also received a room number, only to find they were on the same floor, albeit one on the left and one on the right. As he accompanied Qin Shi to the right to help her find a room, he realized this side was entirely occupied by female disciples. Clearly, male disciples did not usually come to this side, which caused the dozens of young girls to all turn their gaze towards Qin Feng with pairs of curious eyes that made him feel quite uncomfortable. After helping Qin Shi find a room and agreeing to meet later to go to the deck, he quickly hurried away. Soon, he found his own room on the other side. Upon opening the door and glancing around, he noticed the furnishings were exceptionally simple, lacking even a bed. This tower ship was not originally built for these yet-to-be initiated disciples, but rather used when sect disciples mobilized en masse. It was only temporarily repurposed to acclimate them. The sect had clearly not considered the feelings of these new disciples when constructing the tower ship, hence the room was simple, just 2 cushions and a low table, with nothing else. In fact, disciples in the Qi refinement realm could already replace sleep with meditation, though many newly initiated small cultivators were still not quite accustomed to it. Qin Feng had all his belongings in a storage bag, so there was nothing much to unpack. He just looked around and then turned to go out, meeting up with Qin Shi, who was waiting nearby. Together, they descended the stairs to the deck to bid farewell to the old family master. They didn't have much to say, as all necessary conversations had been held over the past few days. Instead, the old family master transmitted a few more words of caution, advising them to diligently practice their cultivation of the sect and avoid causing trouble or unnecessarily provoking disciples with influential backgrounds to avoid attracting misfortune. Although these were often repeated phrases, they listened with utmost seriousness. The old family master may have had a somewhat reckless lifestyle, but apart from regularly using spirit stones to care for the unfortunate women at Baihua Pavilion, he had no other vices and took good care of his family's younger generation. This was evident from his tireless repeated reminders of these trivial matters to Qin Feng and Qin Shi. Soon, dozens of youths from Tiling County had all boarded the ship, and Fang Zheng, who had checked their identities, also leapt onto the deck. With his arrival, many of the young men and women on the deck felt somewhat ill at ease, likely all having been scrutinized by his evil-suppressing dharma previously. These new disciples had low cultivation, so it was normal for them to feel a bit intimidated. However, Fang Zheng handled the situation well and did not leave any lasting shadows in these young minds, as that would have been extremely detrimental to their future cultivation. Thus, the group of youngsters quickly returned to normal. Although they subconsciously spoke in lower voices, they were not overly fearful of Fang Zheng. Instead, many of them were curiously looking at the fierce tiger beside him. Among these youngsters, several came from families no less prestigious than Zhao family of Tiling. Their elders had told them about Fang Zheng's prowess when they were boarding the tower ship, and also mentioned his life-bound spiritual beast contained by an bloodline, warning their descendants not to provoke Fang Zheng. Over the course of several days aboard the tower ship, one of the noble heirs spread this information, making many envious of Fang Zheng's life-bound spiritual beast. Bian is considered a dragon son, possessing extremely pure dragon clan bloodline, regarded as a type of divine beast. With Fang Zheng's life-bound spiritual beast harboring divine beast bloodline, his future prospects appeared exceedingly bright. Even if the tiger's bloodline was not pure, it might still ascend in bloodline purity, evolving into a true dragon son Bian. These youngsters felt envious, desiring such a majestic and potentially limitless life-bound spiritual beast for themselves. Unfortunately, spiritual beasts with divine beast bloodline were exceedingly rare, and even if found, with their current strength, they might not be able to subdue such spiritual beasts. Although Yan Zhongli had stated he wouldn't stay here long, he wasn't indifferent, intentionally waiting a short while longer after all the Tiling County's youngsters had boarded. He allowed some of them to say farewell to their family elders. After all, it might be a short while before they saw each other again, or perhaps they might never meet again. The cultivation world was never safe, with various crises lurking, potentially leading to sudden perilous situations that could cost them their lives. Shortly afterward, Yan Zhongli bid farewell to Qian Jiang and others, leapt onto the tower ship, and commanded to set sail. The fierce green Jiao dragon, covered in scale armor, roared softly. With a gentle press of its claws on the ground, its body soared into the air, pulling the entire tower ship into the sky. Qin Feng and Qin Shi waved towards the old family master, watching until the Jiao dragon carrying the tower ship vanished into the clouds and the old family master's figure disappeared from view. They then lowered their hands with a hint of melancholy. From now on, I am truly stepping into the cultivation world. Qin Feng murmured to himself. If he had stayed with his family, Under the protection of his father and family in a remote small city like Kuan City, he would likely not encounter any great danger. But he was not content with mediocrity, harboring a heart aspiring for longevity. The moment he stepped out of his home, he was prepared to face the harshest aspects of the cultivation world. Indeed, having previously been ambushed by 3 loose cultivators at the market had given him a glimpse of the dark side of the cultivation world. But since that was merely a skirmish among lower-level small cultivators and he hadn't suffered much, instead gaining some advantage by killing them, he hadn't taken it too seriously. He felt that given his modest cultivation, facing a major crisis would likely be far in the future, as with his current Dao cultivation, realistically speaking, he shouldn't even be able to encounter powerful cultivators. However, he had forgotten one phrase called the disaster of the pond fish. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 51. Ambushed midway. The azure sky was filled with slowly drifting white clouds that constantly changed shape under the blowing of the 9 heavens gang wind. A blue Xiao dragon dragged a massive tower ship that was hundreds of meters in length, slicing right through the middle of a cloud, splitting it in two. Qin Feng stood at the railing of the ship's bow, gazing far into the horizon. He watched the sea of clouds surge and overlooked the rivers and mountains below, his mood greatly uplifted. Despite the fierce gang wind high in the void, a protective shield had risen around the tower ship, so he did not feel the slightest chill while standing on the deck. Instead, the setting sun's rays made it feel exceptionally warm. Such high altitudes were not usually flown by Foundation establishment cultivators either. The higher one flew, the more intense the void gang wind became. Flying against the wind not only limited speed, but also required consuming a substantial amount of true yuan to withstand the wind's assault. Although Foundation establishment cultivators could fly using spiritual artifacts, they generally did so below the clouds, rarely above them. Only those who had achieved the golden core, significantly enhancing their controlling power over nature's spiritual energy, could fly freely into the high skies without fear of the fierce gang wind of the void. Thus, such heights were not places for low-level cultivators. Qin Feng, being able to enjoy sights unseen by ordinary cultivators, was naturally in a pleasant mood. If not for those few annoying people nearby, it would have been even better. He turned and glanced back at Xiao Jiu and the others, feeling disheartened. Did these guys not need to cultivate? How did they always end up near him? He didn't like Xiao Jiu. In the previous several days, as the Jiao dragon dragged the tower ship across the 28 counties of Chu Kingdom, numerous disciples, ranging from dozens to hundreds, were picked up from each commandery. Among them, some from the commanderies were quite talented, managing to gather the youths of their areas together, forming small factions. Upon seeing this, Xiao Jinglei grew envious, so he gathered about dozens of individuals from Teeling County, spoke a few brazen words, essentially suggesting that they should rally around him once they join the sect. In essence, his goal was to enlist these people under his command to wield power as his underlings. Qin Feng could have ignored such an arrogant second generation, but what he didn't expect was that this guy started to set his sights on Qin Shi. Knowing the nature of such noble heirs, Qin Feng had heard of Xiao Jinglei's reputation in the market, a man accustomed to being a playboy in the commandery. He was just casually flirting with Qin Shi now, not caring whether it would lead to anything serious, and wouldn't take it to heart afterward. Although annoyed, Qin Feng did not confront him openly, since the other's family was much more powerful than his. If he couldn't afford to offend him, then it was best to keep distance, and once he entered the sect, there would be no need to bother about this person. Disciples of the outer gate of the Beast-taming Sect were scattered everywhere. As long as they weren't assigned to the same peak, it was unlikely for the two to cross paths again. Junior sister Jingxin. Just as Qin Feng was contemplating keeping his distance from Xiao Jinglei, he suddenly heard several respectful words coming from behind. Looking back, there was a young girl in white descending the stairs, heading toward the deck. This girl, appearing around 14 or 15 years old, did not possess a high level of cultivation, around the 5th or 6th stage of chi refinement at most. Yet everywhere she went, disciples of all ages and cultivation levels respectfully greeted her. Even several individuals who considered their family backgrounds extraordinary, including Xiao Jiu, went up to enthusiastically offer their services. In fact, the girl's appearance was not strikingly beautiful, but she exuded an aura of spirituality, warmth, and peace, making everyone around her feel at ease. Even those noble heirs who approached her with ulterior motives found their malintent dissipate as they got closer, replaced by a sense of shame deep within their hearts. Because of the peaceful aura she emitted, even the more acerbic female disciples rarely spoke ill of her. Qin Feng knew this girl. Her name was Lin Jingxin. Although she rarely showed herself, staying mostly in her room on the 4th floor with the character for cultivation, her few outings inevitably made her widely recognized. It was said she was from Fengyang County, separated from Qin Feng's hometown, Kuan City, by just one mountain range. However, Qin Feng had no intention of greeting her, and even actively moved a few dozen feet away to avoid the group of noble heirs around Lin Jingxin when he noticed she was also walking towards the bow. Lin Jingxin glanced at Qin Feng, who had deliberately avoided her, and then at the noble heirs beside her, unable to suppress a slight frown. She was of a mild temperament, rarely getting angry, and capable of maintaining a calm and gentle heart towards people and all living beings. But her spirit was too pure, allowing her to easily sense whether others' intentions towards her were good or evil, sincere or ill-willed. Although other youths also admired her, they dared not show it openly, while those noble heirs nearby were full of vile intentions, which irritated her. Regrettably, they lacked the sense to keep their distance, sticking to her like a plaster every time she wanted to get some fresh air, much to her annoyance. If only these noble heirs could keep their distance like the young man not far away, allowing her some peace and quiet. Meanwhile, the youth who had kept his distance had turned his attention to the Jiao dragon pulling the tower ship. This Jiao dragon had a massive body, each scale the size of a palm and a single horn atop its head. Its robust legs were armed with 4 sharp claws. He had witnessed the sharpness of the Jiao dragon's claws back in Teeling County. Just a casual landing could break the bluestone slabs on the ground, not to mention the fearsome damage it could inflict on a person. Qin Feng remembered his father once told him that the Long family, the leader among the 9 affiliated families of the sect, cultivated Jiao dragons as their main life-bound spiritual beasts. He felt a twinge of envy. No wonder the Long family had grown so formidable. Any Jiao dragon could become a powerful force when matured, obviously beyond the reach of average disciples. It was only due to the difficulty in breeding Jiao dragons that the Long family could not ensure that every generation received a young Jiao dragon as a life-bound spiritual beast. Otherwise, if every family member possessed one, their family's strength would be overwhelmingly terrifying. As he was engrossed in his thoughts, suddenly, a deafening roar from the Jiao dragon shook Qin Feng and those around him on the bow, causing their blood to surge. The many young disciples on the deck were alarmed, unsure what had enraged the dragon. However, before their gaze could fully settle on the Jiao dragon, a sudden pitch-black light burst upward with a loud crash, breaking through the tower ship's protective shield and even leaving a deep gash across the sturdy body of the ship. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 52. Ian's spirit struggles to enter sainthood through endless calamities. Boom! The black light directly shattered the defensive shield, slicing through the tower ship. As a result, it also incidentally killed several teenagers who were chatting on the deck. These teens were simply unlucky, happily chatting away when disaster struck from the sky, instantly killing them as the shockwave from the broken ship's defenses hit. Then a huge hand, black as ink, rose up. In the moment the ship's defenses were breached, it reached for Lin Jingxin, who was standing at the prow. This hand was massive, with fingers like hooks and emitting threads of demonic qi, resembling a terrifying ghost claw reaching out from the depths of hell. Xiao Jiu and others, who had been ingratiating themselves to Lin Jingxin, instantly turned pale with terror. The hand was so enormous that although it was not specifically aimed at them, it inevitably enveloped them while reaching for Lin Jingxin. With their meager cultivation, any touch from this colossal hand would have meant certain death. Yet, gripped by fear, they had no other thoughts. The hand moved so quickly that they didn't even get the chance to think about evading before it was upon them. Except for one teen whose chest-hanging jade talisman sensed the danger and lit up with a brilliant defensive magic, the others didn't even have time to utilize magic artifacts given by their family elders for self-preservation. Just as Lin Jingxin was about to be captured and the teenagers were about to be crushed by the dark hand, suddenly, a loud shout came from the top deck of the tower ship. How audacious! Immediately thereafter, a fierce thunderbolt flashed with blinding light and struck first, instantly reaching and shattering the looming dark hand. Following that, Yan Zhongli burst forth, standing in the void with a cold expression. Netherworld Ghost Claw?
Dawit Guisin.
I thought you hadn't given up. Seems the lesson I gave you last time wasn't harsh enough. Several sinister and chilling laughs echoed, making it unclear exactly from where they originated. Then the voice spoke. All things in the world have spiritual nature. This girl has an innate Taoist heart, aligns perfectly with all spirits, and is ideal for cultivating our sect divine skill of the Een Spirit Holy Sect. Bring her back, and the sect hierarch will surely reward me generously. Tell me, why would I relinquish her? Mere evil cultist. Stop deceiving people with your grandiose words about all things having spiritual nature. Eternal damnation for Een Spirit to reach the holy. That's what they say about you. Een Spirit Sect. Not hiding underground and barely clinging to life. You even dare to provoke my beast-taming sect. Are you courting death? Yan Zhongli's words carried a righteous fury, but his heart was seething with anger. He hadn't anticipated that the demon of the demon sect would dare return to attack his tower ship again and attempt to abduct Lin Jingxin. Under normal circumstances, if the full defensive measures of the tower ship were activated, the likes of Taoist Gui Xian couldn't have breached it. Regrettably, he hadn't expected a sneak attack, and given that they were within the territory of the beast-taming sect, only a day's travel from the sect, he hadn't fully activated the ship's defenses, allowing the enemy to exploit this weakness, breaking several prohibited techniques on the ship and almost succeeding in abducting Lin Jingxin. As for Xiao Jiu and the other noble heirs, he didn't pay them much heed. They were merely a few profligate youngsters. If they were killed, it was their own misfortune. Did he really have to worry about their family elders causing him trouble? While he stewed in his anger, Taoist Gui Xian's elusive voice continued to drift over. Yan Zhongli, don't boast without shame. My Een Spirit Holy Sect has a long heritage, and merely with your beast-taming sect you think to extinguish my holy sect? That's a joke. I advise you, hand over the girl quietly, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I will sacrifice all the disciples on this ship to become Een spirits. With just you, Yan Zhongli sneered, full of disdain. You aren't worthy. At that moment, another charming female voice arrived. Alone, Taoist Gui Xian is certainly no match for Taoist fellow Yan, but with the addition of us, I wonder if Taoist fellow Yan can still protect the disciples aboard the ship? During the conversation, several figures emerged in front of the tower ship. 3 men and 1 woman, all possessing powerful auras. Yan Zhongli slightly narrowed his eyes and then sneered. I was wondering how Taoist Gui Xian, this coward, still dared to come seeking death. It turns out he found some helpers. Judging by your appearances, could you be the 4 heart envoys under the Ghost Spirit Palace Master of the Een Spirit Sect? Correct. The woman in red, enchanting and seductive, smiled. I am indeed the Demon Heart Envoy. Demon Heart. Wuxing. Another, a tall and burly man and a skinny, small figure that looked as if a gust of wind could blow him away, responded respectively. These three, along with Taoist Gui Xian, were called the Four Heart Envoys. Despite the woman's beautiful appearance, she had an extremely ruthless nature, not only fond of killing but also of toying with people's hearts, seducing living beings, and then torturing them to death with cruel methods. These four demons had once caused great disasters in the cultivation world and were hunted by various sects of the righteous path. They were rescued halfway by the high ranks of the Een Spirit sect and had hidden in the dark for decades without showing themselves. Unexpectedly, they now appeared together. Yan Zhongli snorted coldly. If you want to snatch people from Yan's hands, then let's see your capabilities. While he spoke, Yan Zhongli stepped forward and had already reached in front of the tower ship, and with another step, his body suddenly grew rapidly, expanding more than tenfold from his original height of 8 qi. Roar! A roar echoed through the void. However, this roar was not from the Jiao dragon but from Yan Zhongli after he transformed. At this moment, Yan Zhongli was 10 zhong tall, his body covered in gray-white long hairs that were a foot long. His limbs were as thick as tree trunks, his physique as imposing as a mountain, with immense strength contained in his massive body. Strangely, between his hairs, fine lightning crackled and snapped. You, the beautiful woman in red, the demon heart envoy, frowned slightly. Isn't your life-bound spiritual beast the great strength divine ape? How come you have such a strong thunder power? Evil fiend, how would you know the mysteries of the beast-taming sect's cultivation techniques? Yan Zhongli snorted coldly, and with a raise of his hand, he slapped towards the demon heart envoy, not softening his heart because she was a beautiful woman. However, as he made his move, he was also secretly transmitting messages, urging the Jiao dragon to quickly take the tower ship away. Although he considered himself exceptional, the four demons before him were also not to be trifled with. Each possessed the cultivation of the golden core late stage. Facing 4 against 1, he truly wasn't sure of victory. Although he had sent out a communication spirit talisman and dispatched a spiritual bird to a nearby market to request nearby golden core sages from a sect to come and support him during the conversation. However, the battlefield chosen by these demons for their ambush was cunningly located deep in a large mountain, with no human settlements for hundreds of miles around. It was uncertain how much time it would waste for the golden core cultivators stationed in the nearby market to receive the message and rush over. He dared not bet that he could necessarily withstand these four demons, so his idea was to have the Jiao dragon quickly take the tower ship away from here. Perhaps midway, they might encounter masters coming from the nearby market. By then, he would not have to worry. However, just as the Jiao dragon was about to turn around and flee, Taoist Gui Xian suddenly shouted, "Green Fox, in Snake, are you not going to act yet? What are you waiting for? P.S. Brothers, are you not casting your recommendation tickets? What are you waiting for?" All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 53, Tower Ship Lands, Demon Beast Attacks. Yan Zhongli merged with his life-bound spiritual beast, transforming into a 30-foot giant ape that possessed infinite strength. He made the first move, striking toward the red-dressed enchantress. His palm carried an immense force, and even before it landed, the woman felt somewhat suffocated. With a cold snort, the woman flipped her palm upward, and her bright red sleeves suddenly enlarged, transforming into a red sea, softly blocking above her head.
Boom.
Yan Zhongli's strike descended, but felt as though it hit nothing substantial, as the layered red gauze diffused much of the power. Even so, the small fraction of remaining power was still not easy to handle. His life-bound spiritual beast, the great strength divine ape, possessed innate divine strength. If cultivated to a profound realm, moving mountains and filling seas were mere trifles. Moreover, he had used the beast-taming sect's secret techniques to help the divine ape devour a considerable amount of the thunder giant ape's essence blood, allowing his life-bound spiritual beast to comprehend thunder magic, making its power 3 times stronger than before. The demon beasts devouring each other to strengthen their own bloodlines wasn't uncommon. Qin Feng's demon refining pot merely enhanced this ability. In essence, refining other demon beasts' essence blood and integrating it into oneself was the most basic evolutionary path from countless years of demon beast slaughter. Since its foundation, the beast-taming sect had been researching how to tame spiritual beasts, how to raise their realm and war power. Therefore, the use of demon beast essence blood had reached an ultimate level, much more sophisticated than the barbaric devouring of many demon beasts. Only in this way could they maximize the advancement of the spiritual beasts they reared. As an outer sect elder of the beast-taming sect and a golden core late-stage cultivator, Yan Zhongli, of course, took great care in nurturing his life-bound spiritual beast. Even more so, the strength of his life-bound spiritual beast surpassed his own. After devouring the thunder giant ape's essence blood, it had already reached the peak of the demon core, just one step away from developing a purple mansion. So when his strike landed on the demon heart envoy's red sleeves, it carried an immense force along with potent thunder power. Damn! The color drained from the red-dressed woman's face. Once a beast-taming sect cultivator merged with their life-bound spiritual beast, it was never as simple as just adding 1 + 1. Spiritual beasts all have innate divine abilities, immensely powerful, and Yan Zhongli's divine ape had been trained to wield thunder, which, combined with his own strength and intellect, made his war power far exceed what it had been before. That was why Yan Zhongli was confident in facing 4 against 1, holding off 4 golden core late-stage cultivators. As thunder magic shattered illusions, the red-dressed woman dared not take the hit head-on. She quickly flashed her figure, spinning away from the spot, avoiding Yan Zhongli's power. At that moment, Yan Zhongli heard Daoist Gui Xian shout, and his face changed immediately. A glance downward revealed wisps of black smoke rising, transforming into ropes that entangled the tower ship. Simultaneously, 2 other figures burst forth, lunging towards the tower ship. "How dare you?" Yan Zhongli bellowed. "Green Fox, Snake, you dare strike against the disciples of my beast-taming sect. Do you wish for your clans to be annihilated?" Upon hearing Yan Zhongli's roar, the 2 figures trembled slightly, fear dominated by the long-time dominance of the beast-taming sect surging in their hearts. However, Daoist Gui Xian quickly spoke. "Green Fox, you have already shown yourselves. There is no turning back. Even if you retreat now, do you think the beast-taming sect would spare your clan?" "Don't be foolish. Now the only choice is to help us," a voice echoed. "If you help us capture that girl, you'll have rendered a great service. Taking refuge under our Spirit Holy Sect is far better than suffering under the oppression of the beast-taming sect." Below, 2 demon clan members who had reached the demon core realm exchanged glances, both seeing the ferocity in each other's eyes. "Let's go all out." The slender 3-tailed green fox snorted coldly. "Instead of being used as target practice by the beast-taming sect to train their disciples, we might as well gamble on this chance. If we succeed, we might gain our freedom." Another creature, a black-scaled python over 10 zhong in length, nodded its massive head and hissed in agreement. "Fine. After this is done, I want that Xiao dragon's inner core. If I swallow the Xiao dragon inner core, perhaps I can transform into a Xiao." Without further hesitation, the 2 demon core realm demon monsters launched themselves towards the tower ship. The green Xiao dragon pulling the ship twisted its body, breaking free from the chains that bound it. With a mighty roar, it conjured a burst of white froth in front of it, transforming into streams of water, blocking the path of the 2 attackers. The green fox scoffed and raised its claws to tear through the water defenses, ripping through layer upon layer of water light with its phantom-like strikes. The black-scaled snake opened its jaws and spewed a stream of black water. This poison water was exceptionally toxic, releasing a foul stench that spread for miles around, corroding several layers of the water-light defense in an instant. The three demon beasts fought viciously together, their presence enormous and the demon energy rising to the heavens. Due to the proximity to the tower ship, the already damaged vessel began to wobble and shake. Moreover, the noxious poison water spewed by the snake was aimed at the Xiao dragon, but the fumes that dispersed made the young cultivators aboard the ship feel tight-chested, breathless, and struggling to breathe. All disciples obey, take cover in the nearest rooms or cabins. At the moment when panic washed over the boys and girls on the ship, Fang Zheng, who leapt into the air on his black tiger, bellowed the command, instantly providing a pillar of support for the disciples who hurried towards the closest rooms and cabins. Qin Feng executed the divine movement technique and light body skill, instantly becoming light as a swallow, quickly outpacing most of the disciples. With a leap, he jumped from the deck to the second floor, rushing to Qin Shi's side and pulling her into a room. Before all the disciples could take shelter in their cabins, the ropes transformed from black smoke suddenly tightened. A powerful pulling force from below started to drag the tower ship downwards. Because the ship's prohibition had been partially damaged and could not be fully powered, it couldn't break free from this pulling force. As the tower ship closed in on the ground, the sect disciple controlling the vessel became extremely anxious. Crash it down. Seeing the ground forces controlling the array, a congregation of little demons, Fang Zheng's face went cold as he yelled to the disciple at the ship's helm, "If it can't be freed, then crash it down hard into the area with the highest concentration of demon monsters." The disciple, without hesitation, steered the ship viciously towards the gathering place of the demon monsters below. Boom, boom, boom. A massive noise erupted, dust billowed into the sky, and the ground array was destroyed by the crashing tower ship, which also fell to the ground, crushing dozens of little demons in the process. However, these demon monsters, not yet capable of transformation and driven by a low intelligence and a ferocious bloodlust, swarmed towards the tower ship as soon as it hit the ground. There were hundreds of them, primarily from the Fox clan and the Snake clan. Foxes with sharp, hook-like claws screeched and leaped onto the deck, scrabbling against the hull. Colorful poisonous snakes and pythons hissed as they slithered their bodies up the ship, spewing venomous fog, following the various scents lingered in the air, and pursued the direction where the young boys and girls sought refuge. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 54 Noble Heir's Way of Combat. You're courting death. Yan Zhongli bellowed angrily, and with a wave of his hand, released two more spiritual beasts. One was a great eagle with wings nearly 30 meters wide, and the other was a snow wolf with silvery white fur. Both of these spiritual beasts had the cultivation of early-stage demon cores. The Xiao dragon's cultivation was not much higher than theirs. The key was that the Xiao dragon's body was too massive and its physical body and scale armor too formidable. The snake's poison water sprayed onto the Xiao dragon had hardly any effect, and the green fox's claws could only tear off one or two scales at most, hardly enough to severely injure the Xiao dragon. The three-tailed green fox was not adept at brute force combat and often found itself outmaneuvered by the Xiao dragon's overwhelming physical body, forcing it to dodge awkwardly. Fortunately, it was adept in illusion techniques, which allowed it to confuse the Xiao dragon and dodge its attacks at critical moments. Otherwise, it would have been defeated long ago. The snake was valiantly fierce, but its dozen-yard-long snake body was far too small compared to the 100-yard Xiao dragon. Moreover, with the Xiao dragon's dominant bloodline bringing pressure that stirred a slight fear deep within the snake, it couldn't fully exert its strength. Further afield, Yan Zhongli was fighting four opponents alone, with two spiritual beasts helping him hold back a woman in red, while he himself transformed into a 10-yard-tall divine ape, with terrifying war power, equally matched against several demon cultivators from the spirit sect. At one point, The woman in red tried to break away and fly towards the tower ship. But those two early-stage demon core spiritual beasts couldn't block her path. Unexpectedly, Yan Zhongli suddenly used the thunder escape technique, rapidly intercepting her, and within moments, nearly managed to ruthlessly eliminate her. It was only the timely pursuit of the other demons that stopped his attack. Otherwise, their group would have been diminished from today. The group was secretly shocked, not expecting Yan Zhongli to have cultivated his life-bound spiritual beast to such an extent as to even master the thunder escape technique. It is known that the great strength divine ape is naturally a battle-strong exotic species spiritual beast. Now, with the incredibly fast thunder escape technique, its strength surged dramatically. After witnessing the encounter with the woman in red, the other demons didn't dare to split up anymore, lest Yan Zhongli defeat them one by one. But such a deadlock could not continue. Although this was not the heartland of the Beast-taming Sect, the surrounding kingdoms still fell within the influence of the Beast-taming Sect. If they delayed any longer, it wouldn't take long for experts from the Beast-taming Sect to arrive, and then they could only retreat in disarray. To ensure a successful mission, they had promised quite a lot, which had persuaded the two demon core realm demon cultivators in the mountains to agree to collaborate. If they were to return empty-handed, not only would they gain nothing, they would also have wasted a significant amount of resources, which would be a considerable loss. With this in mind, the group of demons steeled themselves and prepared to join forces to deploy their final, lethal move. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 57 Teleportation. Don't waste any more time. Daoist Gue Xian secretly transmitted his message. Let's join forces and execute the mind-bewildering, soul-disrupting in spirit supreme / We must hurry and finish off Yan Zhongli so we can take that girl and leave this place. Otherwise, if we delay any longer, reinforcements from the nearby beast-taming sect could arrive at any moment. Are you insane? Can we even wield such a great divine power? The red-robed woman scolded. Even if the four of us work together to barely execute it, it will consume our potential and affect our lifespan. After returning, we will need at least 60 years of recovery to get back to normal. In that much time, those pretty boys I snatched from the righteous path sects to serve as my cauldron will have all turned into old men. Gue Xian, you old thing, are you just jealous that I'm about to achieve the demon technique and purposely trying to ruin my plans? Idiotic. Daoist Gue Xian snorted coldly. You only see the sacrifices we have to make after executing this divine skill, but fail to see the numerous benefits of bringing that girl back. Ever since the holy daughter of our sect was slain by Xiao Jiu of the War God Palace 700 years ago, no one has been able to take up the position of holy daughter in our sect for hundreds of years. The supreme demon technique, 10,000 tribulations in spirit 9 revolutions saint method, also remains without a successor, causing the in-spirit holy fire within our sect to fall into decline, reduced to merely a fire seed passed on, awaiting someone to rekindle it. That girl called Lin Jingxin has an innate Dao heart, a perfect affinity with all spirits. If she cultivates the 10,000 tribulations in spirit 9 revolutions saint method, she is bound to advance by leaps and bounds, become a holy spirit, and reignite the holy fire. When that time comes, why worry that our in-spirit holy sect would not flourish? With such merits, the sect hierarch will not only make up for our losses, but will also bestow countless rewards. We will be allowed to cultivate most of the sect's inheritances. Do you really still care about these trivial gains and losses? Demon Heart, once we receive the true inheritance of our sect, you might as well not bother with your yin-yang life-reversing eternal youth technique. If you truly wish to find a man, the Demon Heart Envoy is a fine candidate. With his constitution, he should be able to satisfy you. Tui, as if I need you to worry about my affairs. The red-robed woman spat, but secretly, she was somewhat tempted. Of course, It wasn't that she was attracted to the demon heart envoy, but was considering the proposal made by Daoist Guixin. If they brought back that girl with the innate Dao heart, it might actually turn out as Daoist Guixin had said. Once the girl takes up the position of the Holy Daughter, becomes a Holy Spirit, and ignites the Holy Fire, it would be to the benefit of the entire Spirit sect and all its cult members. The sect hierarch would surely bestow great rewards upon the four of them for such an achievement. By then, it wouldn't just be about reaching the Purple Mansion, there might even be hope of becoming a demon immortal. With that thought, the red-robed woman's heart ignited with fervor. In fact, it wasn't just her. The other three felt the same way. They communicated secretly, and due to the time pressure, they quickly decided to join forces and execute the mind-bewildering, soul-disrupting Spirit Supreme Slash, aiming to slay Yan Zhongli in one fell swoop and take Lin Jingxin away from there. While they were conspiring in secret, Yan Zhongli also seemed to notice something amiss, as the actions of these people had noticeably slowed, and the power of their various spells had diminished. He felt puzzled and couldn't help but raise his guard a bit more. After all, the demon path was unpredictable, and they might use some special technique to harm him. He didn't need to rush to repel these for now, he just needed to buy some time. After battling for so long, his distress signal should have been received, and within a short while, someone would come to his aid. With reinforcements, he could take his time to slay these people later on. Therefore, Yan Zhongli remained cautiously on guard to avoid being ambushed by these demons. Just then, suddenly the four demon heart envoys flashed and positioned themselves around him from four directions. Subsequently, each of them transmitted a strange aura between their two hands. The four auras interconnected, and their spirits communicated, suddenly emitting a series of peculiar spiritual waves aiming directly at Yan Zhongli. With a grand gesture, Yan Zhongli cast a layer of thunderlight around himself. However, his face quickly changed. Because the thunderous light was barely effective against the tide-like surges of spiritual waves, though it had weakened the mental assault somewhat, he still had to endure the brunt of the psychic attack. Then, various negative emotions emerged in his spirit. Endless temptations lured him towards corruption, and boundless rage disrupted his concentration, making it difficult to focus against his adversary. Huixin Chaotic Divine, in Spirit-defying Heaven Slash, is a great divine power secretly transmitted by the Spirit sect. It is divided into two ways to attack an enemy, one to confound the spirit, and the other to defy heaven and slash the soul. To practice the way of the Spirit, one must face endless calamities and walk against heaven to stand even a slim chance. Therefore, the techniques of the Spirit sect tend to be extremely radical, and with Huixin Chaotic Divine Spirit-defying Heaven Slash, named after defying heaven, its power is certainly formidable. If an old demon of the Spirit sect who cultivated this technique were to use it, even Taoists who had achieved their primordial spirit would have their spirits confused and find it difficult to defend themselves, likely meeting their demise under this heaven-defying slash. The strength of the four envoys of the heart was insufficient to fully master this great divine power, but when they joined forces, they could barely execute it. At this moment, Yan Zhongli's gaze was scattered, his hands and feet seemingly not obeying his commands. A tide of madness continually emerged within his sea of consciousness, disturbing his concentration and making it hard for him to engage in the fight. Therefore, he had no choice but to conjure a series of thunderous protective shields around him, and his body awkwardly flew towards the edge, trying to break free from the encirclement of these people. The demon cultivators watched as thunderous light continuously emerged around Yan Zhongli, not only untroubled but rather delighted. These thunderous protective shields were strong in defense. If they attacked separately, they would not be able to break through them quickly. But to rely on these to defend against the Spirit-defying Heaven Slash would be a fool's dream. Seeing Yan Zhongli's awkward escape skill made them even more self-satisfied. Haha, his spirit is in turmoil. He can't escape. Quick, quick, quick. Spirit-defying Heaven Slash, cut down his body. Obliterate his divine soul. They stimulated their potential using secret techniques, but they could not maintain it for long. Afterwards, They still needed to save some energy to flee the place to avoid pursuit from the Beast-controlling Sect, so they dared not delay. The aura on their bodies changed again. A demonic aura that seemed capable of slicing through heaven and earth surged forth, turning into 100-yard cold light, and, in a flash, it disappeared, instantly appearing in front of Yan Zhongli, slashing down right at his head.
Swish.
The body was split in half, and blood mist sprayed across the sky. But the faces of these demons changed dramatically, because the one who died was not Yan Zhongli, but an eagle. An eagle that was Yan Zhongli's spiritual beast, at the initial stage of its demon core. What's going on? The four demons scanned the void with their divine sense, quickly locating Yan Zhongli. At this time, he was standing where the eagle had been. Teleportation. Instant shift. Daoist Gui Xian instantly understood what had happened. The red-clad woman's face twisted, and she screamed frantically, "This is impossible, Yan Zhongli. Your life-bound spiritual beast is the great strength divine ape. It's already outrageous that you've been able to cultivate it to have thunder divine power. But to say it also possesses the power of teleportation? I don't believe it." At this moment, this beautiful woman was as furious as thunder, almost driven to madness. To use the Huaxin chaotic divine in spirit-defying heaven slash, the four of them had spared no effort to stimulate their potential and expend their lifespan. It was only with great difficulty that they had managed to cast this great divine power. As a result, they had paid such a tremendous cost, only to have killed an opponent's spiritual beast at the initial stage of its demon core, which made them nearly insane. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 58. Still want to leave? He. Yan Zhongli sneered. A few devils from the demon path actually think they can outsmart me. They truly don't know whether to live or die. Though his words conveyed satisfaction, he felt a lingering fear inside. His life-bound spiritual beast indeed was not capable of teleportation, but his eagle could, and not only that, it could also swap places with him in an instant. Moreover, those demons had only barely managed to use Huaxin Chaos in Spirit Ultimate Slash on him and had not completely locked down his divine soul, which allowed him to narrowly escape death. Otherwise, he would have found it difficult to avoid a fatal outcome. However, now that he had dodged the enemy's lethal strike, Yan Zhongli naturally wanted to take advantage of the moment when those devils' primordial qi was greatly depleted to eliminate them. Otherwise, his eagle would have died in vain. The four heart envoys used secret techniques to stimulate their potential and still had the strength for one last fight, but Yan Zhongli absolutely did not believe they had the ability to cast Huaxin Chaos in Spirit Ultimate Slash again. Such great divine powers were simply not meant to be used by individuals at their realm. As long as he delayed these demons and prevented them from escaping, it wouldn't take long before the effects of their stimulated potential wore off, and they would become dead souls under his command. Just then, two figures suddenly flew in from a distance. Although they were not yet close, from the spiritual beasts they were riding, it was clear that these were beast-taming sect cultivators coming to the rescue, who were stationed outside the market. "Go! Split up and run!" Daoist Gui Xian shouted, twisting his form, preparing to escape. Failing to kill Yan Zhongli already indicated their mission had failed, and now that two reinforcements arrived, and likely more to follow, it was clear that if they didn't leave this place immediately, they were destined for a graveless death. Still trying to escape? Yan Zhongli sneered. "You stay right there." With a wide sweep of his hand, his ape arm, several zhang long, reached for Daoist Gui Xian with astounding might. At the same time, Yan Zhongli did not forget the others. His body flickered with thunder, and in an instant, he released more than 100 bolts of lightning. The characteristic of thunder magic is its quick speed and formidable power, but unleashing so much lightning at once also represented a tremendous strain on him. However, This consumption was worth it, for this barrage of lightning prevented the other demon cultivators from escaping immediately. By now, the two beast-taming cultivators had arrived nearby, and upon surveying the scene with a sweep of their eyes, they were instantly furious. These demons dared to intercept their sect's tower ship that was transporting new disciples. What were they intending to do? Were they trying to destroy the very foundation of the beast-taming sect? Fueled by their anger, they didn't bother with words, and from afar, they released their own spiritual beasts, casting spells to attack the demon cultivators. Although their Dao cultivation wasn't on par with that of the demon cultivators, enlisting their spiritual beasts to entangle the enemies posed no problem. The four heart envoys were both shocked and terrified, desperately defending against the attacks from the beast-taming sect cultivators and their beasts while attempting to use escape techniques to flee. Regrettably, Yan Zhongli and the others simply did not give them the chance to fully deploy their escape skills. Particularly since one of the beast-taming sect's cultivators' life-bound spiritual beast turned out to be a lightning mink. Though this spiritual beast was small and adorable, merging with it did not make the cultivator's stature as immense as Yan Zhongli's, but his escape skill was even faster than Yan Zhongli's thunder escape technique. Like a bolt of lightning capable of twisting in any direction, he darted around the demon cultivators, significantly slowing down their attempt to escape. On the second floor of the tower ship, at the shattered doorway, Qin Feng and Qin Shi each peered out, staring in stunned silence at the battle in the sky between several golden core cultivators and the demon cultivators, their hearts filled with deep shock. Although they had seen the old family master and Qin Long, the tamer, command the might of spiritual beasts before, it was incomparable to the prowess of Yan Zhongli and the other golden core cultivators. The difference was simply jaw-dropping. Qin Feng looked on with envy at Yan Zhongli's figure. He thought that at this moment, Yan Zhongli seemed incredibly powerful, managing to beat two golden core realm demon cultivators until they spat blood incessantly. Could it be that the great strength divine ape was this formidable? He felt a stir of excitement. Perhaps he too could tame a great strength divine ape to be his life-bound spiritual beast. Not far from the tower ship, the green fox and the Een snake were engaged in battle with the Xiao dragon. When they saw that reinforcements from the beast-taming sect had arrived, they nearly died of fright. These beasts were different from the demon cultivators. Having lived in the shadow of the beast-taming sect for years, their fear of the sect was bone deep. Thus, the green fox and the Een snake regretted their decision. They had just realized their previous thoughts had been too naive. As demon cultivators who had never left the mountain, they had limited worldly experience. They believed that the Een spirit sect, which was also a great force, should have been able to protect their two clans, completely forgetting the terror of the beast-taming sect. Moreover, these few demon cultivators were only of the Golden Core realm. How could they guarantee the beast's safety? Now, to talk about fulfilling the promises they had previously made to them was out of the question. Even these few demon cultivators themselves could potentially lose their lives at any moment. The two demon beasts exchanged a glance and saw the terror in each other's eyes. Escape. They needed to escape quickly. Otherwise, once the beast-taming sect's golden core cultivators were free to deal with them, the outcome would definitely not be favorable. Even the chance to show their loyalty and voluntarily become the sect's spiritual beasts was no longer there. Having lived for hundreds of years, these members of the demon clan knew all too well the methods the beast-taming sect's cultivators used against traitorous demon beasts. Although they were not directly under the beast-taming sect's command, they belonged to the demon clan which the sect semi-domesticated. Today, they had dared to conspire with the demon sect to attack the sect's tower ship transporting new disciples, committing a grave taboo against the beast-taming sect. What awaited them could only be grim. Thus, after exchanging a glance, the two demon beasts fled in opposite directions. One headed south and the other north, each escaping on their own. The Xiao dragon, though fierce, could at most entangle with one of them, so it was still possible for the other to escape. Indeed, when the Xiao dragon saw them splitting up to flee, it hesitated for a moment before letting out a thunderous roar and pounced directly in front of the Een snake, cutting off its escape route. Relatively speaking, the Yin snake was more vulnerable to the Xiao dragon, while the green fox was adept in illusion techniques and could deceive its eyes. Hence, the Xiao dragon opted to block the Yin snake, which was an easier target for it. On the other hand, before the green fox could feel any joy from its chance of escape, a sudden tiger's roar sounded by its ear, and it was hit by a powerful gust of wind. The green fox managed to dodge the attack, then looked up to see a young man with an upright appearance, riding a Bengal tiger, standing in its path. The green fox knew him. Earlier on the tower ship, it was this young man who had been the most ruthless. But it had never imagined that he, a mere Foundation establishment cultivator, would dare block its way. Immediately, a fierce light flashed in the green fox's eyes. Things had come to this point. The Beast-taming Sect was not going to spare it anyway, so it might as well kill another Beast-taming Sect cultivator before dying. That way, its death wouldn't be in vain. The green fox's eyes shimmered with spirit light as it instinctively used its illusion techniques to bewilder its foe and lunged forward, aiming to crush the young man's skull with a swipe of its paw. But to its astonishment, its illusion techniques had no effect whatsoever. Instead, a tiger's roar rattled its spirit, and amidst the confusion, the young man seized the opportunity to cast a spell, slicing open a wound on its soft belly. The injury was not severe, but it still left the green fox in astonishment. It was Fang Zheng's intervention that caused the green fox to miss its best opportunity to escape. Suddenly, a cry of a crane was heard in the sky, followed by the sight of a majestic spiritual crane arriving on a gust of wind. Its wings flapped, creating a storm that engulfed a radius of several dozen yards around them, trapping the green fox within. This was one of the cultivators battling the demon cultivators. Seeing Fang Zheng intercepting the green fox, and fearing for the disciple's safety, he hastily sent his own spiritual beast to aid him. Qin Feng and his companion were engrossed in the scene when they suddenly felt a foul wind approaching. They quickly ducked their heads and retreated back into their room. Then they saw a poisonous snake, thick as an adult's thigh, retract its head from the sneak attack and slither along the railing towards them. P.S. It's not that I deliberately post such short chapters. In fact, I can write much longer ones. It's just that the timing isn't right, and it's not appropriate to reveal them yet. The protagonist is about to enter the sect. He really wants to say to those waving their recommendation tickets, "Come on, smash your recommendation tickets this way." All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverse@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 59, Subduing the Demon Beast. SSSSS. The venomous snake raised its soldering iron-shaped head high, its yellow-green body coiled briefly at the door before it suddenly lunged at Qin Feng, who was closest to it. Qin Feng quickly channeled spiritual power into the talisman in his hand, activating the talisman to burst into a ball of flames that shot into the gaping mouth of the poisonous snake. With a thunderous boom, the flames exploded, blasting the snake's head to pieces. It was merely a chi-refining middle-stage poisonous snake, with weak demon energy, still wild and unaccustomed to using spells, preferring to wrap its body around its opponent and strangle them to death. This type of demon beast was relatively easier to deal with. However, soon the commotion they caused caught the attention of other nearby demon beasts. After all, there were many little demons, and Fang Zheng and the others had been mainly dealing with Foundation Establishment realm demon beasts. The chi-refining realm little demons found it difficult to break through the room's door prohibition, so naturally, they would not abandon those fierce demon beasts to specifically kill these little ones. Thus, numerous snake demons and fox demons were wildly scurrying across the ship, searching for prey. Sensing the disturbance here, immediately, a dozen snake demons and a few fox demons pounced over. Both of them were startled, realizing it was because their door had been broken open. Even if they were careful not to make noise, the snake demons would still locate them by scent soon enough, not to mention the fluctuations from the explosion of flame magic. Fortunately, these little demons ultimately lacked high spiritual intelligence. Coupled with the narrow doorway, they were not facing an onslaught from a horde of demons, which gave them some room to maneuver. Just now, the green fox and snake were only focused on their escape and had not taken care of these little demons, so the little demons on the tower ship had not yet discovered that their leaders were attempting to flee. Even if a few saw the green fox and snake, they merely noticed they were fighting their respective adversaries. Thus, these little demons were still loyally executing their leaders' orders, running amok across the ship, looking for opportunities to attack the vulnerable new disciples to disturb the minds of the other cultivators. Damn it! Qin Feng cursed under his breath and quickly connected with the demon refining pot using his divine sense, refining the Foundation establishment fox demon he had previously captured into spiritual energy. He had originally planned to refine the fox demon's corpse after settling down in the sect to advance to Qi refining middle stage. With Foundation establishment strength, though only the purest tenth of its spiritual energy could be obtained after refining through the demon refining pot, if he took his time to refine it slowly, it would have been enough for him to break through to the 5th level of Qi refinement. But now, pressed for time, he had no choice but to refine it directly. A faint glow flashed within the demon refining pot, and in an instant, the fox demon's physical body was completely refined into a stream of pure spiritual power that surged into Qin Feng's body. The untouched meridians and acupoints in his body were forcefully opened, and the pure spiritual energy circulated a few times in his meridians before becoming his own spiritual power, which he then absorbed into his dantian. However, the spiritual energy continued to pour in relentlessly. The rushed breakthrough left no time to carefully refine his meridians and expand his dantian's capacity, so he soon felt a sense of fullness in his meridians. It did not matter if one was like Xiao Jiu, who could only show off within Teeling County, or a direct heir from one of the sect's 9 great noble families, or a prodigy with an innate Dao heart like Lin Jingxin. After joining the Beast-taming Sect, they would not get any preferential treatment. At least not during the first year of entrance. They would be just like all other youths of ordinary birth, needing to perform various miscellaneous sect duties to earn their cultivation necessities. This was a rule established by the sect ancestor, said to hone the disciples' character and prevent those with exceptional talent or reliance on elder family members from developing an attitude of looking down on others while not tending to their abilities. However, as the saying goes, where there's a policy, there's a countermeasure. After a full year of sect chores, a change was possible, and the great families obviously had members holding high positions within the sect. After their younger family members' first year, they could use their connections to let their juniors undertake lighter duties with more resources, allowing them more time for cultivation. As for the ordinary disciples, if they wanted to switch positions, they would have to go to the Foreign Affairs Hall and find the duties they wanted to perform. As the crowd buzzed with discussions and the plaza grew noisy, suddenly, a fierce cry echoed in the distance. The sharp sound pierced deep into the soul, startling everyone into silence and compelling them to look up in the direction the sound came from. Then, they saw a massive predatory bird flying towards them from afar. This was a vulture with wings spanning several dozen feet, its eyes revealing a fierce nature. Its feathers, both thick and hard, were like refined iron cast into shape, and as it flapped its wings midair, it whipped up a violent wind that sent many of the young disciples below swaying unsteadily to and fro. Atop the fierce bird's back stood an old woman with chicken skin and crane hair. It was unknown just how old this woman was. Her sparse hair, hunched back, and the wrinkles that covered her face resembled the craggy bark of ancient trees. She also leaned on an eagle-headed staff that towered over her by a good measure. In the instant that this woman rode the vulture over, a fierce aura swept across the whole arena, prompting all the disciples to shut their mouths and dare not speak. And the golden core elderly Qing, who Qin Feng and the others had seen just yesterday, upon seeing this old woman, hurriedly paid his respects, calling her senior aunt in a respectful manner, despite the fact that the old woman did not show him a friendly face, nor did he dare reveal any sign of dissatisfaction. This must be the spiritual vulture elder of the Outer Sect's spiritual vulture peak. A noble heir whispered. It is said that she was an old golden core powerhouse from the previous generation, and she was once a genius of the Beast-controlling Sect. However, her temper is not too good, and she damaged her origin during a fight. Otherwise, she would have achieved the Purple Mansion long ago. While they were speaking, a roaring tiger's roar, resounding through heaven and earth, made everyone's eardrums ache. Soon after, a strong man built like a mountain rode on a black tiger using wind control technique, landing on the stage in front. This is Elder Lei from Tiger Roar Peak, known as Lei the Tiger. Despite being fierce and overbearing, he is also extremely protective of his own. Plus, in terms of war power among the Outer Sect's peaks, Tiger Roar Peak ranks among the top few powerful peaks, and tiger-type demon beasts are known as the kings among beasts. If only I had the fortune to join Tiger Roar Peak. Another disciple recognized this Elder Lei of Tiger Roar Peak. Following that, a Xiao dragon flew over. An even more massive and fierce Xiao dragon than the one that had previously pulled the tower ship. A young man sat on the back of this Xiao dragon. His features were handsome and his brows sharp. At first glance, there was a somewhat androgynous feel about him. Who would have thought that this time Heavenly Dragon Peak would be personally led by Elder Ling Xiao? It seems the rumors are true. Elder Ling Xiao really is taking over Heavenly Dragon Peak. In the front, Xiao Jinglei stared fixedly at the impressive Xiao dragon beneath the incredibly handsome Elder Ling Xiao. He wanted to enter Heavenly Dragon Peak, and he also wanted to possess such a majestic Xiao dragon. Before he came here, the elders in his family had told him that beneath Heavenly Dragon Peak lies Black Dragon Pond, which is a place where the sect rears Xiao dragons. Every 10 years, Heavenly Dragon Peak selects the most outstanding young disciple among its ranks to bestow a young Xiao dragon upon. Even the Long family, a vassal family of the sect, could afford to rear Xiao dragons, so of course, the Beast-controlling Sect wouldn't lack such places. Not only did the Outer Sect have one, but the Inner Sect had one as well, one that is more than 10 times larger than the Black Dragon Pond of Heavenly Dragon Peak of the Outer Sect. However, Heavenly Dragon Peak does not recruit many disciples each year, and even fewer are granted a Xiao dragon. Whether or not they could become a disciple of Heavenly Dragon Peak all depended on how they were selected. When it comes to which disciples are recruited by each peak, no outsider dares to interfere. Even the Long family, which takes Xiao dragons as their life-bound spiritual beasts, would not lightly go knocking on their doors to have their own disciples admitted to Heavenly Dragon Peak, because doing so could easily arouse the dissatisfaction of other high-ranking members of the sect, suspecting that the Long family was trying to take control of Heavenly Dragon Peak and monopolize all the Xiao dragon resources. P.S. Being an author really isn't easy. Less than a year into writing, I've developed cervical spondylosis. It's quite painful. Brothers, you should also take good care of your health, yeah? It's best to find time to exercise and boost your immunity. Stay strong and healthy. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 64, The Entrance Test. Subsequently, various spiritual beasts and spiritual birds flew through the sky from time to time. There were fiery fire lions with bodies aflame, thunderhawks manipulating lightning, divine apes with the strength to uproot mountains, giant bears that could shake the land, spiritual deer treading upon auspicious clouds, and snow-white divine bulls. One powerful spiritual beast after another appeared, leaving all the youngsters on the square utterly dumbfounded and profoundly shocked. From the Outer Sect's 108 peaks, a potent golden core elder from each peak arrived, riding upon their mighty spiritual beasts, and within a mere quarter of an hour, all had assembled. Qin Feng, too, was left clicking his tongue in amazement. A family like the Xiao family of Teeling County, which possessed a golden core peak powerhouse, had already the capacity to call the wind and summon the rain in the commandery, making small families like the Qin family look up to them. And now, here in just the outer sect of the Beast-taming Sect, so many exceptional golden core elders had emerged, making the Xiao family utterly insignificant by comparison. He barely dared to imagine if the outer sect was already this formidable, how overwhelmingly powerful must the inner sect be. At that moment, Qin Feng's heart swelled with a strong yearning. He wanted to enter the inner sect, to witness the glory within. And this was not just his own desire. Every outer disciple of the Beast-taming Sect harbored this aspiration. There was no one who did not wish to be admitted to the inner sect. Only by entering the inner sect could one be freed from the miscellaneous duties of the outer sect, and could one receive the true inheritance, cultivating in peace with the possibility of achieving longevity. Silence. Following the reprimand from the outer sect elderly Qing, the disciples, who had been whispering and discussing amongst themselves, immediately quieted down and looked up at him. However, Li Qing did not preside over the ceremony. Instead, he invited an authoritative-looking elder onto the stage. "This is Elder Yang Wuhui from our Beast-taming Sect's Law Enforcement Hall. Elder Yen will now guide you to join the sect," he announced. After speaking, he stepped back 2 paces to give way to Elder Yen. Yang Wuhui's gaze was piercing as he swept it across the entire crowd. All the disciples were made uneasy by his look that seemed to see into their hearts, preventing them from harboring any frivolous thoughts. Qin Feng secretly marveled. He faintly felt that Elder Yan's authority surpassed that of all the outer sect elders present, and their respectful attitudes towards this elder appeared to confirm this. He could not even fathom what cultivation level this elder might have achieved. Could it be that he had already transcended the Golden Core realm to become a being of the Purple Mansion? Our Beast-taming Sect has been established for tens of thousands of years, with a lineage tracing back to the beginning of the ancient Great Tribulation. Elder Yan's voice was resonant and strong, his enunciation clear, ensuring that his words reached the ears of every disciple. During the ancient Great Tribulation, invaders from all realms and the rampaging demon clan committed countless acts of slaughter, leading to the devastation of all life forms. Our founding master could not bear to watch the common people suffer and, with heavenly wisdom, created the beast-taming technique. He established our sect, guarded the southern wilderness, and suppressed countless members of the demon clan. During the ancient Great Tribulation, he established a resounding reputation and accomplished numerous great deeds. At this point, he paused for a moment before continuing. In the tens of thousands of years following the Great Tribulation, our Beast-taming Sect has upheld our ancestors' last wishes, suppressed demons and devils, and saved countless lives, never falling behind others. You all desire to join our Beast-taming Sect, and must therefore embrace this philosophy. When heaven and earth face catastrophe, and our sect faces calamity, you must be willing to make selfless sacrifices, unafraid of hardships, bravely stepping forward to fight for your lives. Can you do this? The disciples hastily replied, "We are willing to give our lives for the sect." Elder Yen slowly nodded his head, then said, "Our Beast-taming Sect has 10 major precepts. First, you must not deceive your masters or destroy your ancestors. Second, you must not betray the sect. Third, you must not harm your fellow disciples. Fourth, you must not commit adultery. Keep in mind that these 10 precepts must not be violated, or you will be subjected to severe punishment without mercy." The crowd responded once again. The disciples dare not. All right, next, let us invite the image of the ancestor. After all the disciples pay homage to the ancestor, you will be considered disciples of the Beast-taming Sect. With Elder Yan's words falling, a series of lights suddenly rose in the front of the main hall at the plaza. Countless lights converged together, transforming into a figure hundreds of feet tall. Everyone looked up to see that it was the image of an elder with a kind and benevolent face. Following the appearance of this divine image, everyone, including Yang Wuhui and the outer elders from the 108 peaks, all respectfully bowed deeply. Afterward, Yang Wuhui stood up, turned to the young people in the field, and commanded, "Disciples, pay your respects to the ancestor." In an instant, all the disciples knelt down, and after 3 prostrations and 9 bows, they were considered part of the Beast-taming Sect. Elder Yan's expression seemed to soften a bit as he nodded slightly. "Now that you've joined our Beast-taming Sect, you must abide by the rules and diligently pursue cultivation, striving to achieve something at the earliest. All right, next, activate the array. All disciples will step forward on their own. Each depending on their own fate which outer elder you manage to reach, you will join that peak. And if in the end, you cannot make it out of the illusion array, don't worry. The sect will still assign you to the various peaks, so your cultivation will not be delayed." Elder Yan waved his large sleeve, and behind him, Li Qing and the others quickly formed spells to activate the array. With a rumbling sound, a heavy noise came, and then in front of the main hall at the plaza, 1,808 platforms rose. The outer elders of the various peaks flew up and landed on the platforms, and as they channeled their mana into the platforms, illusory images emerged before them. At the same time, the space of the plaza seemed to shift for a moment, and when the disciples opened their eyes again, they found that the scene before them had changed completely different from before. There was no main hall, no elders, and no other disciples in sight. Each of them seemed to be in a strange world, enveloped in a vast expanse of white fog, seeing nothing, with only a voice seemingly tempting them to move forward. This was a test for the new outer disciples of the Beast-taming Sect, designed to test the disciples' temperament and their subconscious preference for certain types of spiritual beasts. Of course, this was just a minor test at this stage and did not represent the future achievements and choices of spiritual beasts for these disciples. After all, they were still young, their nature could still grow, and their preferences could change. What the future held, nobody could be certain. Qin Feng walked forward in a daze, not knowing how long or how far he had gone, as if it were but a moment, and yet many days had passed. The feeling frustrated him, and he wanted to stop for a proper rest. However, it seemed as if another voice in his heart was urging him to keep moving. Ultimately, he was of a resolute nature, so instead of stopping to rest, he continued to walk. Finally, when his patience was almost exhausted, some scenery began to appear ahead, no longer just an endless expanse of white. Qin Feng felt a surge of joy and looked up carefully to see many illusory images emerging through the mist, dragons and phoenixes, tigers and bears, all kinds of creatures from the animal kingdom. Anything that existed in the world was present here. In the midst of it, he had an epiphany and walked towards the illusory shadow of the demon beast he was most familiar with. At last, he approached the shadow and was about to reach out to touch it when his spirit was suddenly jolted, and he came to his senses, only to find that there was no such illusory shadow, and the vast white fog had also dissipated into nothing. And he had unknowingly reached the front of a platform. He looked up, and on the platform stood a beautiful woman with a graceful figure. The woman felt his gaze and also looked down at him. P.S. The beautiful woman with hands on hips and chest puffed out. What are you looking at? Hand over your recommendation tickets quickly, or else I'll let out really fierce and ferocious beasts. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 65 Spiritual Snake, Peak Lu Xianling. Qin Feng looked up at the high platform, and his spirit involuntarily leapt. It was not because of the woman's appearance. In fact, he hadn't seen her face at first glance. Being too close to the high platform, when he looked up, he hadn't directly seen her face until she leaned forward, revealing a stunningly beautiful visage, and he realized he had arrived below the platform of Elder Lu Xianling of the Spiritual Snake Peak. He remembered Lu Xianling's name, because her arrival had caused quite a stir. At that time, all the disciples were amazed at the beauty of this female elder, especially when she stood next to the spiritual vulture elder. The contrast was stark. Qin Feng was somewhat dazed, never expecting to find himself before Lu Xianling. He had originally thought he would choose Heavenly Dragon Peak, Divine Ape Peak, or Tiger Roar Peak, since these peaks not only had stronger power, but also housed potent spiritual beasts available for outstanding disciples to select, and if one performed well enough, even those with a divine beast bloodline might be rewarded. If he had joined one of these peaks, he was confident that he could have obtained an extremely excellent and powerful spiritual beast. However, he had unconsciously chosen Spiritual Snake Peak. After receiving a glance from Lu Xuanling's charming phoenix eyes, Qin Feng snapped back to reality, promptly bowed, and stepped back several steps. He dared not stay there looking up any longer, fearing that the beautiful elder might notice the inappropriate thoughts hidden in his gaze and decide to give him some troubles. After stepping aside, he noticed that apart from himself, there were over a dozen other young men and women standing below the platform of Spiritual Snake Peak. They also dared not speak, lest they disturb the disciples who were still navigating the illusion array. Instead, they nodded at each other as a form of greeting. Qin Feng glanced somewhat melancholically toward Heavenly Dragon Peak in the near distance, where Elder Ling Xiao, who had arrived on a Jiao dragon, stood on the platform, watching the disciples who approached with an indifferent expression. Alas, it seemed he was destined not to be associated with the Jiao dragon of Black Dragon Pond. Qin Feng shook his head slightly, quickly regaining his composure, deciding not to dwell on it further. With things as they were, it was probably best to be honest, lest Elder Lu on the platform think he looked down on Spiritual Snake Peak, which could lead to complications. He had never had any prior contact with Elder Lu, and he didn't know what kind of a person she was. If she were to be petty, he really needed to tread carefully. After calming down, he recalled the moment in the illusion array when, lost in confusion, he had instinctively moved toward a figure of the demon beast he was most familiar with. But this most familiar demon beast was not the swallowing sky toad that he had tamed, but his father's green-eyed spirit snake. From a young age, he had often clung to his father riding on the back of the green-eyed spirit snake, flying through the skies. Thus, deep inside, he was most familiar with the spiritual snake, which was probably why he had subconsciously chosen this place. Qin Feng cast his gaze toward the many disciples still lost within the illusion array, searching for Qin Shi's figure. Having just experienced the sensation of losing one's mind in the illusion array, he knew that without a resolute heart, one could not escape it. Only by persistently moving forward could one see the phantom of the spiritual beast, and thus choose the existence most familiar to one's deepest heart. Because his father had taught him and allowed him access to a spiritual beast like the green-eyed spirit snake, but Qin Shi hadn't had that, and he didn't know if she would be able to find her way out. After searching for a long time and failing to spot Qin Shi, he reluctantly gave up looking and turned his attention to the disciples under each high platform, curious to see who had made it out. Then, unexpectedly, he saw Qin Shi beneath a high platform. Qin Shi had already noticed Qin Feng searching for her among the crowd, but since they were quite far apart, it was difficult for her to come over and greet him, so she could only watch as Qin Feng anxiously looked around for a long time. Now, seeing Qin Feng look her way, she couldn't help but purse her lips into a smile, her expression clean and clear, revealing a touch of smugness. Qin Feng was overjoyed and looked up at the platform where she was for a moment longer. The person standing on the platform seemed to be an elder from the Creation Peak. Creation Peak was the only one among the 108 peaks of the outer of the Beast-controlling Sect that wasn't named after a spiritual beast. This was because the main beasts tamed on this mountain were not various spiritual beasts, but creatures born from nature's creation fire, such as flame spirits born in fire and thunder spirits born from thunder, and even spirit monsters like stones and plants that had, over long periods, absorbed the sun and moon's essence and nature's spiritual energy by chance, had developed spiritual intelligence. These were the primary choices for the disciples of Creation Peak. Due to the rarity of these naturally formed spirits, the number of disciples at this peak was also one of the fewest among the peaks of the outer. However, this did not mean they were weak. In fact, the strength of the disciples from Creation Peak was among the top across all peaks because their life-bound beings were usually the most primordial creatures from various elements, possessing pure power and astonishing divine skills, which also made cultivation easier for them. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that not only had Qin Shi walked out of the illusion array, but she had also made her way to the base of Creation Peak. It seemed he had still underestimated Sister Xiaoxi's character. Immediately, he felt a surge of happiness for Qin Shi. Although escaping from the illusion array didn't necessarily mean one would be able to cultivate to a high realm later on, it at least meant that the different peaks would provide some corresponding care, assigning lighter miscellaneous duties, and allowing them more time to cultivate. At this moment, most of the tens of thousands of people had already stopped moving. Even if a minority hadn't given up, they were just aimlessly wandering without awareness, obviously trapped within the illusion array and unable to break through their own hearts. Out of those who truly managed to walk out of the illusion array, fewer than 3,000 people were successful. Each platform had varying numbers of disciples below it, ranging from as few as 3 or 5 to as many as over 100, with significant disparities. Among these disciples, Qin Feng spotted the figure of Lin Jingxin. This girl hadn't joined Creation Peak, but had appeared under the platform of the Spiritual Tree Peak. Spiritual Tree Peak was the mountain named after various types of trees and flora recognized as their life-bound spiritual beasts. In fact, Lin Jingxin was one of the most unique disciples. All the phantom figures in the illusion array had been open to her choice, and her spirit could resonate with any of the spiritual beasts. But in the end, she chose a spiritual tree that felt most comfortable to her. She felt this spiritual tree suited her soul best. This brought a genuine smile to the face of the elder from the Spiritual Tree Peak, and it also made the other elders who knew she possessed an innate Taoist heart feel regret. But this was the disciples' own choice, so they couldn't force her otherwise. However, some were already considering making contact with this disciple privately. They could introduce her to other spiritual beasts so that when she entered the inner later on, she could still be part of their lineage. As a bell rang out, the illusion array vanished, and all disciples regained their senses, casting envious glances at those who had already reached the base of the platforms. Qin Feng noticed that many noble heirs who had cultivated to the late stage of qi refinement had not made it out, clearly indicating that this test was not about cultivation, but purely an assessment of the disciple's character. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 66, 10,000 Snakes Cave. Elderly Qing of the Foreign Affairs Hall stepped forward and said softly to the chaotic crowd on the square, "All right, all disciples return to your original positions and stand properly. The allocation of disciple quotas for each peak will now begin." In fact, the matter of how the newcomers were to be allocated had already been discussed and decided upon by the peak elders beforehand. Now, it was merely a matter of redividing the disciples who had been unable to exit the illusion array based on the number of people in each respective peak. These disciples didn't have much to be picked over. Since they couldn't exit the illusion array, it was clear that their current state of mind needed improvement. Although their cultivation levels varied, with a few from prestigious families possessing the strength of the late qi refinement stage, these small cultivation levels weren't significant in the eyes of the Golden Core elders. There was certainly no need to cause a commotion over them. Thus, under the direction of the Foreign Affairs Hall, the peak elders quickly finalized the quotas. The division by the Foreign Affairs Hall was interesting. They did not group the disciples from the same country or prefecture together, but dispersed them all. This also prevented the peak elders from gathering all the newcomers from their regions and forming separate groups within the sect. Once all the disciples were allocated, the elders from the outer peaks simply gave a few instructions and then flew away on their respective spiritual beasts. These newcomer disciples were escorted to their respective peaks by the Foundation Establishment Deacons of the Foreign Affairs Hall. There was no need for the Golden Core elders to worry about them. Soon, 9 large tower ships flew in, landing at the edge of the square. Qin Feng glanced at them a few times. The tower ship that had brought them to the Beast-taming Sect was not among them, presumably because it had been damaged in a previous battle and sent for repairs. As soon as the tower ships landed, a cultivator on one of them, pulled by a moon-watching spirit rhinoceros, called out, "Disciples of Spiritual Snake Peak, Spiritual Ape Peak, Spirit Rhinoceros Peak, Fire Crow Peak, Heavenly Silkworm Peak, Spiritual Butterfly Peak, Heavenly Horse Peak, Profound Turtle Peak, Mystic Bird Peak, Baoxiang Peak, Skywolf Peak, and Golden Camel Peak, come here." Clearly, this tower ship was tasked with transporting the disciples from these 12 peaks. Under the guidance of several Foundation establishment cultivators, Qin Feng and others boarded the tower ship. Once everyone was on board, and it was confirmed that no one was left behind, the cultivator then ordered the ship to take off. The large moon-watching spirit rhinoceros growled softly, slowly rising to its feet. Treading the void, it pulled the tower ship and flew off into the distance. Though the creature's movements were slow, its flying speed wasn't slow at all. It quickly soared into the sky and flew away into the distance. The Beast-taming Sect covered thousands of miles, with the entire mountain range under their control. The outer peaks were scattered in various locations, and it would take these disciples half a month on foot without these tower ships to reach their destinations. With the tower ships, however, it only took half a day to transport all the peak disciples. Thank you, senior brothers. At a flat area at the foot of Spiritual Snake Peak, junior brother Chen Xiao, a Foundation establishment cultivator who had come to welcome the newcomers, bowed to several Foundation establishment cultivators on the tower ship who had delivered these disciples. Junior brother Chen is too kind. The ship's leading elder, a Foundation establishment peak cultivator, chuckled. We still have disciples from several peaks to deliver. We won't linger here. Junior brother Chen, when you come to the Foreign Affairs Hall next time, remember to join us for tea. Certainly, certainly. Chen Xiao responded with a full-faced smile. After the cultivators commanding the tower ship had left, he turned around and said to the crowd, I am junior brother Chen Xiao, a deacon disciple from Spiritual Snake Peak, sent to arrange accommodations for you all. First, follow me to register and collect your Identity Jade token and Beast-taming Sect magic robes, among other items, and then I will arrange your accommodations and various other affairs. Everyone nodded repeatedly, of course having no objections, and they all followed behind Xin Xiao, heading towards a courtyard halfway up the mountain. That place was the Deacon Room of Spiritual Snake Peak, considered a subordinate institution of the Internal Affairs Hall of the Sect. Although each peak arranged for its own disciples to take control, the elders of the Internal Affairs Hall generally did not wish to interfere in the internal affairs of the peaks. Qin Feng and the others followed Chen Xiao up the mountain while curiously looking around. Nearly 150 disciples had been assigned to Spiritual Snake Peak, the majority of whom came from commoner backgrounds and had very limited understanding of the Beast-taming Sect. They only knew that it was a powerful sect, but did not know exactly how powerful it was or what the internal setup of the sect looked like. The rest, like Qin Feng from smaller clans, had their clan elders tell them quite a bit about the sect. But those elders, during their time at the sect, had only entered one of the peaks, and not every generation could produce a Foundation establishment cultivator. Being lower-level cultivators, they also did not know too much about the rest of the peaks in the sect. Thus, not only were those youngsters from commoner backgrounds immensely curious about Spiritual Snake Peak, but even disciples from small families like Qin Feng looked around curiously, taking in the sights of Spiritual Snake Peak. In their imaginations, Spiritual Snake Peak should have been the place within the outer peaks with the most snake-type spiritual beasts. However, as Qin Feng and the others looked around, they not only failed to see many spiritual snakes, but they also felt that this mountain peak was exceptionally beautiful and majestic, brimming with spiritual energy. They barely sensed any demon energy, making it resemble more the residence of a sect practicing orthodox Taoism cultivation techniques. Chen, senior brother. One of the disciples looked at Chen Xiao, slightly puzzled, and asked, Isn't this Spiritual Snake Peak? How come we haven't even seen a few spiritual snakes? Seeing the curious looks from everyone, Chen Xiao couldn't help but smile lightly. Do not be surprised. Although our beast-taming sect excels in manipulating spiritual beasts in battle, after all, it is still a sect for cultivation, and naturally, we prioritize our own cultivation practices. Spiritual Snake Peak is our place of cultivation. Of course, it has to be made more suitable for cultivation, which makes it more comfortable to reside in. As for the place where spiritual snakes are bred, it is in the 10,000 Snakes Cave. 10,000 Snakes Cave? The group became even more astonished. Is the 10,000 Snakes Cave not on Spiritual Snake Peak? Of course not. Chen Xiao explained, the several mountain peaks surrounding Spiritual Snake Peak and the territory within 1 to 200 miles belong to Spiritual Snake Peak. 10,000 Snakes Cave is located between two mountains to the south, deep inside a cavern in the valley. The rest of the territory either houses some special types of spiritual snakes or cultivates various kinds of spiritual medicines that enhance the cultivation evolution of spiritual snakes. There are also some rare spiritual medicines that can only grow in the areas frequented by these spiritual snakes. He looked at everyone, a playful smile on his face. If any disciple is assigned to some special areas, tasked with taking care of the spiritual snakes and spiritual medicines there, be very careful not to violate any taboos. Otherwise, if you were to anger some fierce-tempered spiritual snakes and they swallowed you whole, you could only pray for the sect to avenge you. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed the story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 67. The cruel competition among outer disciples. The disciples were shocked when they heard Chen Xiao's words. They immediately reminded themselves to be more cautious in the future, since handling sect tasks wasn't always safe. In the midst of their conversation, the group had followed Chen Xiao to the deacon room. There, Chen Xiao handed them over to the disciples of the deacon room, who registered their identities one by one. He then distributed identity jade tokens to them, instructing them to imprint their spiritual power and divine sense into the tokens to prevent others from impersonating them. Afterward, Chen Xiao took them to the storage room to collect the standard benefits reserved for new disciples, including a magic robe, a storage bag, and a spiritual beast bag each. Moreover, there were special detoxification pills and snake-repelling pills from Spiritual Snake Peak, essentials to prevent the disciples from being accidentally bitten by spiritual snakes. Qin Feng closely examined his newly acquired storage bag and spiritual beast bag several times, discerning that they were only low-level and weren't worth many spirit stones. It seemed these items were mainly intended for youngsters from commoner backgrounds. However, Qin Feng wouldn't refuse such benefits from the sect, as he wasn't yet in a position to turn them down. After receiving their items, the deacon room had already arranged the miscellaneous tasks they were responsible for. Qin Feng and a dozen other youths, because they had emerged from the illusion array during the testing in the plaza, were afforded some preferential treatment, resulting in relatively lighter duties. Qin Feng reviewed the tasks he had been assigned and saw that he was responsible for feeding the cold ice pythons in the cold pond to the west of Spiritual Snake Peak. Though it was called taking care of, it essentially meant delivering other birds and animals raised on Spiritual Snake Peak to feed them every few days. These spiritual beasts didn't fall sick and had no natural predators under the protection of the beast-taming sect, so there was no need for him to care for them attentively. He just had to ensure they were fed regularly without starvation. Every few years, these cold ice pythons would lay a clutch of eggs, hatching more juvenile cold ice pythons, ensuring a steady supply for Spiritual Snake Peak. Additionally, there were several snow jade lotus plants growing in the cold pond, a rare type of spiritual medicine. He was required to harvest them when they matured, as these were special plantations the sect didn't allow disciples to take for themselves. Qin Feng found this to be an extremely easy task, and he was more than capable. He only needed to visit every few days, which left him plenty of time for cultivation. Their identity jade tokens were custom-made by Spiritual Snake Peak, ensuring that the snakes within its domain would generally not attack them upon detecting the token's aura. As for Chen Xiao's earlier warning about the possibility of being devoured by angered spiritual snakes, it served more as a caution to the new disciples not to intentionally provoke the snakes. In the past, there had been a few reckless disciples who, relying on their identity jades, provoked spiritual snakes, thinking they wouldn't be attacked. Eventually, they encountered a few particularly vicious ones that ended up swallowing them whole. Thus, he reminded the disciples to avoid making similar mistakes. There are 108 peaks within the outer sect of the Beast-controlling Sect, and each one possesses its own preaching pavilion, said Chen Xiao. Every day, disciples with Foundation Establishment Cultivation lecture there, and on the 1st and 15th of each month, Golden Core elders come to preach and resolve your doubts. You've just joined the sect and you won't be assigned overly complicated tasks. Each of you will have at least half a day of free time to attend lectures at the preaching pavilion. I urge all of you to seize this opportunity to cultivate diligently, for after 1 year, you won't be new disciples anymore and will have to take on various tasks just like the older disciples. And some of those tasks require great focus and might not leave you any free days throughout the year, to say nothing of attending lectures. The group looked at each other upon hearing this. One asked, Senior Brother Chen, if the sect's tasks are so burdensome, then how are we, the outer disciples, to practice cultivation? Chen Xiao glanced at the disciple who asked and answered, It's not as severe as you think. Some tasks do require constant attention, but you can take turns with others. You can work during the day and still cultivate at night, as long as you manage your time wisely. Besides, the more you give, the more you receive. The sect provides various resource rewards for these tasks, and the more time-consuming tasks yield greater rewards. With resources, cultivation becomes much simpler, he said. He chuckled, then continued, Of course, if you don't wish to take on the cumbersome chores, you can opt for relatively easy tasks, such as guarding the palace or sweeping the courtyard. However, although these tasks are relatively easy, they won't earn you many spirit stones as rewards. Whether you want to earn more cultivation resources or to have more free time for meditation and cultivation, the choice is up to you, unless it's a chore that really can't be filled. Generally speaking, the sect won't force you to do anything. Additionally, within the first 10 years after entering the door, as long as you have confidence, every disciple can participate in the sect's annual competition. If you stand out and defeat numerous opponents to rank among the top 100 disciples, you can directly join the inner sect. With these words, all the disciples were stirred, for joining the inner sect was their most fervent desire. Chen Xiao had explained things so clearly, and everyone understood the implications. To join the inner sect, mere hard work and cultivation wasn't enough. One needed ample cultivation resources. With resources, you can progress faster, cultivate to a higher level within 10 years, train powerful spiritual beasts, sweep through the ranks of the outer, and earn a promotion. And to acquire cultivation resources, one must be willing to work and earn them. Of course, that applies to ordinary disciples. For those disciples from noble families, the resources provided by their families are substantial and allow them to engage in lighter duties to pass the time while using the family resources for cultivation. Qin Feng was no different. His family provided him and Qin Shi with a sum of spirit stones every year to enable them to carve out more time for cultivation in the hopes of bolstering their chances of reaching the Foundation establishment and, with some luck, joining the inner sect, a cause for great celebration for the entire family. Ordinary disciples, lacking such family backgrounds, had to rely on their own hands to earn their cultivation resources, a challenge incomparable to theirs. After explaining all the necessary details, Chen Xiao didn't say much more and led the new disciples to their accommodations directly. These quarters, located near the foot of the spiritual Snake Peak, were made up of rows of small courtyards. Though not large, they were quite elegant. More importantly, all these courtyards were built upon the branches of the spirit veins beneath spiritual Snake Peak, so the concentration of spiritual energy was plentiful, much to their satisfaction. Qin Feng used his identity jade to open the prohibition on his own courtyard and entered. After briefly inspecting the few rooms, he felt no need to look further. Apart from some simple furniture, there was nothing else, and nothing particularly intriguing. He walked into his bedroom, lay down on the bed, placed his hands behind his head, and stared at the ceiling with squinted eyes, his mind preoccupied with thoughts. The competition in the outer sect of the Beast-taming sect was incredibly fierce, even brutal. After all, there were simply too many disciples in the outer sect. With the sect's reach extending across 9 neighboring countries, even if each country only recruited a little over 1,000 people every year, the total would still be tens of thousands. Over 10 years, this would equate to well over 100,000. Yet within these multitudes, only around 100 places were up for contention each year. If the struggle wasn't intense, it would be truly bizarre. It wasn't only during the sect competition that disability could occur from a moment's carelessness. Even on regular days, there was severe rivalry among the outer disciples. P.S. The protagonist believes that to stand out from such fierce competition, recommendations from everyone are crucial. To be admitted into the inner sect and learn more profound techniques, Qin Feng has decided to shamelessly ask everyone for their recommendation votes. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverse@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 68. Mastery of the 10,000 Beasts Origin Scripture. The next day, early in the morning, Qin Feng woke up early for his morning practice, and after sitting in meditation to regulate his breathing, he got up and left the courtyard, heading towards the preaching pavilion located halfway up the mountain. The preaching pavilion was independently established by each of the outer sect's peaks. Aside from being under the jurisdiction of the inner sect's preaching hall, all other matters were decided by the peaks themselves. As Qin Feng made his way there, he quickly encountered quite a few fellow sect members. However, they were all new disciples who had joined the sect the day before. The senior disciples knew that the pavilion would primarily be teaching basic spells in the next few days due to the arrival of newcomers. Hence, after the new disciples' cultivation was on the right track in a few days, other topics would continue to be taught. Because of this, the older disciples seldom wasted their time at the pavilion during this period. Senior Brother Qin. At that moment, a lean young man saw Qin Feng's figure and hurriedly caught up, greeting him. This youngster was also from the Chu kingdom. The two had met on the tower ship on the way here. He came from a small family in Fengyang County and was named Lu Wuxiang. Like Qin Feng, he was a disciple who had emerged from the outer sect's illusion array test. Since the two families they originated from weren't too far apart, they had even chatted for a bit on the road to Spiritual Snake Peak previously. Lu Wuxiang's cultivation was at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, which was already quite outstanding among disciples from small families, considering him to be something of a prodigy. He had heard about Qin Feng and Qin Shi's deed of jointly slaying over 10 demon beasts, so the young man held considerable respect for Qin Feng in his heart, believing Qin Feng to be extremely formidable. Now that both had joined Spiritual Snake Peak, he naturally wanted to make friends with Qin Feng. Junior Brother Lu. Qin Feng saw the young man and greeted him with a smile. Let's walk a bit faster to avoid falling behind everyone. If we miss anything during the lecture, that wouldn't be good. You're right, Senior Brother. Lu Wuxiang nodded quickly, and the two of them hurried along, overtaking many people along the way and quickly entering the preaching pavilion. Even so, there were already 20 or 30 people who had arrived earlier, taking up seats in the front rows in the middle. After exchanging a glance, the two hurriedly took their places on cushions in the 3rd row to the left. All the new disciples who had recently joined were eager and arrived early. In about a quarter of an hour, all the new disciples had arrived. The crowd didn't dare to make a racket but spoke in hushed tones, speculating about which elder would come to impart teachings. After all, this was a key moment for the new disciples' initiation. The sect elders were worried that ordinary foundation establishment cultivators might not teach well, so every year at this time, Golden Core elders would personally come to teach the new disciples the initiation techniques. About another quarter of an hour passed before someone finally walked in from outside. The crowd looked up and saw that the person was none other than the beautiful elder Lu Xianling, who had been recruiting disciples at the square the day before. Additionally, she was one of the 3 highest cultivating Golden Core practitioners in Spiritual Snake Peak and held the position of Peak Master. Of course, all this had been told to them by Qin Xiao when he received them yesterday. As Qin Xiao had said, their Peak Master was capricious, so he especially warned everyone not to anger the Peak Master, otherwise they might be punished by being sent deep into the 10,000 Snakes cave to have a heart-to-heart with a beauty snake. Pay respects to the Peak Master. The disciples quickly stood up and performed their salutations. Lu Xuanling's face, beautiful enough to overthrow states and cities, carried a hint of a smile, making her seem as approachable and kind as the girl next door. Her figure was curvy with both a pronounced bust and hips, and even the loose magic robe she was wearing could not conceal her voluptuous body, with her chest trembling slightly as she moved. However, no disciple dared to brazenly stare at Lu Xuanling's chest, lest they be randomly slashed by the beautiful Peak Master's blade. Some disciples from noble families had heard elders mention gossip about Lu Xianling. 9 different roads to immortality and longevity from the spiritual snake lineage alone proved that the long-standing great force deserved its reputation. It was truly impressive. Moreover, in that instant, a sense of pride involuntarily surged in the heart of every disciple. Joining the spiritual snake lineage was indeed their greatest honor. What about the Heavenly Dragon Peak? What about the Tiger Roar Peak? At this moment, they were all cast out of mind. Compared to the spiritual snake peak, they were all just juniors. Lu Xianling was accustomed to such scenes and was unperturbed as she continued. Among our lineage's 9 great inheritances, the Heavenly Snake Swallowing the Moon Technique, Spiritual Snake Illusion Heart Technique, Qinquan Giant Snake Shaking Star Divine Skill, and Boss Snake Swallowing Sky Technique, have always used the spiritual snake as the life-bound spiritual beast without change. The 3 cultivation methods, 9 realities and 9 illusions dragon and snake transformation, spiritual snake 9 transformations dragon technique, and 9 abysses hidden dragon technique, follow the path from snake to dragon transformation. The day when the transformation to dragon is successful is the day of achieving Dao and longevity. Netherworld Snake 7 incantations is achieved through curses, allowing a cultivator to strengthen oneself or curse kill an enemy. The spell is unpredictable, enigmatic, and immensely powerful, yet its cultivation is extremely challenging, and therefore, few cultivators throughout history have mastered it. However, each individual who has attained some measure of success with this spell has become a formidable existence whom others are reluctant to provoke easily. The last technique, bone-eroding, soul-destroying, heavenly evil technique, requires one to use poison as a path to cultivation. To practice this technique, one must find the most virulent poisonous snakes. Only then can one begin to cultivate the technique. Seeing the many disciples below, eyes shining with eagerness, Lu Xuanling's lips curled up into a smile. However, these are true inheritances that can only be obtained after entering the inner sect. If you're not in the inner sect, don't even think about it. Therefore, you should now focus on cultivating diligently, show your full potential, and strive to enter the inner sect. The group of disciples was dealt another blow, their excitement subsided, and they began to doubt their future again. The beast-taming sect had very few spots for entering the inner sect. Every disciple that managed to enter were 1 in 100, or even 1 in 1,000, a real talent. Among these seated disciples, very few were confident in competing for those spots. A disciple sighed and said, "We of humble origins, with no family backing, how can we possibly compete with the noble heirs?" This statement resonated with many disciples. Those from great families, even without any sect chores, always had access to ample cultivation resources, while these disciples had to toil every day to gain just a little from the sect. The disparity was simply too great. Lu Xianling smiled faintly. "You needn't be so disheartened. Although disciples of noble families possess some innate advantages, they are fewer in number and, furthermore, some prefer reveling in pleasure rather than genuinely cultivating. In fact, among the disciples who pledge to the inner sect every year, those of humble birth make up the majority. Thus, he had spent these years at Spiritual Vulture Peak dedicated to researching the methods of nurturing spiritual vultures, living quite a stable life. Today, I'm telling you all this not to encourage you to take on those dangerous missions, nor do I want you to learn from me and barely survive in the sect for decades. I'm telling you this just to help you understand your current situation. Whatever path you choose to follow in the future, I will not stop you because it's your own choice. After saying this to them, Qineng changed the subject and began explaining some intricacies of the sect and the taboos of interacting with cultivators from various peaks. He also told the two what they needed to learn as outer disciples and shared some experiences on identifying and nurturing spiritual beasts. Finally, as the sun tilted westward and the golden crow was about to set, Qineng somewhat reluctantly stopped his instruction, then said, "Since you've just joined the sect, it's best to go to the preaching pavilion every day to listen to teachings. I won't keep you any longer, lest I delay your cultivation." The bronze-colored eyes of the bronze giant crocodile glinted with cruelty. Just as it was about to pounce again and topple the bipedal creature for a sumptuous feast, a sudden croaking sound interrupted. Then, Qin Feng saw a small toad in his hand open its mouth, and immediately several sharp, cold ice arrows shot toward the crocodile. The giant crocodile shook its head to avoid the vital points on its skull, and with several thudding sounds, the cold ice arrows hit its thick scales. Although these cold ice arrows caused it a heart-piercing pain, apart from intensifying the savage nature in its heart, they did not cause any substantial injury. The bronze giant crocodile was naturally a rugged and heavily defended demon beast, its scales incredibly tough. The swallowing sky toad, having recently merged with the bloodline of a green water cold toad, did not have sufficient cold energy to pierce through the scales of the bronze giant crocodile with the cold ice arrows. However, the piercing pain on its body still angered the bronze giant crocodile. It opened its massive mouth and emitted a deep and strange sound. Giant crocodiles do not have vocal cords and usually don't make any noises, but when they are angered, they will vibrate their throats to produce a sound indicative of their anger. Qin Feng did not expect this giant crocodile's defense to be so strong, its aura clearly having reached the peak of the qi refining realm. No wonder it hadn't devoured that exotic flower. It had intended to use the exotic flower to lure other demon beasts to be devoured, in order to advance to Foundation establishment. Actually, each time the sect conducted a trial for new disciples, some unexpected situations would arise. The biggest of these accidents was the appearance of demon beasts that far surpassed what the disciples could handle, even though the trial sites had been cleared by sect disciples in advance. Such incidents still occasionally occurred. Just like the bronze giant crocodile in front of Qin Feng, which might break through the qi refining realm at any moment. If it devoured a few more demon beasts and its inner aura became extremely potent, it would advance to Foundation establishment, potentially causing significant harm to the new disciples. Even though this giant crocodile had not yet advanced, it was already at the peak of the qi refining realm, its bronze scales providing formidable defense, making it difficult to kill. Normally, these vicious demon beasts were not something ordinary disciples could contend with. However, Qin Feng was not an ordinary disciple, and the swallowing sky toad was not an ordinary spiritual beast either. Although the swallowing sky toad's current strength was low, and it had not yet reached the point where it could display the full capabilities of a space element spiritual beast, the bronze giant crocodile also lacked the strength to devour it. But with its small current physique, it definitely could not withstand a head-on collision with the bronze giant crocodile. Qin Feng's eyes moved around. It seemed other methods were necessary to deal with this bronze giant crocodile. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverseaudio@gmail.com. The main reason was that he wanted to find a spiritual toad with an impressive innate divine ability, which would give the swallowing sky toad more formidable powers. Unfortunately, none of the spiritual toads with strong bloodlines were within his budget. Leaving the 10,000 Demons Pavilion, Qin Feng strolled leisurely through the marketplace, occasionally pausing to look at the various shops lining the streets and observe the multitude of spiritual objects within, broadening his horizons. In the year since he had joined the sect, he spent his days either rushing to the preaching pavilion to listen to teachings or to the scripture pavilion to read books, learning various types of knowledge, practicing various spells. He had only visited the marketplace a few times, and even then, it was always in such haste that he never really had the chance to truly wander around the marketplace. Now that he had time, and more importantly, having just made a good sum of money from selling off his items, he decided to stroll through the marketplace to relax his mood. Walking down the streets of Qingyun Square, Qin Feng felt as if his eyes were being opened to a whole new world. He had not expected the cultivation world to hold so many exotic and unusual things, with some magic artifacts and elixir pills having effects that were simply astonishing. After wandering around for a half day, Qin Feng suddenly caught the enticing scent of something delicious. Turning his head in the direction of the aroma, he saw not too large nor too small inn at the street corner ahead, with the sign, "Drunken Immortal Inn," hanging above the entrance. Qin Feng touched his stomach. During those few days in the Mist Swamp, he had hardly eaten anything proper, and it had been a while since he had a spiritual meal. The scent wafting from the inn triggered a craving in his stomach, and so he embarrassingly followed the tantalizing aroma over to the establishment. The Drunken Immortal Inn was an inn that had been passed down through generations. Not only were its spiritual meals exceptionally tasty, but its signature spiritual wine, the Drunken Immortal Brew, was also irresistible, often drawing old customers to support the business. It was not yet noon, so there weren't many patrons inside the inn, with only a few tables occupied. Qin Feng picked out a table by the window and sat down. When the waiter came over to serve him, he glanced over the menu hanging on the wall. He didn't dare order the house specialties, as they were too expensive, each dish costing dozens of spirit stones, a price point not meant for a mere qi refining master to squander casually. He ordered several ordinary spiritual meals and a small pot of Drunken Immortal Brew, intending to sample the flavor of this renowned wine. Shortly after, the waiter brought up the dishes he ordered. Qin Feng tasted a few bites. The spiritual meals were indeed delicious, and the spiritual wine had a sweet and mellow taste, although the specific kind he ordered was rather ordinary and somewhat spicy. As he was concentrating on his meal, he suddenly heard a tender and childlike voice. "Innkeeper?" Qin Feng looked up upon hearing the voice and saw a cute little girl of about 4 or 5 years old, with a rosy, lovable face, standing in front of the counter looking up, her chubby hands holding up a spirit stone high. "Give me a bowl of old wine, and a dish of fennel peas too."
Puffed.
Qin Feng nearly spat out his food. Whose little lass was this, coming here to be amusing? The old shopkeeper, who had been busy tallying up accounts with an abacus behind the counter, stood up and peered out. He then saw a plump little girl standing at the counter, her large, sparkling eyes expectantly fixed on him. "Whose child are you, and how come you're by yourself?" "Where are your parents?" the old shopkeeper asked. "My sister is buying something across the street. I got hungry when I smelled the scent from your shop, so I came over," replied the soft and cute little girl. "Oh, what would you like to eat? I'll have someone make it for you." The old shopkeeper spoke kindly. He didn't make things difficult for the adorable little girl. Instead, he asked gently, "I heard from Daddy that your Drunken Immortal Inn's old wine is very famous." "I want to try it," said the little girl, holding up the spirit stone in her hand. "And I would like a dish of fennel peas to go with the wine." All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 90, Li Miaozhen of the White Tiger lineage. The shopkeeper was somewhat at a loss for words. Although it was true that his establishment was a tavern, he couldn't just take any customer's money. If a young girl ended up getting drunk here, even if her family didn't come to trouble him, the rumors wouldn't sound good. Just as he was feeling troubled, he saw another woman walk in from the entrance. Not only was this woman extremely beautiful and tall, but she was also significantly taller than most men, with long and straight legs that made a swishing sound as she walked. She exuded a vigorous heroism unlike the usual softness of other women. There was even a hint of fierceness in the corners of her eyes and brows. Qin Feng glanced at her a few times, admiring such a rare temperament in a woman. However, he didn't dare look too long because he realized he couldn't quite see through her cultivation. That was normal. He had just reached the late stage of qi refinement, and his vision was limited. Moreover, casually projecting divine sense to inspect others was frowned upon and could easily cause dissatisfaction, so of course, he couldn't determine her cultivation level. Luoluo, are you being mischievous again? Li Miaozhen's face showed a hint of helplessness as she quickly approached, poking the little girl's head with her finger. Don't be naughty. What are you doing drinking wine as a child? Why can't children drink wine? The little girl named Luoluo protested. Daddy can drink, Mommy can drink, and you, senior sister, often drink too. Why can't I drink? You're still young. You can't drink this spiritual wine. Wait until you're grown up. Li Miaozhen felt a headache coming on. Fighting and battling were no problem for her, but dealing with kids, especially her younger apprentice sister, who was at an age bursting with curiosity about the world, had been quite the handful these last few days. Li Miaozhen sat her little apprentice sister down at a nearby table and ordered several dishes of spiritual meals that the child usually enjoyed. Little Luoluo pouted with her tender lips, puffing up her cheeks, seemingly quite displeased. Her curiosity was strong. She had grown interested in spiritual wine because she had seen her father drinking quite often. However, she was too young, and the adults naturally wouldn't let her have any. Today, seizing the chance while her senior sister took her out, she sneaked away hoping to taste spiritual wine and remembered to order a dish of fennel peas as a snack like her old man would in the tavern. Unfortunately, before she could succeed, she got caught red-handed by her senior sister. The little girl, with her feet dangling, sat uneasily on the stool wriggling around and looked around the tavern. Her eyes lit up as she saw Qin Feng at the next table taking a swig of spiritual wine. Qin Feng had just put down his cup when he noticed the little girl staring intently at the wine pot on his table with shining eyes. Seeing her look, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle and asked her, "Little sister, do you really want to try some wine?" Uh-huh. Luoluo nodded. Daddy says real men must drink wine, and I want to be a great hero like Daddy, which obviously means drinking with a big bowl and eating meat in big bites. Big brother, can you treat me to some wine? Hehe. Qin Feng laughed lightly, noticing that the child was heavily influenced by her father. He glanced at the woman sitting beside Luoluo, thought for a moment, then said with a smile, "It's not impossible for me to treat you to some wine. However, do you know there are different grades to this drink?"
Ah.
Luoluo had no idea and shook her little head honestly. "I don't know. Ordinary spiritual wine, although each has its benefits, is sharp to the taste. Such is considered low grade and not suitable for you to drink. Only the finest jade scent nectar, which is sweet and refreshing, is the real fine wine of this world. However, this wine is extremely rare. I just happen to have a bit of it. If you really want to try, I wouldn't mind letting you taste it." "Really?" The little girl immediately became excited, slid off the stool, and dashed to Qin Feng's side, her bright eyes curving into crescents. "Jade scent nectar. I've heard my daddy mention it. That's immortal wine.
Even Daddy has never had it."
"Big brother, are you really going to treat me to such immortal wine?" Li Miaozhen furrowed her brows slightly, looking towards Qin Feng. The young man wouldn't really dare to give his little apprentice sister wine, would he? However, although she and Luoluo were not wearing the sect's magic robes, the sleeves of their clothes bore the mark of the Beast-controlling Sect, so she believed the young man must have seen it. Thus, she wasn't too worried about him having any ill intentions. Qin Feng responded to her gaze with a slight smile, signaling there would be no issue, and then he reached out and retrieved a large bowl from an empty table nearby. He said to Luoluo, Since you want a drink from a big bowl, then I shall fulfill your wish." As they spoke, he quietly played an eye-blocking technique on Luoluo. In a place out of the little girl's sight, he took out several ice spirit fruits and a few red mountain fruits. Under the pressure of his true yuan, he directly squeezed the juice into a bowl, then took out a porcelain bottle and poured some honey into the bowl, stirring until it was evenly mixed. Whether it was spirit fruit or honey, he had obtained them both in the mist swamp. Since spirit fruits contained little spiritual energy and were not valuable, he hadn't sold them. As for the honey, he had taken the opportunity to fill a bottle when he was harvesting a demon bee's hive, intending to bring it back as a gift for Qin Shi. The honey produced by demon bees contained a fair amount of spiritual energy and was one of the main ingredients in making beauty pills, making it very popular among female cultivators. While his eye-blocking technique had deceived Luoluo, he had not purposely hidden his actions from Li Miaojin. In fact, he had even made sure she could see everything clearly to avoid any suspicion of having sinister intentions. Sure enough, upon seeing his actions, Li Miaojin didn't interfere. Instead, she watched with interest. Her own little junior sister could be a headache when she was being mischievous, and now that she wasn't clinging to her demanding alcohol, of course, she would not expose Qin Feng's eye-blocking technique. After the fruit juice and spiritual honey were mixed, Qin Feng placed the bowl on the table next to him. "Here, taste this. Is it good or not?" Luoluo hopped onto a stool, sat properly, and held the bowl with her chubby little hands, mimicking the bold manner in which her father drank alcohol. After taking a sip, she immediately found this jade scent nectar to taste sour, sweet, cold, and refreshing, which was very pleasant, and she instantly grinned from ear to ear. After drinking a few more sips, she asked with slight curiosity, "Why does this jade scent nectar smell a bit different from those spiritual wines father has?" "This is jade scent nectar, of course. It's very different from ordinary spirits," replied Qin Feng with a smile. He smiled, took another cup, poured her a cup of spiritual wine, and laughed. "Try this and you'll know the huge difference between ordinary spiritual wine and jade scent nectar." Luoluo took the cup with a puzzled hand, sniffed it, and it seemed to smell much like her father's spiritual wine. She tentatively took a sip and immediately felt a sharp, spicy taste spread in her mouth. With a pft, she spat it out. "This spiritual wine is way too hard to drink, right?" She quickly picked up the large bowl and drank 2 mouthfuls of jade scent nectar to suppress the spicy taste in her mouth before feeling much better. "I never thought father would drink such awful-tasting spirits. I used to think they were delicious, but they are far inferior to this jade scent nectar." "Humph. Father said he never had jade scent nectar. When I get back, I will definitely boast about it in front of father." The little girl looked proud, and Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Li Miaojin blinked her eyes, finding this amusing. She hadn't expected this bothersome issue, which had troubled her for so long, to be so simply resolved by this young man. From now on, her little junior sister likely wouldn't mention drinking alcohol anymore. And if she still wanted to drink, Li Miaojin could just replicate this method and create some more of this so-called jade scent nectar to appease her. She stood up, moved to Qin Feng's table, and sat beside her little junior sister, her face bearing a somewhat breezy smile. "I am Li Miaojin, a disciple of the White Tiger lineage. This is my little junior sister Luoluo. May I know, junior brother, on which peak do you cultivate?" Qin Feng smiled slightly. "Senior sisterly is too polite. I am a disciple of spiritual Snake Peak, Qin Feng." Li Miaojin nodded and instructed the waiter to serve all the spiritual meals she had ordered to their table. Afterward, she casually chatted with Qin Feng. The woman's manner was free and easy, and her speech was clear and concise, easily endearing her to others. Furthermore, she was well-informed and knew that Qin Feng had just completed the new disciples' trials and was planning to go to the Foreign Affairs Hall to take on some assignments. She specifically gave him some advice, making Qin Feng aware of many things to be cautious of while undertaking missions. Qin Feng was quite grateful, and he offered a toast to Li Miaojin. He then discovered that she was even more heroic when drinking, consuming several jars of spiritual wine without even changing her expression, leaving Qin Feng amazed. Luoluo, the little girl, also held up her bowl of jade-scent nectar, pretending to drink boldly alongside her. Qin Feng now understood why the little girl insisted on drinking alcohol. She spent every day with such a heavy drinker, and it would be strange if she wasn't influenced. Even though Qin Feng only sipped a little each time, he still ended up with a flushed face, feeling a bit unsteady, and promptly surrendered, not daring to drink anymore, lest he wouldn't be able to return home that day. Haha, junior brother Qin, you really can't hold your liquor. Li Miaozhen didn't force him to drink more, and simply laughed. A mere half jar of spiritual wine, and you're already done. Poor tolerance. You need more practice to not lose your manly pride. Qin Feng laughed bitterly. Senior sister Li, you are most generous. I'm far from your equal. Li Miaozhen's nature had always been hearty, and after drinking she became even more spirited. They talked about everything under the moon, and Qin Feng learned of many interesting things. After having their fill of food and wine, Li Miaozhen paid the bill for both of them. On leaving, she laughed. Thank you for today, junior brother Qin. When I am free in the future, let's have a drink together. Qin Feng knew she was referring to the matter with little junior sister Luoluo, which he didn't mind. It was just a way to pacify a child, after all. However, he did have a good impression of the genuine and spirited Li Miaozhen, and upon hearing her invitation, he said with a smile, Senior sister Li, no need to be so courteous. If fate allows, I shall certainly accompany you. Haha, I hope you won't get knocked out by me next time. Li Miaozhen laughed heartily, picked up Luoluo, and left. Qin Feng sat on the stool for a while, drank a cup of tea to sober up a bit, then got up and left the Drunken Immortal Inn, heading toward the market. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 91. Foreign Affairs Hall. Wish. A cry resounded through the sky. Qin Feng stood on the broad back of the spiritual vulture, flying towards Spiritual Vulture Peak. He had previously received a flying bird message from his clan uncle Qining, asking him to make a trip over as the family's support in the form of spirit stones had arrived, and he was to go and collect them. Half an hour later, Qin Feng, guiding the spiritual vulture, landed outside the courtyard where Qining was located, knocked on the door, and entered, only to find that Qin Shi had already arrived. The founding patriarch of the Ghost-controlling Sect was actually one of the founders of the 10 Directions Ghost City, but later fell out with the ghost ancestor Songyang and took flight to create the Ghost-controlling Sect in the East Domain. The young Taoist shortly became aware of being watched and turned towards the direction of the gaze. Upon seeing Qin Feng and Ma Jiu, he was a bit surprised that 2 more cultivators had come, but he wasn't overly concerned. Instead, he greeted them with a smile and a respectful bow. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 96. Lift your veil. Qin Feng and his companion raised their hands in return to the Taoist salute, then shifted their gaze away. Ma Jiu whispered, that Taoist clearly sensed something amiss with this family and has been waiting here early on, ready to subdue the ghost item. With a Taoist from the Ghost-controlling Sect taking action, it saves us a lot of trouble. Indeed. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Their beast-taming sect excelled in dealing with demon beasts, whereas the Taoists from the Ghost-controlling Sect were more adept at handling ghost items. Since that young Taoist was already here, there truly was no need for them to exert themselves. Otherwise, even if they ended up killing the fierce ghost, the ghost body would dissipate into nothing, bringing them no benefit. On the contrary, Cultivators from the Ghost-controlling Sect could refine ghost items and utilize various ghost energy against enemies. For the time being, the two were in no rush, content to sit at the Eight Immortals table, keen on witnessing the young Taoist's method of capturing ghosts. During the bustling ceremony in the courtyard, with all the villagers gathered around the couple paying respects to heaven and earth, suddenly, a series of rapid hoofbeats approached from outside. On the road leading to the hamlet, 4 or 5 burly men rode well-fed red-flame colts. They didn't bother with the gate. Instead, they spurred their horses and leaped over the 1.5 zhang tall earthen wall, landing within the village. Without pausing, the brawny men galloped along the central path of the village and quickly arrived at the household that was celebrating a joyous occasion. Drawn by the lively sounds and bustling atmosphere, as the entire village had converged here, the men followed the commotion. Upon reaching the entrance, they didn't dismount. The leader pulled on the reins, causing his red-flame colt to raise its front hooves and stomp forward, shattering the gatehouse with a thunderous boom. Amidst clouds of dust, the robust men rode into the courtyard. What a lively scene. The men rode back and forth a few paces, their cold smiles showing in the way they bared their teeth while looking at the crowd inside. Instantly, the previously lively scene quieted down, with the villagers looking at the group in fear and alarm. Upon seeing the red flame colts, Qin Feng and Ma Jio's expressions also changed, but not out of fear. They were actually pleased. The red flame colts were low-level spiritual beasts specially bred by the Beast-controlling Sect. In Liang City's territory, only the Zhang family had raised a batch for pulling carts and conducting business between Liang City and surrounding towns. The surviving cultivators of the Zhang family had mentioned that after their clan was attacked, not only were all the spiritual objects looted, but even the red flame colts kept in their stables had been stolen. They had thought it would take some time to locate these bandit cultivators, yet these rogues had the audacity to brazenly ride the red flame colts around, practically delivering themselves to their doorstep. On the other hand, an elderly villager with graying hair came forward. Despite the evident fear on his face, he still stepped up and asked with a cupped fist, "First Gu, what brings you here again? If those boys didn't handle things efficiently, rest assured, I'll certainly teach them a lesson later." "No need for that." The stocky cultivator at the forefront snorted coldly. Those fools didn't work properly, and even dared to run around. They happened to encounter First Gu during his training and accidentally got themselves killed. I'm here to inform you to pick out a few more capable hands. I need to take them with me.
What?
My son is dead. As soon as First Gu uttered those words, a wave of shock spread among the villagers, and several women couldn't help but wail loudly. The village elder was stunned. First Gu, this isn't what you promised us. When you initially asked us for people, didn't you say they'd be returned after a few years? Why now? They sought their own deaths, trying to escape. Who else is there to blame? First Gu barked coldly. Enough talk, send out another 10 people from your village. I still have to visit other villages to make up the numbers. Old man, are you going to arrange for them to come with us, or shall I pick them myself? During the conversation, he didn't wait for the village elder to respond and simply stretched out his hand to point at the young man dressed in the groom's attire, baring his teeth and smiling. "Kid, count yourself in, come with us." Upon hearing this, the young man immediately trembled, stepped back in fear, and all traces of joy for his marriage vanished from his face. It can't be done. It can't be done. The young man's father ran up, bowing continually. "Master Ma Jio, it simply cannot be done. Our family line has been passed down from generation to generation, and we are counting on my son to carry on our legacy. I implore you to show mercy and leave us a descendant. Wishing for a descendant is simple. That Master Ma Jio can help you with." As he spoke, amidst the raucous laughter of several brawny men beside him, a lecherous glint flashed in Ma Jio's eyes. He dismounted his horse and walked toward the bride. "Today, Master Ma Jio is feeling especially merciful, so I'll leave a seed for your family." "Master Ma Jio, you mustn't." The old man fell to his knees with a plop in front of Master Ma Jiu, pleading, "Today is my son's joyous occasion. Please spare us." Before he could finish speaking, Master Ma Jiu kicked him away with his foot. Seeing the old man trying to persist, Master Ma Jiu sneered viciously, "Either step aside willingly for me, or I'll take your son to the stronghold to labor." "Old man, what will it be? Your son or your daughter-in-law?" "This." The old man froze on the spot, his gaze shifting back and forth between his son and daughter-in-law, ultimately unable to take another step forward. "Ha ha ha." Master Ma Jiu's triumphant and wild laughter echoed as he strode toward the bride, who stood pretty in the hall. The young groom, though, had some spirit. With a face resolute to die rather than submit, he stepped in front of the bride, only to be directly slapped away by Master Ma Jiu. Following that, Ma Jiu chuckled lewdly a few times, grabbed the bride's little hand and pulled her into his arms, cackling, "Come here, let's have a good look at that pretty face first." As he said this, he reached out his other hand to grab the bright red veil on the bride's head, intending to lift it and see her face. However, as he lifted the red veil and just caught a glimpse of a pale and delicate chin beneath, it was as if he had lifted some sort of seal. Thick and cold ghost energy began to emanate from the bride. Fuck. The filthy lust in his heart was extinguished as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, sending a chill through Ma Jiu's heart. This wasn't some pretty little lady, it was clearly a resentful female ghost. Startled, Ma Jiu's figure suddenly retreated backward, attempting to get away from the female ghost. But he immediately felt a tightening on his hand, which he thought to release, was instead grasped tightly by the female ghost's pale hand. As the female ghost's figure seemed to float toward him, driven by the force of Ma Jiu's retreat, her other hand suddenly grew sharp nails, like spikes radiating a dense black aura, and clawed at Ma Jiu's heart. "Damn it!" Ma Jiu cursed angrily. He thought of killing the whole family. To hold a wedding and bring back a female ghost. What was the meaning of this? It had caused him an unnecessary excitement. Fortunately, they hadn't entered the bridal chamber yet. Otherwise, if he'd been naked and ready for action only to see a ghostly figure like that, it might have been enough to scare him into sickness. P.S. Thanks to Yang0D, book friend 202009071943544023, by Yi Who Cut Sister, who isn't just a bystander, the full splendor of youth, and Chi-Chi for their awards, much appreciated. I have no idea why the previous chapter was blocked. The request to unblock it failed, so I had to repost it in the afternoon.
Don't worry about it.
All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 97. Subduing the Ghost. His eyes watched in horror as the female ghost's pitch-black fingers neared his chest. Ninth Master hurriedly conjured a burst of spirit light in his hand to block the strike. But in his haste, he didn't manage to channel much of his true yuan. Although he raised his hand to his chest, the ghost's fingers still curled inwards and with a ripping sound, tore through his arm. At the same time, her other hand lashed forward, her nails growing exponentially as they pierced into Ninth Master's palm, causing him to roar in agony. But no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from the grip of the female ghost. Moreover, with the ghost having struck, her ghost energy could no longer be concealed by her bridal gown as it had before, allowing Ninth Master to easily sense her cultivation level. To his shock and anger, she was above him, already at the peak of the chi-refining realm, only a step away from becoming a Foundation Establishment ghost cultivator. This realization both startled and enraged him. Seeing no way to free himself from the clutch of the ghostly hand, he flipped his hand to pull out a heavy hammer from his storage bag. While swinging it at the female ghost, he called for several of his underlings to come to his aid. By the time his subordinates arrived, the surrounding townsfolk had already scattered in panic. Everyone was completely taken aback, unable to fathom how the beautiful bride had suddenly turned into a ghost. The only one who didn't flee was the groom. The young man stood there, dazed, as memories of his encounters with the female ghost from the beginning played through his mind. At that moment, all his past confusions unraveled, and his previously deluded mind became completely clear. His face turned pale, thankful that today's wedding had been disrupted. Otherwise, he would likely have died on what was meant to be his wedding night, doomed to become a deadly pair with a female ghost. His father stood not far away, shivering as he hurried to grab his son and join the fleeing crowd. After all, this was their only son. They could not afford to lose him. Ninth Master didn't last long. Soon enough, he felt his arm turn chillingly cold and half of his body stiffen. This was the result of the ghost energy invading his body. If he hadn't been caught by the ghost's palm from the start, with his strength and items like the magic artifact and spirit talismans, he might have been able to escape unscathed even if outmatched. But now, one of his hands was still firmly held by the ghost, with relentless ghost energy pouring into his body through the wound on his palm. His underlings, only at the chi-refining middle stage, failed to pose any significant threat to the female ghost. Instead, one of them had his innards torn by a sudden extension of the ghost's arm, which scared the others not to approach carelessly, only daring to circle the periphery, trying to contain her without getting close. Although they were his subordinates, they definitely wouldn't risk their lives to save him. As Ninth Master's condition worsened, his men retreated further and further, ready to flee the scene at any moment. Otherwise, once Ninth Master was killed, the ghost would surely come after them. Their intense yang energy couldn't compare to ordinary people's. If the female ghost devoured their yang energy, it would certainly advance her Dao cultivation. Feeling increasingly cold and stiff inside, Ninth Master's eyes filled with despair. Even though the female ghost had let go of his palm, he knew he was bound to die. His life force was being eroded, and his true yuan was thrown into disarray by the ghost energy. He no longer had any chance to escape. It seemed today was the day he would meet his end. But soon, a vicious gleam flickered in his eyes. After all, he was a bandit cultivator who had taken many lives. Even in death, he refused to let his enemies off easily. He began to thrash wildly, swinging the heavy hammer in his right hand, forming a barrage of hammer blows. But the female ghost moved elusively, dodging left and right, making it hard for him to pin down her figure. Suddenly, his body staggered, his true yuan depleted, his grip on the hammer faltered, and he almost dropped it. Before he could recover, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a ghostly hand emerge from his chest, clutching a heart that was still beating. "This is my heart." In an instant, Ninth Master realized this truth. With the last of his strength, he swung the heavy hammer behind him. And in the moment he swung the hammer, his palm released it, and he took out a spirit talisman from a storage bag at his waist. With a thunderous roar, it was promptly activated, transforming into a roaring flame that enveloped a space of 3 yards around him. Since he was about to die anyway, there was no need for him to hold back any longer. So, he directly activated the spirit talisman, planning to perish together with the female ghost.
Bang!
The female ghost clearly did not expect him to have this move up his sleeve. By the time she reacted and tried to dodge using her ghost energy, it was already a moment too late. Although she ultimately managed to escape, she could not avoid being severely injured by the spirit talisman, her ghost body, and chi considerably damaged. Before the female ghost could regain her stance, suddenly, a young Taoist sprang out beside her, shaking his hand and releasing 12 talismans. He quickly set up a simple talisman array, trapping her within. The female ghost's chi surged, and her 2 ghost claws tore towards the talisman array. She sensed danger from this little Taoist and wanted to escape. However, before she could tear through the talisman array, she saw the little Taoist reach for the oil paper umbrella slung on his back. With one stretch of the umbrella, a loud pop reverberated, and countless runes emerged, enveloping the female ghost, leaving her no chance to resist, and was directly captured by the little Taoist into the umbrella. All of this happened in an extremely short span of time, fast as a lightning bolt. In a few instants, the female ghost was suppressed by the little Taoist. It was only then that the man who had ignited himself with the spirit talisman collapsed with a thunderous sound, disintegrated into ash. Not even a single bone was left behind, as he was burned to ashes by the flames released from the spirit talisman. As for his subordinates, by this time, they had already mounted their red flame colts and were nearly out of the village. Qin Feng and Ma Jiu did not try to stop them. They still needed these few to lead the way for them, to guide them to the adversary's lair. Infinite, heavenly, venerable. The little Taoist slung the umbrella over his shoulder, bowed to Qin Feng and Ma Jiu. I, Taoist fellow Xiao Jiu from Ghost-controlling Sect, have the honor of meeting two Taoists from Beast-taming Sect. Apparently, the little Taoist could tell their origins from the badges on their magic robes. Taoist fellow is polite. They returned the salute and exchanged names. Only then did Qin Feng curiously ask, Taoist fellow Xiao Jiu, your sect is far in the East Domain, a great distance from here. How did you come to this place? Actually, I came here following my grandmaster. Taoist fellow Xiao Jiu said with a chuckle. Recently, strange events have been happening in all the domains, and many great forces are interacting with each other. Although our Ghost-controlling Sect is far apart from your Beast-taming Sect, our two sects have collaborated on many occasions during the ancient Great Tribulation. My sect's Ghost Teeth ancestor and your sect's Heavenly Destruction ancestor were also close friends. This time, my grandmaster came to the Southern Domain to visit your sect, and also brought along some juniors to experience the Southern Domain. Chaotic Sky Valley is one of the battlefields left from ancient times, rumored to hold many opportunities. I came here specifically to explore, and just happened to see a young man from this household wrapped in death chi. I paused to help them solve this trouble, and did not expect to meet two Taoist fellows here. It is indeed a fortune for me. I see. Qin Feng and Ma Jiu nodded upon hearing this, now understanding why the Taoist could cross such a vast distance to arrive here with his mere chi refining realm cultivation. Do the two Taoist fellows have matters here that require assistance? Or do you need a little help from Taoist? Taoist fellow Xiao Jiu inquired. We do have some matters, but we can resolve them ourselves, so there's no need to trouble Taoist fellow. Ma Jiu declined promptly. What a joke. An extra person would mean one more share of the spoils to distribute. Of course, they couldn't let this little Taoist get involved. Since the female ghost has been subdued, my brother and I have matters to attend to and cannot delay. We will take our leave now, and hope to meet again, if fate allows. While they were speaking, those bandit cultivators had already ridden the red flame colt 7 or 8 miles away. They didn't wish to stay long and planned to follow after them, to find the adversary's lair and eradicate all the bandits in one fell swoop. Seeing this, Taoist fellow Xiao Jiu naturally could not insist on detaining them, so he bowed and said, Then, I will not see you off any further. Taoist fellows, I bid you farewell. Take care. After bidding farewell to the little Taoist, they left the courtyard. To avoid being detected by those bandit cultivators, they did not summon their flying mounts, but instead used their own techniques to stealthily follow behind. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverse@gmail.com. Reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming. Chapter 98 Stunned. In the forest, Ma Jiu was riding on the back of a silver wolf. This silver wolf had a coat of silvery white fur, which looked extremely beautiful. It was bigger than a typical horse and carried Ma Jiu running as fast as flying, causing Qin Feng, who was running beside them on 2 legs, to be utterly envious. He felt somewhat helpless. He had originally thought that having the spiritual vulture as a flying riding tool would be enough, but now it seemed he still needed to find another riding tool that could run on the ground. Otherwise, In times when he couldn't fly in the sky, he couldn't always rely on his legs to travel. Ma Jiu comfortably sat on the silver wolf's back, turned his head to look at Qin Feng, who had pushed his divine movement technique to the limit, his legs moving like windmills, and chuckled. "Junior brother Qin, would you like to come up and ride with me?" No need." Qin Feng quickly declined. He wasn't used to being too close to other men, and besides, if he really rode together with Ma Jiu, would he sit in the front or the back? Now, they weren't afraid of those bandit cultivators getting away. Even without the red flame colt, with two spiritual birds circling near those bandit cultivators, they weren't worried about losing track of them. The Beast-taming Sect's communication spirit birds were not just for messaging, they could also be used as scouting spiritual beasts. Since these birds were small and fast, ordinary cultivators could hardly detect them. Although the red flame colt was the lowest level of spiritual beast, it was still a spiritual beast. It ran through the forest as if flying, hardly affected by the terrain, so its speed was almost as fast as on the flat roads outside the mountains.